is that both teams?
No, that's just the Northern District's team.
Oh,
But
that's the wrong one. That's a talk.
if you make any mistakes, Gozzy, you're out for the day. You're gonna carry the drinks.
You're funny.
So no, Northern Districts must be batting. So
Oh, they're padded up. So yeah, I would say it is about it.
it's good to see Lauren Smith playing for them.
Yeah, she might actually get a go.
Yeah. Well, I looked at her stats this year. She's been batting at number 3 for them. So.
Yeah. She can bat. Half this team's from bloody country area.
Well, yeah. Look, most of the Northern District girls are from Central Coast and Newcastle.
Except Holly Simmons is from North Coast area.
Yeah.
They need to start doing some shit in their own backyard instead of recruiting from everywhere. They should be having people from Central Coast because that's where they are. That's their area.
Do you know much about the Northern District's girls?
Yeah, I know Curbo, the captain, Alicia Bates, obviously, Annika Leroy, Grace Dignan was. She was in the country team when I was coaching. Holly Simmons, I know. I had to look after her for 3 hours.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she lost her AirPods. Yeah, she got all stressed out and had a panic attack and all that. I won't say that. Sarah Turner, I know. Shivani rates herself as a bit of a rapper.
Okay.
No, that's clear.
It's so simple to... Did you take any shots yesterday, Vic?
No. I've been filming for a docu-series on the second moment, so it's coming out.
Talking about that.
I went out yesterday, I put those new...
Hello and welcome to Bankstown Oval for the final of this New South Wales Premier Cricket Final of the Women's Division. It is first grade action today between Northern District and the Sydney Cricket Club. We've got sides 1 and 2 pitted against each other today, so another fascinating storyline of what has been an absorbing and entertaining season of this New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket season. The minor premiers, the Sydney Cricket Club, they haven't lost at all this year. 10 wins, 4 draws and 2 byes in their 16 games. While they come up against a Northern District side that has proved their worth and has worked themselves into second position after some inclement weather last week and the week before in the semi-finals rained out. We do have beautiful conditions in front of us today, which is fantastic. Only a small smattering of clouds off in the distance and looking like we'll get a full day's cricket in. Alongside me is Michelle Gosco to talk us through the first 10 or so overs, so very exciting to be here. Always exciting to get to commentate on cricket, but particularly in a final. We've got a few New South Wales Breakers and Sydney Thunder girls that have come back into the game today, like Smith and Sammy Jo Johnson and Nicola, just some of the names we'll be talking about today. So looking forward to seeing a good brand of cricket this afternoon.
Very excited to be here at Bankstown Oval. We didn't think we'd get this.
Yeah.
Thank God for the foresight of the Sydney Women's Committee that had the foresight to actually see and have this spare weekend ready to play. So we're going to have an intriguing match here. As you said, sometimes undefeated coming into a final, it can be a poison challenge.
It's on manual now. The wheels in the middle.
Yeah, we'll go through the two sides and how they line.
So-
There's already a nice area of fans grandstand on the far side here at Bankstown Oval, and the outfield looking in good condition. There obviously was a little bit of overnight dew there, but it is drying up with the sun shining brightly and a top of 24 degrees expected today here in southwest Sydney. So the Sydney Cricket Club Tigers, the minor premiers, they finished with 10 wins, 4 draws and 2 defeats. So their captain is Gazelle Plummer. She is the captain. Naomi McDonald, Kate Barry, Neil Bryson Smith, Ahilia Shandell, Kira Churchland, Mary Ann Henderson, Jodie Hicks, Sammy Jo Johnson, Tegan Kavanagh, Anaya Sharma, Alex Timms, the wicketkeeper, and Nicola Hancock. This is their 13-woman squad. While for the Northern Districts, they're captained by Kirsten Smith, Abby Taylor, Alicia Bates, Annika Leroy, Grace Dignam, Holly Simmons, Lauren Smith, Maddie McGuigan, Seri Turner is the wicketkeeper, Shivani Mehta, Sophie Shelley, and Matilda Lugg. That is how Northern Districts line up. They've already met twice this year, both in the 50 competition, but also in the T20 side of things. And unfortunately for Northern Districts, they went 0-2 there with Sydney picking up victories by 6 wickets in their first meeting, 4 for 81 against Northern Districts, all out for 80. And then later on in round 12, 6 for 124 Sydney made from their 20 overs, and Northern Districts reduced to 6 for 88 as they pull off a 36-run win. So they'll be hoping to turn things around, Northern Districts. Meanwhile, the Sydney Cricket Club, as we see a bit of movement on the sideline, they'll be looking to make it 3 out of 3 and make it victory number 11 for the year. It would be the most important of victories for the season if they could pull out the victory today. Very exciting to see these players, and with the match being live streamed as well, Gozzy, exciting for some of these girls as well, the girls that aren't playing WBBL and aren't playing WNCL. It's a nice little moment for them, not just playing in a final, but I'm sure they've got family members and friends and different people watching around the country and seeing how they're doing. Yeah,
absolutely. Exciting to see they've actually got commentary as well. Brought in the royalty of commentary today, Jack. So yeah, very exciting to be able to call this game. The quality of Sydney women's cricket is just gone from strength to strength. So to be able to have New South Wales class players back playing first grade cricket in Sydney is very exciting. So the matchups here are going to be really exciting. Some quality young players as well. New South Wales always produces quality players, but to be able to play in a grand final, fingers crossed for all the players today that we have an exceptional game.
So it should be a cracking fixture here. So Northern District, they're going to bat first. So Lauren Smith is going to be opening the batting for this Northern District side. She's at the non-strikers end. And yeah, great to see her return. Hasn't had a whole lot of cricket. She's been part of that Breakers squad, but we saw her play in the last Friday's game. Of course, it was Sunday's game being rained out, so she'll be pleased to be out in the middle and great to see.
Just hasn't had the opportunities at first class level, but certainly more than capable with the bat.
Yeah, 139 runs in the first grade competition for her this season with an average of 27.8, and you're throwing her 8 wickets at an average of 10.8. It's been quite a good season for her, even though there has been limited opportunities for the diminutive all-rounder. Moved across to the Sydney Thunder this summer as well, having been a real mainstay for the Sydney Sixers in the WBBL competition. And it is going to be Sammy Jo Johnson opening things up. And that short of length delivery, first up outside the off stump. So going to have maybe a couple of New South Wales Breakers teammates against each other and Thunder teammates against each other. There'll be some nice little rivalries out there today, Gozzy.
Oh, absolutely. Might be a few words said as well, which I like. Bring it on. Yeah, Sammy Jo probably didn't have her best game with the ball last Friday. First game in charge of the Breakers, but I'm sure she'll be trying to bounce back here at Bankstown Oval.
Yeah, so she's found her line on length nicely early on here. Sammy Jo, again, a short of a length delivery outside the off stump. Probably nice when you have been the pressure of captaining, not just a club side, but you've been captaining your state. Nice to come back into the side and not have to worry about
field
everything
placements
else.
And all that, all the stuff, the rigmarole that goes with it. So she can just do her job here, which is with the ball, and probably get some handy runs with the bat as well.
Yeah. In comes Sammy Jo Johnson. And makes it 3 out of 3. It went a little bit wider. I think the umpire was maybe just weighing up whether that was outside the lines, but maybe gets away with one there. Sammy Joe, so good to have her back in New South Wales cricket as well. Lismore-born girl that played some underage cricket with New South Wales, went to Queensland for greater opportunities, but great to see her back with both the Thunder and the Breakers and playing some with the Sydney Cricket Club at the moment. Oh, swinging! And playing a miss by Dingham outside the off stump. That wasn't far away, and that seemed to swing viciously away from the opening batter.
Yeah, a little bit of shape there away. That's Sammy Joe's bread and butter. And a really good length there, just trying to entice that swing. Hence why at Sydney you've got a slip in, a couple of slips and a gully. So just trying to entice the batter early on to play outside off. And yeah, it is great to have Sammy Joe back home in New South Wales.
That should be a wide, and that will be. Bit of a glance back there by Sammy Joe, but that one was well and truly outside the lines.
Yeah, trying to play a game there. Sammy Joe, that was definitely a wide. Sometimes the batters milk it as well, trying to make it into a wide, but definitely outside those lines. They've got very experienced umpires here in first grade as well. So
Northern District are off the board. They are off and running here, none for one in the first over. Oh, it's another really good ball, just shaping in from outside the off stump, and in that uncertain corridor for the right-hand batters outside the off stump. But she's certainly been hitting that regular spot outside the off stump. It's been a good start here by Joe.
Yeah, just getting into her work nicely, isn't she? Nice and still conditions here at Bankstown Oval.
This one a little bit wider, but left alone. So that is the end of the first over. Just the one wide coming from it. Northern Districts, who are batting first in this final today.
Yeah, a nice tidy start there by Sammy Joe. Just the one extra. I'll be happy to get that run on the board there, Northern Districts. You'd have to say that probably on form, there's slight underdogs today with Sydney, just going on past form. But as we know, Jack, coming into a final, form can be irrelevant sometimes in a final. So at Sydney, they do have a lot of experience in their team today. This is another experienced player coming into the attack.
So Lauren Smith's going to get her first opportunity today to see what she can do with the batters. Who mentioned it's had a pretty profitable season with the Willow, and she's going to be facing up against Mary Ann Henderson with the number 8 on her back. Early wickets aren't going to be the key here for the Sydney Cricket Club, and conversely, Northern Districts will know that you want to keep wickets in hand in a 50-over final like this. So in comes Henderson for her first ball. And wide of the off stump and left alone there by Lauren Smith.
Yeah, in a past life, I used to do a bit of coaching at Sydney. I was their head coach, player coach for about 5 years. And Mary Ann was one of our key cogs for in our first grade. And doesn't have extreme pace behind the ball, but just gets enough off the edge.
Yeah, bowlers like this can, particularly early in innings, can be tricky to play as well, because the
Absolutely.
ball's not really coming on to the bat. There's the chance that you can lean the bat forward, play a little bit too early, can balloon the ball back, and you've got to be careful as well, because we're seeing Alex Timms up to the stumps as well in just the second over, so you've got to be careful that back foot doesn't drag outside the popping crease. There's just a bit of a discussion here between a couple of the Sydney players and the umpire.
Yeah, it's early on as a batter, you like the ball coming onto the bat, and Marianne just holds that back, and just her line and length is impeccable. She just gets enough movement off it, and maybe just doing some running repairs on the ball. The second over, that's a bit of a worry, isn't it, Jack?
Well, considering there hasn't been a boundary hit, it hasn't smacked into the fence here at Bankstown Oval or anything. The only run that's been scored has been via a wide. So unless there's something in the grass that's cutting the ball up, not sure what it was. Maybe
a bit of a seam come out.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah. They've got all sorts of tools these days. Umpires, don't they?
They do.
It's almost like a Swiss Army knife. They've got all these like different scissors and pliers, everything on them at the moment. Henderson continues, and that's a good ball from Temp Smith into the drive there.
You could almost get a manicure or a pedicure
Yeah.
out there with the umpires, couldn't you? Yeah, well, that's her length there, Marianne Henderson. Try and entice that drive here from Lauren Smith.
Pitches up, and there's an appeal for, I think, caught behind, but it wasn't held on there by Alex Timms. Certainly sounded like there was a bit of a noise outside the off stump when she played that drive.
Yeah, I think that might have been a missed opportunity by Alex Timms there. It's hard when you're up at the stumps, isn't it? Second over, just to get your head in the game.
You know, she's putting up in that length. It's kind of a loopy delivery outside the off stump. So there's that temptation to try and thunder it through the offside, but she'd have to be pretty good, Lauren Smith, because it's a stacked offside field. You've got a slip gully point, cover point, then you've got a short cover or short extra cover, and then you've got a mid off. So you've got about 6 fielders on that offside, a 6-3 field.
Yeah, you've almost got to park your ego, don't you? Just early on and just know the enormity of the game and your position in the batting lineup, and a really good first over there by Henderson.
Yeah, maiden from it. So 2 overs gone here in Northern Districts, none for 1. They're being led by Kirsten Smith today. She's the skipper for the Northern Districts side. And Northern Districts no doubt trying to build towards something here. I definitely think there's an advantage in batting first in a final. Runs on the board, scoreboard pressure. You score anything above 200 and it can certainly play on the opposition's mind. I know Sydney have a lot of quality in their lineup and they've only lost twice in 16 games, but they could build some pressure, Northern Districts, with the big total. And Sammy Joe right back on that line, just nibbling away just outside the off stump.
Yeah, you're right, Jack, and it is that pressure or the occasion. Grand final, some players never get to play in a first grade premiership side or even in a grand final. So there is a lot of pressure out there, but who can absorb that pressure the most here will win.
So Sammy Jo Johnson to continue. Bingham on strike, and she edges the ball just shy of Sharma at first slip. She almost plucked that one off the grass clippings, did Ananya Sharma in there at first slip.
Yeah, and that's why they've employed the 2 slips and a gully. Sydney, that was a perfect length delivery. I think she just didn't go at it too hard, so that's why it's fallen
softish
short.
hands, wasn't it? Yeah. They've got 64, 65 and 66 lining up at keeper first slip and second slip, Sydney, this morning. Sammy Jo in, and it's another good ball. Clamped down on there. Did Dignam has pushed it out on the offside. So still no runs off the willow of Northern Districts as of yet. Just the 1 wide into the 3rd over. So a cautious start. But you look through their lineup today, Gozzy, and there's certainly hope for optimism. Obviously with Lauren Smith out there at the moment. But you've also got Alicia Bates and Annika Leroy, who's had quite a good season in first grade for Northern Districts, and both those girls have been in the WBBL this summer. And again, Sammy Jo, she's just nibbling away outside that off stump. You feel that an edge is going to come sooner rather than later. We've already seen one this over.
It's almost like fishing, isn't it? Just putting it out there and hoping to catch the big fish here early on. But they definitely have some quality batters in their lineup. Northern District, Shivani Mehta, Sarah Turner, both in the under-19 state team as well for New South Wales.
And again, she just can't help herself at the moment. Grace Dingham, I think you've just got to just show us, even if you feel you need to play it, just making sure your pads are across covering the stump, that if it does swing back, it's not going to disturb the woodwork, but you keep pushing out there. Law of averages is going to say, Gozzy, that you're eventually going to tickle one through to the keeper or through to the cordon. Yeah,
and it's about experience with Sammy Jo here as well. It's just keeping patience as well with what she's doing. She's played, missed outside off quite a lot, but you've still got to stick to your game plan.
She's got 1 ball to survive here, Grace Dingham. And again, some prodigious swing there, some real hooping out swing, and it's playing a miss to end the over. So 3 overs gone here in the Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Final. Northern Districts are batting first and number 1.
Another quality over from Sammy Jo Johnson. She had the teapot going in that
Yeah.
over as well, and the hands on the head. It's all happening. But as I mentioned, it's about sticking to that game plan. She's getting some really good outswing. Like to see her bring one back in if she can, Sammy Jo. Or just bowl a slower ball because the batter gets set in their ways and just keeps playing the same shot. Just try something different.
So continuing is Mary Ann Henderson. So she's had a good start. She's got a total of 11 wickets this summer. Hasn't always been in the first grade setup this summer. Has played a little bit of second grade, but has taken 4 wickets in this first grade competition. And she'd love to add to that. Doesn't matter what you've done during the season, does it, Gozzy? You can come to a final and only have taken a handful of wickets in first grade in the season. You take, well, she's taken 4 wickets in first grade this season, Mary Ann. She takes 4 today. Then she's probably going to be drinking out of the cup at 6 o'clock tonight.
Pom of the game.
And she continues. Just lovely line of lengths. You can tell that Sydney Cricket Club are just a very well-disciplined lineup. You can tell that they've trained really hard for this and they're just sticking to their plans and processes. You see some younger bowlers in both the women's and the men's game. They bowl a couple of good deliveries there and then they just kind of lose themselves. They get a bit frustrated. They want the wicket quicker than perhaps they're willing to wait. Oh, and another great ball as Smith comes forward and tries to defend and it beats the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's the experience that I was just talking about. Marianne, I'm not going to say she's old, she's experienced. She was only young when I was coaching there and playing, but certainly got a lot of experience in this team, and you can just see it's come through at the moment here at Bankstown Oval.
Forward and just pushing out to the offside. A little bit of miscommunication between the batters, but that'll give Lauren Smith some confidence because we haven't really had too many shots out of the middle from Northern District so far this morning, and she timed that one nicely. Good foot movement as well.
Yeah, another good length ball there by Henderson. And again, and it's about having plans, isn't it, Jack? Yeah, making sure that your field's set correctly as well. The plans. It looks clear at the moment for Sydney Cricket Club.
I think in these early stages, as these two batters out in the middle would know, is the ball swinging a little bit. Sometimes you're lucky and the ball doesn't swing as much as you might be anticipating. Other days it can swing for a lot longer. But there has been a little bit of movement out there for the seam bowlers here for Sydney. So Northern District's batters will know just to try and weather the storm. And that's the thing with 50 overs is...
Plenty of time.
Yeah, considering so many of these girls are used to playing the 20-over format where you've got to get a bit of move on once you get in. They can certainly take their time and build a platform. And a play and a miss. Going for that expansive drive that time. Grace Dignam.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a wide outside off delivery. That's just a little bit of frustration coming into the game. We're looking at the field setting here. There's only 2 fielders on the leg sides. So you know where the ball's going to go. Now that you come and bat out of your crease, try and change the length of the ball. You've got to do something different here.
Down the leg side, but just ricochets off the pad. So even when Sammy Jo gets it wrong, it's still a dot ball.
Yeah. It's the first ball that she's actually not got on outside off stump. They still weren't able to cash in their NDs. So it's just staying patient here. They're doing their job. They're taking that shine off the ball, as you mentioned, Jack. So it makes it a little bit easier for your teammates. But also, you don't want to get too bogged down because in your head, you know, okay, I've just got to get that first run off the bat.
Yeah, that's right. Still waiting for that at the moment. Number 1 in the 5th over now. This ball tucked in the air by Dignam. Just a little bit uppishly played. Well enough away from the fielders to cause her any more concerns.
Well, I'm thinking Sammy Jo's been listening to our commentary because it just said about maybe trying something different, bringing one back in, and it's exactly what she just did. So if I'm in her head right now, I'm thinking she's going to bowl one just outside off, try and entice that drive again.
This ball ricochets off the pad. Might have been a little bit of an inside edge on that, but just stuck on the crease a little bit there was Grace, not having a whole lot of foot movement forward.
Yeah, just trying to survive at the moment, aren't they? Northern Districts. This is where Lauren Smith can be really important. Just go down and have a chat to your partner at the other end. Just got to work together out there.
Wide of the stump. Oh, the
Water's
arms.
close.
The
Can you
arms.
see it? That's
They're
like
about to extend it.
the old one where they go to give it out and then they scratch their nose.
Yeah.
I think if I was an umpire, I'd do that.
Yeah.
Just to
I
annoy
wouldn't
the
put.
batter.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that past you, Gozzy.
I would. Or just scratch my ear or something. Say, oh, no.
So one ball left in the fifth over, none for one. Wide of the off stump and left alone. And that will be yet another maiden. 4 in a row now for Sydney Cricket Club. Wide off the opening over and at the 5 over mark. Northern Districts decided to bat first this morning. They're none for one. But a run certainly at a premium at the moment. Not able to get on top of what has been a disciplined and very accurate opening performance here by the Sydney Cricket Club opening pair.
Yeah, and they haven't been able to rotate the strike either, have they? It's only been that one wide, so they've just been stuck at the one end.
Henderson in. Wide of the off stump. Appeal for caught behind, and Lauren Smith has to depart. Pushing at a wideish delivery outside the off stump, and this scoreboard pressure has paid dividends for Sydney Cricket Club. They get the first wicket of this Limited Overs Cup final, and it's the danger player at the top of the order, Lauren Smith, pushing away at a wide one. They've just struggled this morning to find their footing, have the Northern Districts girls, and that is a big blow for Northern Districts. Lauren Smith departs for a duck, and in the sixth over, unbelievably, Northern Districts are 1 for 1.
Yep, you're right, Jack, and that was scoreboard pressure there. That was wider by Marianne Henderson, and normally Lauren Smith would leave that, but that scoreboard pressure, as you could just see, it was just starting to affect her there. They needed to get off the mark, and they hadn't been able to do that. Relentless bowling here by Sydney, and just been impeccable. Just that one extra, as you mentioned. So after winning the toss, NDs are in a little bit of trouble at 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's been the perfect start from Sydney Cricket Club. And a big blow for Lauren Smith there. Just that nagging length outside the off stump. And Smith unable to keep that ball away from the wicketkeeper, Alexandra Timms, who takes another catch. Third catch of the season for her. She's also got 6 run-outs and 5 stumpings this summer. So
Wow.
she's having quite the season, and she adds another catch to that repertoire. And what a start here for Sydney Cricket Club in this final, and a beautiful Bankstown Oval.
Quality player Alex Timms, and has played for New South Wales country for a number of years at the under-19s tournament. So very, very capable keeper.
So in comes Marianne Henderson once more. And there is the first run off the bat for the Northern Districts girls. And Alicia Bates, first ball.
There you go.
Is able to,
What's
to
going on out there?
get one away.
Get one first ball. But she's the left-hander, so it presents
That angle, yeah.
a different opportunity here for ND. So Henderson just didn't adjust her line there.
So 1 for 2 now. But I'm sure Henderson wouldn't mind too much. She gets Grace back on strike, who's yet to score. And full and wide outside the off stump. Again, trying to entice that drive. It becomes an important partnership here. The last thing that Northern Districts want now after losing a wicket would be to lose one of these two.
Yeah, it's important they try and build some sort of a partnership here, Andes.
Sure. They looked at the selected team list of Northern Districts that Alicia Bates is probably one of those players that they would want to be targeting. A very classy player herself that's got experience, having played in the WBBL and has been a great performer for Northern Districts over the last few years. Pitched up and worked out nicely to the offside, but don't know if you're going to get too many runs through that offside. I think even if Marianne Henderson gets it wrong, there's about 6 fielders there that are going to be able to clamber for the ball.
Absolutely fighting each other to try and pick it up first. So she's got to make sure she doesn't get too full here.
Pitched up and punched a little bit uppishly through that offside region, but it's a nice fielding out there at short extra cover. Maintains that it is yet another dot ball. And although the streak of maidens comes to an end, just the 1 run coming from it. So 6 overs gone here at Bankstown Oval, 1 for 2. The Northern District Cricket Club in this Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Final. First against second. Sydney, 10 wins, 4 draws and 2 defeats from their 16 games. Of course, there's been a lot of inclement weather across Sydney. Not just recently, but throughout the season. The fact that Sydney have had 4 games drawn shows you that we haven't been that fortunate with the weather, and Northern Districts themselves have had 3 draws. So there's been a fair bit of inclement weather, and then you look at the fact the semi-finals are rained out. The final was supposed to be played last Sunday. It was rained out, so thankfully the heavens are shining down on us today, and it's a beautiful day, probably one of the best days you could have for a cricket final. A cloud in the sky here in southwest Sydney, and it's a beautiful backdrop to a beautiful ground and a very important day in the lives of these 22 girls that are playing here this morning and later this afternoon. Sammy Jo Johnson is going to continue. She's bowled 3 overs, none for 1. And she comes to Bates, who tries to whip that one across onto the leg side.
Yeah, and just looking at the field here, Jack, very strong offside field, as you mentioned, but behind the wicket as well. So you'd be thinking Johnson will be trying to angle it across the left-hander here, try and entice that drive. Just the 3 fielders on the leg side again.
Bates punches out to cover. She's keen to get a move on here, Alicia Bates. She's not looking to be bogged down as much as her batting partner at the other end.
Well, Sydney at the moment are just being able to dictate the game and the play, and you need to change something, otherwise she'll meander along. So she's trying to take the game on here, which is good to see.
Sammy Jo continues. Bates hit on the toe, but struck her outside leg stump there. So she's bowling nice and full here, is Sammy Jo Johnson, trying to get some of that prodigious swing that we've seen so far this morning. So it's going to be a nice little battle here, because Alicia Bates looks like she's sweating on anything a little bit full, whether it's on her legs or outside the off stump. She's going to try and go after it.
Always strong on their legs. We saw that last week with the New South Wales and Queensland game.
Get on the legs, and this one a little bit awkwardly fended away. Just drops almost off the pitch there on the leg side.
Yeah, up and about, aren't they, Sydney?
So at the moment, Grace Dignam yet to score off 22 deliveries, and Lauren Smith, she was out for a 13th ball duck. Court Timms bowled Henderson. Two balls left in the 7th over. In comes Sammy Jo. Pitched up, and Bates hit on the pad.
And Sammy Jo again, the head goes back. It's like, what is going on? Well, look, dots are like gold in a grand final, aren't they?
Yeah, well, they are.
So,
we talked about scoreboard pressure with Northern
yes.
Districts batting first. I think maybe not scoreboard pressure, but bowling pressure at the
That's
moment.
right.
Yeah, if you can have a side 1 for 12 or 1 for 15 after 10 overs, it puts them on the back foot a little bit. Puts pressure on the other batters that are to follow later in the day. Bates, almost a cross bat, come straight batted shot down the ground, but it's another dot ball, and it's another maiden for Sammy Joe Johnson, who's got remarkable figures of 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1 in a final, in a limited overs, 50 over final as well, and 7 overs in the books here at Bankstown Oval. Northern District batting first here in this final. They're 1 for 2.
Yeah, just struggling to get the ball off the middle of the bat. I've only seen 1 run off the bat so far.
Ball's not really going off the wicket square.
No, it's
gozzy.
not. And they've been so disciplined, Sydney, at the moment. And I thought Marianne Henderson might open. I think later on the ball doesn't swing as much. So they're trying to eke out as many overs as they can, Sydney.
Henderson, beats the outside edge with a good ball. I think she was expecting that to come on a little bit quicker there, Grace Dignam. She seemed to be through a shot relatively quickly, and there was hands on heads behind the stumps and all around the ground for the Sydney Tigers.
Yeah, well, that's nerves. I mean, that one should have been driven through the offside, but that's that scoreboard pressure, Jack, that we've been talking about.
And there's some pitches up, and this one worked their way out to the offside. What's about? You're under all sorts of pressure here because there's not a whole lot you can do. If someone like Marianne is bowling short of a length outside the off stump, you've got 6 fielders around there.
Yeah.
You've got to be very talented to try and pierce the gap.
You do, yeah.
and-
But you've got to change something up, don't you?
You do, yeah.
It just keeps getting the same result here.
Slapped straight to slip, 2 down, and Sydney Cricket Club well on top here in this final. 2 for 2 in the 8th over, and unfortunately for Grace Dignam, her painstaking 24-ball stay at the crease comes to an end. She's failed to trouble the scorers, and Sydney Cricket Club, the Tigers, they are up and about early on. They are well on top in this one. They've removed both openers with the score at 2, and then the 8th over, Northern Districts are 2 for 2.
Yeah, and Henderson there just threw the ball a little bit wider, and Dignam unfortunately just threw her hands through the ball. Really good sharp catch there by Sharma at slip. So it was going with a little bit of pace, and I think she surprised herself a little bit. It stuck in her hand, but you've got to be there and give yourself the opportunity. So they're in a little bit of trouble here, Northern Districts at 2 for 2.
So Marianne Henderson, she's done the damage, but it's
You
bowling
called it,
partnerships.
You said about the 4 wickets, and you said, well, if you get 4 wickets in a final.
But it's bowling partnerships, isn't it? Because we've seen
100%.
Sammy Jo's probably been a little bit unfortunate not to get a breakthrough, but the pressure she's building at this end, and this isn't to say that Marianne Henderson hasn't been building pressure from her end. She has. She's bowled very tidily, but she's been the beneficiary of the batters maybe looking to be a bit more aggressive against her rather than Sammy Jo, but she's got 2 for 1 in her 4th over. Quite a nice start in a final.
Yeah, you take that any day, wouldn't you?
Get wickets in that first spell certainly gives you confidence to go on and have a big day. And Northern Districts, they're in trouble. They need a partnership now. They're 2 for 2. On wide of the off stump, and the wide is going to be called. So the second sundry of the morning. It's the leading scorer for Northern Districts so far, and scored out to 2 for 3.
Well, they've got to show a bit of fight here, NDs, and as you mentioned, Jack, just try and build some sort of a partnership. Just get through this opening spell without another loss of a wicket.
Annika Leroy, happy to let that one go. Well, you got 2 of your real linchpins with the bat, don't you, in Annika Leroy and Alicia Bates out in the middle. Players that have scored runs in the domestic scene, but also at this first grade level as well. Probably the people that you want out in the middle if you are going to fall to 2 for 2.
Yeah, you're right. And Annika Leroy took this competition by storm last year as well, and certainly has got big raps on her from the New South Wales Breakers. Real quality player, but this is a very hard task here at Bankstown. Just that scoreboard pressure, as you mentioned, Jack.
Ball carted through the offside, and Annika Leroy is off and running, and, well, the first double of the game for Northern Districts that comes up in the 8th over. But a good confident shot there by Annika as she carts it through the offside. She is off and running, And she'll be hoping that that might be able to get Northern Districts off and running in this final. Completion of 8 overs. They're 2 for 5. Bates is 1, and Leroy is 2.
Yep, shot of the morning for me so far. Really confident shot. Just ignoring that scoreboard, just playing cricket. That's what you got to do. Almost you got to go out there and think that you're opening the batting.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Just ignore the scoreboard for a little while. You can try and catch up a little bit later. As you mentioned about T20 cricket, it's a bit hard. You don't have that long, but certainly in the 3-over game, you can take a little bit of time to get into the match.
So Sammy Jo Johnson to continue. Look at the cordon behind the stumps. Wide and punched out through cover. She wanted to single there, Bates, but nice piece of fielding by Henderson out there at cover. But, yeah, Gozzy, you have a look at those players behind the stumps. The ball's still swinging, and these two batters looking to drive the ball. No surprise, but they've got 3 slips in place and also a gully/point region as well. Flicked very nice and finely down towards the boundary. Won't be 4. Be cut off just inside the rope there by Kate Barry. But they'll come back for 2 more. But it's going to go down as leg byes. Northern Districts won't care about that. 2 more runs, and they've pretty much doubled their run rate just in 1 ball there. So picked up a couple of 2s in these last few deliveries, and that just breaks the shackle somewhat.
Yeah, and about the slip cordon, sometimes the ball's not even swinging. Sometimes it's trying to get in the head of the batter. Just try and entice that shot again.
Leg side again, and ricochets off the pad. They've just struggled a little bit, Sydney, with the left-right combination, particularly since Alicia Bates has come in. The line's probably been more leg stump, outside leg stump than outside the off stump.
Sammy Jo, just if you've got that slip cordon, you want to try and get the ball in the vicinity of that area.
Well, at least with the angle, pitch it on middle stump and have that angle going across the left-handed batter. That's better. It's slapped straight down to mid-on by Bates, who is willing to swing the levers if there's any room out in front of her body that's short of a length.
And I like seeing it's just coming down to have a chat to a batter. Leroy, just saying keep your head about you here. Let's get through this over. Sammy Jo would probably wouldn't bowl more than 5 overs. So just get through this. Take your time.
It's been a great start by Sydney. 2 for 7 here in the 9th over. Sammy Jo in. And a little bit shorter and more kind of aimed at the body, that one, and defended on the onside. Very wide outside the off stump there. Certainly reaching for that ball to maybe try and get a tickle on, and it ends up being a dot ball to end the over. So 9 overs gone here at Bankstown Oval. It's been a very good start here for Sydney Cricket Club that have had to bowl and field first and taken 2 key wickets. Both Lauren Smith and Grace Dignam both in the pavilion without trouble. Scorer Smith out for a 13th ball duck, and Dignam out for a 25-ball duck, as they just have not let up in the pursuit of back-to-back titles. Of course, being awarded the Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket title last season after COVID ended the season. And Anderson continuing with that beautiful line and length once more.
Yeah, been very successful. Had a rebuild, and it was only 4 years ago that these 2 teams actually had a joint team in the first grade competition. So that's how far both these clubs have come in a really short time frame.
Wide and chopped away. Probably could have left that one alone, I thought there, Annika Leroy.
Yep, spot on. That would have been an extra. can take every run that they can get at the moment, Northern District.
Particularly when the 6 field is on the offside, the chances of you actually getting it through the region, even if it is pitched short and wide, is still relatively slim. Pitched up, and that's a good ball. That's in that uncertain region that batters don't always know what to do with that.
Yeah, that's really annoying bowling.
That's the batter in you coming out, isn't it?
That IQ we spoke about last.
Oh, that's right. Hopefully Ray Farrell's not listening. Short and wide and cut away beautifully. Nice stop on the edge of the circle. Just took the sting out of it a little bit. It probably would have gone for 4 otherwise. But Leroy picks up her second 2 of the day. And she's starting to build nicely here. 2 for 9.
Yeah, Giselle Plummer, the captain, just getting a touch on that. So she's +2 in the column.
That's right.
Really nice shot, though. So Leroy's someone that will take the game on. She doesn't mind going aerial as well. Once you get your iron.
Drives down to mid-on, just loses their footing a little bit there and almost kind of taps the pitch in frustration with their glove. That wasn't the shot that she really wanted to play. And
it just didn't come on the bat enough, did it? I think this has been an exceptional partnership bowling here from Sydney.
Again, back to that nagging length outside the off stump. And that will be the end of the 10th over. And that'll be the end of my stint in the commentary box. Andrew Mensel's going to come in for the first time today to talk through this game with Michelle Gosco. But at the 10 over mark, it's all Sydney Cricket Club and Districts batting first, 2 for 9.
Good morning, viewers. I'm Andrew Mensel. I'm with Michelle Gosco, and 10 overs gone in the final. How are you, Michelle?
Great, Andrew. How are you?
Yeah, very good. What a performance by Sydney so far this morning. The 2 opening bowlers spot on, and, well, Northern Districts just haven't been able to get going.
No, they haven't, and it looks like a pretty good pitch here that they're playing on at Bankstown Oval. Always a really good pitch here. Just got to change a bowler now. Ahelia Chandler's coming into the attack. So again, this will present another challenge for Northern Districts. Just gets really good swing on the ball here as well. And left-handed, so another challenge here. But they've been able to see off Sammy Joe.
Just adjusting the field.
They've been good in the field though, Sydney, as well.
Bates on strike. Chandel with the first ball of the final. Full ball. Almost a wicket straight up.
Yeah, and just bringing the ball away from the left-hander. So again, there is still a little bit of swing out there with this newish ball. It hasn't been hit around in the outfield. Normally you take that shine off the white ball, but Northern Districts haven't been able to score that many runs off the bat. So the ball's just keeping it shape at the moment.
Chandel in from the high school end. Good length ball cut into the offside, no run.
And every time they have got the ball out of the middle, it's been well fielded by Sydney. So you do your homework on players and obviously have for the Northern District batters just to make sure that field's right and where they're strong.
Bates facing up. Plays and misses, tries to drive that one. Tim's not able to take it cleanly. Good start from Chandel, right on the money.
Something happening every ball, isn't there? At the moment, not sure if it's going to be a run or a wicket or all up and about Sydney.
Michelle, what should Northern District try and do here?
Well, you got to change something up. It's just the same rerun of that video at the moment.
Defended, and they set off for a quick single. I think that's what they've got to start trying to do, is rotate the strike with the short singles. You know, if I'm a batter, I'm looking, there's a gap on the onside in short. You want to tuck it in there and try and take off quickly and rotate the strike, put off the bowler's length, and see if you can slowly work into this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're not rotating that strike and you're struggling to score a run, it's easy for a bowler because he can just set up and you can almost get into a rhythm. Same with batting, but we need to see this from NDs. Just try and change something up because Sydney have just been relentless with their line and length.
Right-hander back on strike. Ringfield in tight on the offside. Swung and edged through between the keeper and first slip, and that's going to run away for 4. Shandell found the edge, and Leroy found the gap.
That wasn't far away, was it, from
No.
Sharma? But one thing Leroy did do is go hard at the ball. So she didn't just poke outside or stump, and that raced away for 4. So another opportunity goes begging there for Sydney. But 4 precious runs for Northern Districts. Well, there we go.
Shandell in again. Defended nicely. Got ball.
That was the first boundary of the morning. Need a few more of those, Northern Districts.
The end of Shandell's first over. 5 runs coming off it. Scored 2 for 14 after 11 overs.
Yeah, I think you're right, Andrew. They just need to try and rotate the strike. There's been so many dot balls. It's like doing a...
Well, Leroy's very experienced, playing for the Sydney Thunder. She seems to have come out with more positive intent than the batters before.
That's the key word, intent, right? So especially when you win the toss, it's important that you get off to a good start. And I don't mind it if the first 5 overs you don't go for that many runs. You're trying to take the shine off, but they lost 2 important wickets.
Bates on strike, and that's down leg side and called a wide.
Yeah, and Henderson just, well, I wouldn't say struggling, but just getting her line wrong to the left-hander. But that's from rotating the strike. So you need to try and bat at different ends. Can't get just stuck at one end.
It's continuing. Full ball, push to mid-on, no run.
And of course, Sydney have just got so many options with their bowling. Got 2 quality spinners as well. Nell Bryson Smith and Ananya Sharma. So we've been relentless this year. Got plovers going on out there, Andrew. I'm just watching them. The fielders spotting them away.
Full ball and wraps Bates on the pad, but missing leg stump. What are they swatting away, Michelle?
Plovers.
What are they?
Birds.
Birds.
Can't stand them.
Right.
I got swooped once at soccer, and I went to pick up and cricket and went to the ball and didn't realise I'd had all my teammates yelling at me and putting their hands at me. I was just waving back. But
and there's a bird swooping at.
Yep.
Full ball, and that's a good ball right in the block hole.
And they're just there's probably a couple of nests around, so they're probably just trying to protect their young. But it's not much fun when you're getting swooped on.
Might be the only way the NDs can get back into this game if the birds can put off a few of the bowlers. Henderson in from the Hall of Fame end and driven down the ground nicely, but doesn't get past Sammy Joe at mid-off.
Just got enough on that, Sammy Joe. Just a wry shake of the head there. Just got enough on it.
Gee, she bowled well to start this game, Sammy Joe. She just set the tone for Sydney.
Yeah. And
Henderson's bowled well at the other end, but it's been a really classy start from the opening pair. Another full ball. There's nothing much you can do with that. Classic limited overs bowling. They miss, you hit the stumps.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier with Jack about batting partnerships. Bowling partnerships are just so important as well. There's no point you going for not many runs and the other end's getting belted. So yeah, it's been certainly a great start here from Sydney.
Push down leg side, but Bates can't get that into the gap. Probably
Even
tried to hit
there.
that a little bit too hard. Just might have been better off trying to just nudge that into the gap and get a single. But that's the end of the 12th over. It's 2 for 16. Northern Districts winning the toss and electing to bat. And the New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final. The first time the final's been decided on the field for 3 years. There was weather 2 years ago and COVID last year. So great to be here. We almost had weather affected again this year, but dodged the floods and the rain.
Yep, great foresight by the Sydney Women's Committee. Scheduling a reserve day.
Chandel continues, second over. Pushed down the ground by Leroy. Classy shot, but doesn't beat the field.
Yeah, we can hear the Sydney girls just in the stump, in the microphones. Still very loud out there as well. It's easy when you're on top.
Nudged into the onside, no run. Yeah, they're very up and about. I think they can feel the championship heading their way, can't they? They've started so well, club champions.
Yeah, very successful as a club this year. All three teams they've got are in grand finals today.
That's nicely pushed into the onside for a single by Leroy. Scored 2 for 17.
If you can try and get sort of a 150, I think now for NDs, play it as a 40 over game or 38 over game. If you can get to that 150, that's scoreboard pressure in a grand final. You never know. NDs have got a very good bowling lineup, so a smart coach in Tommy Anderson.
Chandel into Bates, who's bowled! Tried to swing across the line, gets through the gap, and Northern Districts lose their third wicket. They're 3 for 16. Chandel, her first wicket of the match.
They're in a big strife here, NDs now. Well bowled by Chandel, but that was just pure, I guess, frustration. Not being able to score, not to swipe across the line. Just sort of tried to play straight, but now it's just put her team in a lot of pressure now.
Nice movement from Chandel. And unfortunately, Bates goes. Northern Districts, so they're in a hole. And well, last time they played Sydney this season, they were all out for 80 in the 27th over. And it's going that way at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And this is where you want your experienced players, or maybe even a younger player. They've got a pretty young team here. They do have some depth in their batting, though, and I mentioned that earlier. They've still got some decent players to come in and bat, but who's going to stay with Leroy out there? Sydney just relentless with their line and length. We haven't even seen the spinners come into the attack yet who've been so successful for Sydney. We just need someone here, as you mentioned, Andrew, just try and rotate the stroke, but it's been really hard because the bowling has been so exceptional.
That's right. And you've got to be patient. Bates there just seemed to lose a little bit of concentration there, and ball wasn't really there to swing away onto the onside. But it's all been brought about by some superb bowling this morning. Sydney haven't allowed NDs into the game. Chandel in, defended.
So skipper's out there, Kirsten Smith. So imagine what is going through her head at the moment. It's at 3 for 16, being captain and winning the toss and wanting to bat. So big job on her shoulders now.
Chandel to Smith and defends nicely into the offside. Watchful start, the end of a successful over here from Chandel. She picked up the third wicket. It's 3 for 16 after 13 overs. Before the wicket you were speaking about, if NDs can get up around 150, something to defend.
Yep.
The coach, Tommy Anderson, has put a lot of faith in their spin bowlers this summer.
Yep.
And if they could get a target, 150, and maybe the wicket slows down a bit this afternoon, bring the spinners into the game, that's a long way from here.
Big job. And now it's just got even harder. And now Bryson Smith coming to the attack. She's been an important player for Sydney for a number of years now.
What's a bowler, is she?
She's a very good left arm orthodox spinner. And doesn't turn the ball a whole lot, but again, just gets that length right. Just a little bit quicker through the air. Did pick up a contract for the Hobart Hurricanes this year. Unfortunately, didn't get to play a game, but got to be in the hub and around, Australian players and state players. So she would have picked up a stack of knowledge out of that.
Bowling to Thunder player Leroyd, Annika Leroyd on strike. So much responsibility on her shoulders now. Bryson Smith's first ball of the innings. Tossed up, beautiful flight there, and that's sensible cricket. Just nudged to long on for an easy single.
Well, I don't know if moving mid-on back, that's just an easy one for me. I understand the...
Why would you have it back when they're 3 for 16?
Yeah, I know.
Say, here you go, have a hit over the top.
Yeah, or an easy one. The pressure just comes off.
Smith on strike. Bryson Smith to Smith. This is going to be fun. Nice flight. The ND skipper comes forward and nudges to mid-on. No run. 3 for 18 now.
Yeah, and I like this Giselle Plummer. It's just brought herself up to mid-on.
Good cricket there, well bowled and well defended. One player out in the deep on the onside at deep mid-wicket. Bryson Smith tosses that up. Tempting Smith, who drives to mid-off.
I like it, though.
Nice flight.
Yeah, and as I said, normally Bryson Smith, when she's playing T20, will go a bit flatter. A bit like Sam Bates that plays for the Sydney Thunder.
Another nicely flighted delivery, and Kirsten Smith defends. This has been a good start from the spinner.
On another day, you'd come out to that and reach it on the full. But, as I said, when you're 3 for 18, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Bryson Smith again, that's a little bit quicker. Kirsten Smith lets it go through to the keeper, Timms. The end of 14 overs here at Bankstown Oval. It's 3 for 18. A very slow run rate to start, but lots of overs left. They can stick together for 10, 15 overs and weather this early storm. Then the rest of the batting order can come out and try and lift that run rate.
And they will. Shivani Mehta and still got, as I said, Sarah Turner to come in. Holly Simmons can whack it around a little bit as well. But you mentioned they just need to try and build some sort of a partnership here.
Chandelian and Leroy defends.
It's hardly been a bad ball, has it? Like, the bad balls have been the extras that they bowled, but the rest of them have just been relentless with their line and length.
Been so disciplined. Chandelian again. I think this is where the batters need to just look where the gaps are for the singles. So behind square on the onside, there's a big gap.
Yep.
You'll be looking to play the ball in there. You don't have to hit it too hard. Just nudge it into the gap.
Well, just walk across your stumps a little bit, just trying to open up that leg side, especially if it's a little bit shorter in length.
Got to try and unsettle these Sydney bowlers. Nice swing, and it's driven well to mid-off, but doesn't get past the field.
Yeah, they've been exceptional in the field, Sydney. Every run's like gold here at Bankstown Oval.
Oh, they're encouraging each other vociferously out there. Ooh, that's a nice bit of in-swing, and it's come off the pad. It's running towards the rope, and it's going to be 4 runs. We'll just wait for the signal. Sharma, is that?
Well, I think she looked like she saw a swimming pool because she's just tried to dive into it. All in vain, though. I hate those. I used to hate those ones, Andrew. You'd chase it, and it'd beat you by about 10 centimetres. It's like, why did I sprint all that way? I was going to get there anyway. That's more for the coaches and your teammates to make sure you've given 100%. But, geez, that's 4 important runs, isn't it, to the score here for Northern District?
I missed the signal whether that came off the bat or not. Perhaps.
I think that was off the pads.
Now Chandel's going to switch to around the wicket. They're just adjusting the sight screens at the high school end.
I think that did come off the bat, just looking at the score.
Yeah, Leroy must have just got a slight tickle on that one.
Yep, you take that.
Otherwise, you'd probably appeal for LBW.
So just a change up here, just coming around the wicket, trying to get that angle.
I think it's sensible. Attack the stumps. There's a little bit of movement around. Leroy's on strike. Ball angled in. That was a good delivery.
Yeah, and that's about where she needs to land it, Chandel, because if she goes onto legs, Leroy's very strong on that leg side, and with only the 2 fielders out, or 3 fielders out. Can't see behind the scoreboard. I don't know if there's someone there. But I think there's only the 2, so.
Nudged to fine leg.
3.
They'll take 1.
There we go. There's the person I couldn't see. And that's the problem with coming around the wicket. It does open up that leg side if you can angle down the leg side.
The end of 15 overs. It's 3 for 20. You're enjoying the coverage. The first time the Women's Premier Cricket Final has been streamed with multicams and commentary.
Very exciting.
It is.
It's great. Means everyone can join in and enjoy the quality cricket that we're seeing at Bankstown Oval here, certainly from Sydney. We're seeing a little bit of a fight back from Northern Districts, which is really good to see.
We're seeing a very good team in Sydney display their skills. Here's now Bryson Smith, her second over. That's pulled into the onside. There's a fielder in the deep, and they'll just get 1. They'll think about 2. But Leroy's happy. The non-strikers end with 1.
Yeah, very exciting. So we can showcase the quality cricket that we have in Sydney all around the country.
Bryson Smith in again. Pitched up and nudged into the onside, but a dot ball. Nice variation in pace we're seeing from Bryson Smith so far.
Yeah, it's a very smart cricketer, only 18 years of age.
Wow, big future. Quicker ball and swung away. It gets past the backward square leg fielder and they'll get a single. Smith.
She's missed out there.
Yeah.
That should have been whack for 4. Sometimes it just happens when you're struggling a little bit.
3 for 25. Bryson Smith in again, tosses up, and Leroy pushes into the onside. Leroy, 16 off 24 deliveries. She's been busy since she got to the crease. Wide ball and cut. Can't get past the field, though. Oh,
Quality.
they've been prowling, the Sydney fielders. Very hard to beat the field. It's 3 for 25 after 16 overs.
You can see they've been pouncing on the ball. They are the Tigers.
Mm.
So
That's right, they've been leaping around, and we're going to see a drinks break. Good time for the Northern Districts players just to take stock of the situation and maybe reassess how they're going to play it from here.
yeah,
Certainly wouldn't have expected to be 3 for 25 after 16 overs.
yeah, certainly. Just try and just have a chat about the approach they're going to have. Leroy's the key for Northern Districts now. Certainly Sydney, they'd be quite happy with that start, but you don't want to take your foot off the pedal now. This is really important, the middle part here. And he's just try and not lose any more wickets and just build that partnership. That's certainly what they need.
Yeah, they have to bat the overs. They have to aim to bat the 50 overs.
Yep, that's key. I'm sure Tommy Anderson, the coach of Northern Districts, has passed out a wealth of knowledge at drinks.
Had a chat with Tommy yesterday, terrific guy. Said he's really pleased with the way the season's turned out for the team. That a few years ago they lost a lot of players and they've been trying to rebuild the side. And he feels that this year they've really shown a lot of advancement and they've improved a lot. And yeah, I think he's just thrilled to be here today.
Absolutely. They've come a long way, Northern Districts, and should be really proud of the season that they've had and beaten some really quality sides to get here today. And certainly conversely, with Sydney Cricket Club, Russell Grimson's been around for a long time. Russell used to coach me he was the assistant coach for the Breakers when I was playing about 40 years ago. So he's been around for a long time and he's done an exceptional job. So we've got some really quality coaches in Sydney women's cricket, which is fantastic to see.
So important. And if you're just tuning in and want to know what's happened this morning, well, Grace Dignam was out for a duck off 25 deliveries. Lauren Smith. Dignam was caught. Sharma bowled Henderson. Lauren Smith caught by the keeper Timms, bowled Henderson for a duck as well off 13 deliveries. Alicia Bates, the last player to go, bowled Shandell for 2 off 24 deliveries. Annika Leroy is 16 not out of 24 balls. And the skipper, Kirsten Smith, 1 off 10 deliveries. The bowling figures, well, if you're a Sydney fan, this is going to sound pretty good. Sammy Jo Johnson, 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 2. Henderson, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 9. And Shandell, the last wicket, 3 overs, 1 for 11. And Nell Bryson Smith, 2 overs, none for 4.
Yeah, Sammy Jo, just none for 1 off 5 overs. Unbelievable bowling.
Wow.
What more do you want from a WNCL or WBBL player? And Jack and I were lucky enough to commentate her last week for New South Wales, first game as captain of the Breakers. And today, well, she went for a little bit of stick last week, but today it seems the shackles have been taken off a little bit. She doesn't have to captain this side. Giselle Plummer's the captain. So she's just gone out, and today she's, I'm not going to say just a player, but she's able to go out there and enjoy a cricket, and certainly that's shown on the scoreboard so far.
Yeah, that's one of the, I guess, advantages to this game being pushed back a week, that some of these players have been able to come back into these sides. Smith, Leroy, Sammy Jo, Holly Simmons was stuck in Coffs Harbour last weekend, wouldn't have been able to make it down. So
she's an exciting prospect as well. So it's important here after a drinks break. Something always happens, so hopefully it's positive here for Northern Districts.
Shandell around the wicket and Smith plays into the offside. So with Sammy Joe's figures, she just got one run the wide. She didn't concede a run off the bat in 5 overs.
It's not bad, is it? And she missed the bat about, I'd say, 12 times at least in that spell that she had. But she created the opportunities at the other end for Henderson to get those wickets.
Pushed into the offside, no run.
And it's been a long season. I mean, we've had everything happen this year with COVID and training being truncated down and not being able to have that, especially when pre-season started. It started a little bit later, I know, for Sydney.
Chandelian, and that's a good delivery, attacking the stumps, but Smith defends. Excited Sydney fielders. It's been a long summer, starting in the hub and then in the WBBL hub. Of course, Sammy Joe, part of the Thunder's title winning side.
And Lauren Smith as well.
Nice delivery, good length, and Smith slaps it to mid-on.
Yeah, it has been a long season for a lot of these players, but certainly you think they'll be up and about for a grand final. It's not often you get to play in one.
Chandelian, and it's up in the air, it's off the top edge, and it sails over the keeper. And they'll come back for 2.
Always a run there, unless it's under 10s. You got a backstop.
That's right. That was an unintentional lap, I think, there. Just came off the top edge as Smith tried to play it behind square. Chandelian again. Swung in.
Slowly building a partnership here, Northern Districts.
The end of 17 overs, it's 3 for 27.
Yeah, it's important here that they work together, but build some sort of a partnership, as well as that. That could probably take another sort of 5 to 10 overs just to, I guess, take the sting out of the ball.
Now Bryson Smith continues. Round the wicket, angling in and trying to turn it away from the right-hander.
Andrew, you think about it, there's been so many dot balls. It's like a dot-to-dot book at the moment out there for Northern District, so let's try and change it up here.
Bryson Smith in, and that's short ball and swung away by Leroy, but finds the only fielder in the deep, and they'll get 1.
And that happens a lot of cricket days like that. We absolutely smoke one out of the middle, and there's one fielder, and you hit him. So just having a look at the field. That's a bit of game awareness as well, where your field is.
Bryson Smith into the opposition skipper who defends. So many dot balls, but so few loose deliveries.
Well, that's what you need to change. No one's been brave enough to go over the top yet.
Bryson Smith in again and driven back to the bowler nicely. No run.
Well, at least you used the feet there. Tried to change the length of the ball. So it's been so relentless, Sydney. Hardly bowled a bad ball, but need to try and change their line that they're bowling at the moment.
Again tossed up and well timed, but can't beat the field. Smith looking for a single there, but Leroy not interested at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, that field is... I'm really going to eat it. It's that close.
Bryson Smith tosses up. That's the end of the over. It's 3 for 28 after 18 overs. Nell Bryson Smith with the figures of 3 overs, none for 5. Chandel's going to continue from the high score then, 4 overs, 1 for 13. She picked up the last wicket. All right, Leroy on strike. Just gone past leg stump and the umpire signals wide.
Well, those sundries are officially second top score
No.
for Northern District. So Leroy's doing her roll out there, 17 at the moment. She's had some intent at least when she's gone out there.
Driven into the offside, no run.
Again, very hard to hear. Look, they've done their homework, Sydney. Have set that field up superbly. They know their strengths of the opposition.
Chandel continuing around the wicket, and that's angling in. That's a good length delivery. Really hard to do much with that, and she fields in a follow through, and a teammate gives her a high five.
It's good to see, isn't it? And you know, club cricket is so important for a player's career.
It's a full toss, and can't beat the field. Disappointment there from Leroy. So when these two teams met during the season in a 50 over game, Northern Districts were all out for 80, just 80, and Sharma took 3 for 15, so she might come on and take some wickets. Another good ball, nudged into the onside. Nell Bryson Smith, 2 for 33 off her 9 overs. They didn't have Sammy Joe available in that game. And then Sydney just chased it down pretty easily. They were 4 for 81 after just 21 overs. Chandel in again. Pushed to mid-off and again can't beat the field.
Oh, the fielding here, the standard from Sydney has been superb. See, they're clapping each other, they're backing up.
Who was the coach? Russell?
Russell Grimson.
So he must be a pretty hard taskmaster with the fielding drills.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Grimo. Chandel pushed into the... Oh, they set off, that's it. That's it from the NDs. Test them out. And that's the over. It's 3 for 30. It's amazing how often when you start to take on the field,
Yep.
how you can force errors.
Yep, you're spot on, and that's what they need to do. They've been hitting those fielders just on the offside a lot, and the ball's been going at a little bit of pace. Take the pace off the ball and off the bat. So just try and put them under a bit of pressure. They haven't had to change their field. As a batter, that's your job. You're supposed to be able to change the field, make them put fielders back or forward or whatnot. But
And if they're good enough to get a direct hit and run you out, well,
that's so be it.
but they've got to do something. Bryson Smith in and nudged into the gap. That's sensible cricket from Leroy. She's looked the best of the Northern District's batters today.
Yep, she has at the moment. As I said, just trying to build this partnership here.
Bryson Smith, the 18-year-old wearing 18 on her back, comes in from the Hall of Fame end, tosses it up and driven. Can't beat the field again. Great fielding. Disappointment for the batter Smith, who really should be trying to find the gap between short cover and mid-off there, but just wasn't able to.
That's Kira Churchland, originally from Orange, wearing the floppy hat. It's good to see. Some smart out there.
She's back pulling into the onside for a single.
But even that shot there, that's only one. There's one fielder out on the leg side, and they've still only got one. She had plenty of time to try and
20 metres to the
manipulate
left.
it and pick up a 2. There's just a bit of game awareness here now for Northern Districts.
Leroy on strike. Nell Bryson Smith bounces in, tosses up, and it's a good delivery. Well, Leroy was back defending.
He's getting a little bit of itchy feet now. But they're doing their job. They're just trying to rotate that strike. They just need that one big over just to try and get this innings going.
Smith in again. That's a shorter, quicker ball. She's pulled it nicely in front of mid-wicket, and that's going to run away for four. Leroy with a much-needed boundary. Bryson Smith was just a touch short, and she pounced on it and beat the field, and she's into the 20s now.
Yep, great shot, and that's exactly what Northern Districts needed. That was a bit of game awareness there about where that fielder was on that leg side. Shorter delivery by Nell Bryson Smith, and it was punched away for four.
It's her third boundary. Leroy is now 23 off 35 deliveries. Bryson Smith in again. Leroy defends, and it's the end of 20 overs. It's 3 for 36. Michelle Goscoe's stepping out of the commentary box. Great 20-over stint from Michelle. I'll be joined by Jack Clifton in a moment. And the score 3 for 36 in the New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final, with Northern Districts winning the toss, electing to bat, and they're 3 for 36. And good morning, Jack. How are you?
Delighted to be next to you, Manners, for the first time today. So, yeah, it's a fascinating final, isn't it? City Cricket Club certainly on top, having taken these 3 early wickets. But Annika Leroy, she's just having a bit of a say in what's going to happen over these next 30 overs. You feel if she can just find a couple of partners to build some partnerships, then they could push towards something. She's looking pretty confident out there, and that run rate that was below 1 when I was here previously is kind of eking up towards the 2 runs per over mark as we see Sydney continue here. And the ball is punched out to the offside. The field placements from Sydney Cricket Club and their bowling has been almost immaculate today, hasn't it, Menners? We've seen so many dot balls, but recently, in the last probably 5 or 6 overs, some really good stops in the field.
Yeah, Tegan Kavanagh taking up the attack from the high school end. But yeah, you're right. Great stuff from Sydney. Yeah, Kavanagh's first over, the right armour. Good start, right up in the block hole.
So the skipper, Kirsten Smith, he is out there at the moment, so she won't need to be told the job that's ahead of her, the skipper.
Well, they say you should break down limited overs innings into segments and try and sort of come up with a plan.
Kavanagh in, smacked in the air, upishly away down towards the boundary. And it'll be pulled back just inside the rope, but they'll pick up 2 more. Certainly was an element of risk in that shot from Smith, but she hit it pretty hard. Don't know if it was a catch or whether it just half volleyed into the fielder right there on the offside.
Yeah, that was one of the better time shots from Smith so far today. And a little bit of extra pace here from Kavanagh, I think, helping Smith find the timing.
Forward and pushing out onto the offside. So we've got the skipper in here at the moment on 6 not out, and Annika Leroy, who's on 23, has been out there almost an hour at the moment.
Yeah, so what I was saying, Jack, if I'm an ND's batter and it's the 21st over.
Pitches up, clipped in the air, just half volleys, and then Sammy Jo Johnson, who gets a direct hit. Thankfully, Annika Leroy was in her in her ground, and a bit of banter going on between the 2 girls.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I was an ND's player, I'd want to bat the next 20 overs and get around 4 and over, 4.5 and over, which would get you to around 120 with 10 overs to go, and then you can sort of launch and try and get a target above 150 to set Sydney.
So that completes the 21st over of proceedings here. 3 for 38, just a couple of runs coming from it. Leroy, 23 from 36, and Kirsten Smith, the captain, unbeaten on 6. So they're trying to build towards something earlier today, as Menace was touching on. The top order just unable to fire. Digging out for a 25th ball back to Henderson. Henderson also removed Lauren Smith for a 13th ball duck, and Chandel removed Alicia Bates for 2 off 24. So you look at those top 3 batters and they occupied 62 deliveries for just 2 runs. And that has been due to some really accurate and tidy bowling here from the Sydney Cricket Club Tigers. Bryson Smith continuing. Sweeping across the line and sweeping well out into the deep, down towards the boundary for 4. Sweep shot that's pulled out so often against slow bowlers, and she played that to absolute perfection in Annika Leroy. She picks up a boundary. 4 more to the total, 3 for 42. Fourth boundary of the innings for Leroy. She goes to 27.
She's looking in good touch, that's for sure.
Again, struggled to score runs and score quickly. She's moved to 27 from 37. It's been a good innings. Short and slapped away through mid-wicket. That'll be 4 more. Just far too short. Sat up and was begging to be hit, and it was crunched through mid-wicket for 4 more. Leroy picks up back-to-back boundary. She's 31. And all of a sudden, 46 on the board now for Northern Districts for the loss of 3.
Swooped on that short delivery and timed it so well. She's starting to get in great form, Leroy. Bryson Smith leaking a couple of boundaries in this over.
Hasn't been a good start. Back-to-back boundaries. Leroy getting that paddle sweep out and just tickles it around the corner. She'll want 2 here, and she runs hard and turns quickly and puts the pressure on the Sydney Cricket Club outfielders, something that probably hasn't been done enough today. But to Leroy, this is maybe the over that they can pull themselves back into the game. 10 runs off these first 3 deliveries. Leroy goes to a lightning quick in terms of the game, 33 from just 39. Much better ball there by Bryson Smith, looping in, angling into that off stump.
Such an important partnership for Northern Districts here with Leroy, experienced player, successful player.
Back and pulled hard out through mid-wicket. They've got protection out there now. In the skipper Plummer. Gazelle Plummer out there. They pick up 1, but now that she's hit a couple of boundary manners, it does just force Sydney to maybe push fielders out so we can pick up the 1s and 2s and just changes the fabric of the game a touch.
That's right. The Northern Districts batters got stuck early. They're just starting to break free a little bit. That's a really short ball.
Pulled away by Kirsten Smith. Didn't really get it as much as she would have wanted. It's a quick turn and she sprints towards the strikers and picks up 2 more. So this has been a very good over for the Northern District girls. 13 coming from it. Smith moves along to 8. Leroy is 34. And the 50 is up as well. 22 overs gone. And Northern District batting first today at 3 for 51.
Yeah, big partnership. Kirsten Smith also has done very well for the Rangers this summer with the bat. She scored heavily, being one of their better performed batters. These two, if they can just stick together and lay the platform for the stroke makers to come.
Forward and defending. Yeah, the skipper, Kirsten Smith, would want a big innings today. 0 and 2 in the 2 preceding games against Sydney in the regular season, so missed out in those 2 games, but she's building a bit of a platform for herself. Has moved along to 8 and it's been there for 30-odd deliveries now. It's been a good foil to the aggression of Annika Leroy. But there's still some very accurate and tidy bowling here from Tegan Kavanagh, not giving Leroy anything to feast on.
Leroy's on 34 or 43 deliveries. It's not enough. If they want to win this final, they need a big score from her.
Yeah, she can't afford to get out now. I think, yeah, she needs to hit 3 figures, Manners. She's forward and punching out through the offside. Lovely cover drive. It's racing its way down towards the boundary. Just holds up in the outfield a little bit. Not sure whether it's still just a little bit soft through there from some of the overnight dew, but they run well and they pick up 3. And that was, she plays some great shots today. I think that's up there with the best one from Annika Leroy. It was a lovely cover drive, piercing the gap in between 3 outfielders.
Yep, and I think Kavanagh's extra pace just coming onto the bat, now that the ball's not quite swinging, is helping these batters.
She's back. Kirsten Smith there, back to defending, getting forward and pressing back down the pitch.
Sharma's warming up at gully. I wonder if she'll replace Nell Bryson Smith at the Hall of Fame end next over.
Cuts a little bit uppishly away, but straight to cover. Shot that on striker's end that misses comfortably. It wouldn't have mattered because Leroy was home.
Yeah, when Sharma played Northern Districts earlier this season in the 50-over game, Sharma took 3 for 15 off 10 overs, so perhaps she's going to replace Bryson Smith.
Kavanagh pitches up and it's punched aggressively down to mid-off, but can't beat the fielder down there. So end of the over, 23 gone, so inching towards the halfway mark of this Northern Districts innings, and they're 3 for 54, having decided to bat first earlier today. The wickets that have fallen, Dingnam caught Sharma bowled Henderson for a duck, Lauren Smith caught Timms bowled Henderson for a duck, and Alicia Bates, the last player to go, bowled Chandel for 2. Leroy is there. She's playing fine innings at the moment and holding this innings together like glue. She's 37 odd out, and Kirsten Smith, the skipper, is on 8, 54 on the board. But you look through this bowling card and very impressive stuff. Sammy Jo Johnson, 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 1. Henderson, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 7. Then Chandel, 5 overs, 1 for 15. Bryson Smith, 5 overs, none for 24. And Kavanagh, 2 overs, none for 5. And you're right on the money, Manners. Aniaya Sharma is coming on for the first time today. And will have a chance to maybe add to those 3 wickets that she picked up earlier in the season against Northern Districts.
Spreading the field for Sharma. There's 3 fielders in the deep on the onside, a deep backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, and a long on. I don't think there's anyone deep on the offside.
In comes Sharma. Thrown up, a good start. She's already taken a catch in the slips cordon earlier today. She took the catch off Grace Dignam, who was removed for a duck earlier on in the morning. Plenty of air given to punch back down the pitch at the slow bowler.
Looks to be bowling off spin with a little bit of loop.
Back, and that one turned sharply. Well adjusted there by Leroy. She just fended it on the leg side.
Yeah, there was a bit of turn, and that's what I think will give Northern Districts hope that if they can set a target of above 150, they've got a very strong set of spin bowlers that they can defend it as this pitch slows up.
They're up, and this one swept in the air, but safely out in the deep lands in no man's land. Didn't quite get it where she wanted, but still picks up a single, Leroy.
Good return from the outfield there. Can't quite see who that fielder is. I think it's Henderson, maybe Chandel. No, it might be Henderson, but great arm. Lucky they didn't take them on for a second run.
Sharma giving it plenty of air. Was really looped in there as she tried to entice Kirsten Smith into a false shot. Straight to mid-off.
Maybe could have danced down the track to get to that on the full.
And she's playing from the crease. She whips this down to long on for the 1 run. Tegan Kavanagh doing the fielding down there. So that completes Sharma's first over. Pretty tidy one to start, just a couple from it. 3 for 56 for the districts in this Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Final. Sydney Cricket Club looking to go back-to-back, having lifted the title last year.
A terrific weekend for women's cricket, Jack. We had the WNCL final yesterday, played down at Junction Oval. Queensland winning the first ever Women's National Cricket League titles. Congratulations to the Queensland Fire.
Kavanagh steams in and is keeping Smith off there with a good pitched up delivery.
Yeah, terrific stuff from Queensland Fire. They'd lost a few finals before that, but finally were able to win one. I think it was their 5th attempt.
Kavanagh short and wide, slapped away through the offside. Again, well timed by Kirsten Smith, and she'll pick up 2 more to move into double figures. And the run's just starting to flow a little bit more regularly now for Northern Districts. 3 for 58.
Did you watch much of the final yesterday, Jack?
Yeah, I was very impressed with the performance of Queensland. Kayla Hinkley was amongst the runs. She had a polished half century. Pitched up, and Smith trying to be more aggressive. She works this one out down the ground and runs well to pick up a single.
And Dr. Georgia Redmayne, 134
right.
not out off 146 deliveries.
She had 1 touches. Denied of a century in last Friday's game when Michelle and I were commentating out there. Finished stranded on 99. Hit a 6 to finish the game against New South Wales. So better to get a century in the final, I reckon, anyway. So she's been in incredible form. She's been a real consistent performer, and of course has the captain's armband and has had the captain's armband for a while with Beth Mooney and Jess Jonathan, those more experienced players across there in New Zealand. The Australian women's side playing tonight, I believe, Menace.
Yep, around 5 p.m. start time.
So am I right in assuming that you're going to be multitasking around that time? You'll have the iPad out.
I think there could be some multitasking all day today. There's lots of great cricket going on around the country.
So Kavanagh continuing just to work away at that off-stump line. It's wide, it's short, it's cut away. That'll be 4. It's a poor ball from Kavanagh. She'd bowled well in this over. That one just dropped short and wide. And it was cut away with consummate ease down to the backward point boundary for 4. And the runs continue to flow here. 3 for 63 after 25. And Michelle Costa is going to come and join me for this next little period here. But wouldn't go as far as saying Northern Districts are on top, but you just feel that the momentum has shifted in the last probably 4 to 6 overs. Leroy is obviously the key, 42 not out from 51 balls, 6 boundaries for her. But Kirsten Smith getting involved on the act as well, Gozzy, and working the ball around, picking up the 1s and 2s. She's playing a pretty good foil to Leroy at the moment.
Yeah, what a change from the last time I was on air. That 5 overs, it seemed to get them back on track here. Northern Districts, really good partnership building here for these two.
So we'll see Sharma to continue here. Again, plenty of air. I do like that when you see slow bowlers that aren't afraid to throw the ball up.
Yeah, and she will, and she's probably the biggest turner of the ball in as an off spinner in Sydney. Doesn't mind being at air.
This ball lifted in the air. I think it was a thick outside edge. She was lucky to get away with that. It was Smith. It wasn't a convincing shot at all, and Sharma almost had her name in the scorebook for a wicket there, and that would have been a timely wicket for Sydney Cricket Club.
Yeah, really good bowling there. Wasn't far away. Can ill afford to lose another wicket. Northern District just building nicely now.
Yeah, don't want to lose a wicket at this stage, having done all the hard work of building a partnership and getting their noses back in the contest. Sharma again, very full, I guess you could say. Lots of errors. It's punched down the ground for a single. You've had a bit to do with Ananya Sharma in your involvement with Sydney Cricket Club. What background information can you give about, I guess, her role as a cricketer and her development?
Well, so how she started playing cricket, her dad picked me up in an Uber. And I started doing a little bit of coaching with her.
Worked out to the offside, no run.
And that's how we literally had a conversation. He said that my daughter likes cricket, so I started coaching her, and that was 3 years ago, or 3 and a bit years ago, and now here she is, and is playing for the under-19s New South Wales side, Metro as well.
Well, that ball lofted in the air and then ricochets off the shins of the fielder down the ground. It's Nell Bryson Smith, and they scurry through for a single. So you never know who you meet or who you talk to, and it was just that I think I was at a meeting in Melbourne down there at CA, and just got talking about cricket, and he said, an opportunity, and that's how she's ended up at Sydney, and she's worked really hard to get to where she is. I guess the other thing with these matches, I know it's not a T20 format, but I'm sure the Sydney-based franchises, Thunder and Sixers, would have a keen eye on some of these players and how they've been performing in grade cricket. You look at Annika Leroy last season, I think she got 541 runs at an average of excess of 50, and obviously has made that step up to the Breakers, but has also been playing in the WBBL as well. So someone like a Sharma, if she can continue just to good performances in the underage competitions and this first grade comp, there's no reason why we won't see her in Magenta or
What story? I should have been an agent. Get a percentage. It's a spotter's fee or something. No, look, it's really good to see, and they just love cricket. They do get to be seen by various selectors around New South Wales, and just get that opportunity.
So 3 for 67 after 26 in Steams Kavanagh. Pitches up, and it's smacked through the offside. That is extremely well timed for 4. That is a magnificent shot. It just seemed to get quicker and quicker as it came off the grass. They looked like the fielder down at mid-off had it covered. I don't know if that's Bryson Smith down there. But regardless, it's down to the mid-off boundary for 4. And 4 more to the total.
Classy shot, that one. Certainly the whispers that the pitch played at a little bit too pace, but certainly not with that. Classy shot there.
Leroy all of a sudden is 48 from just 54.
She's batting on a different wicket. What's going on?
None for 25, none from 13, 2 from 24, and 14 from 41 are the other ones. And Annika Leroy is playing her own game. 48 from 55 with 7 fours.
How impressive is it, though, that she sort of ignored everything that's going on around her and just kept to her game plan. She knows what her role is in this team.
Leroy forward and pushing through the offside.
Kavanagh reminds me a little bit of Stuart Broad. She's got a little bit of the front arm goes out, that splays out that left arm. It's a little bit difficult to see the ball sometimes. They're a little bit quieter in the field now, aren't they, Sydney? We can hear that, or not hear that.
Yeah, they need a wicket, I think. Short and wide and chopped away. Won't pick up a run there. It's been an interesting season for Annika Leroy, because she's obviously played a lot of WBBL and also with the New South Wales Breakers and the WNCL. So she's had some opportunities back here in grade cricket, but apart from scoring 80 against Parramatta early in the season, probably hasn't really got going. Scores elsewhere, 1, 0, 29, 28, 33 and 4. So 175 runs at 25, but she's taking a chance today. And she's forward and punches down to mid-on. But has also taken 10 wickets at 13.3 with her leg spin. So she's been a great all-round player for them. A player to have come back in.
Yeah, and was probably known for her leg spin. I remembered her in juniors, under 15s, more as a leg spinner. So she certainly developed her batting to the level that she's playing for the Breakers. And it's difficult when they played they're in the bubble for the Sydney Thunder.
And she slapped that one in the air straight to Sammy Jo Johnson. And that is a big blow, a shot that she didn't really need to make. She'd already been picking up runs, picked up a 4 at the start of the over, and she tries to smack that one over the top, and you can see the agony that she's going through at the moment. Denied of a half century, and she holes out for 48, and the wicket that Sydney Cricket Club were vainly searching for finally comes to fruition, and with the score at 71, Northern Districts lose their 4th wicket, and it's the big fish as well. Leroy out for a well-made 48, but trouble brewing for Northern Districts now.
Yeah, that's a really big blow for Northern Districts, and I'm not sure where she was trying to hit that ball. It's the one ball that she hasn't hit in the middle since she's been out there. Just hoiked it across the line and was only able to spoon a catch to mid-wicket. So a little bit of pace off the ball, I think, there by Kavanagh. So smart bowling, but, geez, there was no need to play that shot. She was just doing such a superb job out there, and they were building a nice little partnership. But now they just have to start again, these players out here now.
It was a shot as if they hadn't scored for 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, you're right.
Got a boundary off the first ball of the over. It was a very bizarre shot, but I guess she's played an innings where she hasn't really been bogged down, and she may have felt that she was getting a bit bogged down, but yeah, disappointing as well.
It's weird sometimes when you're batting, and I haven't done it for a long time, Jack, but when I was used to play, and sometimes you feel like you're going that day and it's your day, and that's what it looked like for Leroy, but that ball there wasn't there to go, and that's just a little bit of discipline and a bit more experience. It's been a difficult season for everybody, especially the girls who play WBBL. We're in a hub. They didn't get to come back and play grade cricket as well. So if you didn't play much, and Leroy didn't play that many games for the Thunder, you're sort of sitting on the sidelines without actually playing some cricket.
So in comes Sharma to start her 3rd over. And that'll be a wide, well outside the off stump. Matilda Lugg is the new batter in for the Northern Districts girls. And a partnership that desperately needs to be built. 21-year-olds at the non-strikers end. Lovely ball there, just a little bit of bounce as well. She's got a very tall upright action, Sharma.
Yeah, and doesn't mind to rip the ball. That's her strength. She does toss it up. The mid-on and mid-off come into play.
And Smith drives nicely through the offside, but only as far as Bryson Smith, and keeps it to the single, which means Matilda Lugg gets an opportunity. So she's had quite a good season in limited opportunities for Northern Districts. Scored 155 runs, averaging 31. So some avid cricket fans would recognise her from her time with the ACT Meteors in the WNCL competition. Lugg back and working this one off the hip straight to mid-wicket.
And that one was a little bit flatter by Sharma. We're in a perfect position to actually see sort of the height that she's releasing the ball at. That one was a little bit flatter. Trying to make sure that she can't get underneath the ball.
Thrown up, plenty of air, cut away, backward a point. They'll scamper through for a single, or will they?
Oh.
Well, I think the umpire's saying that he couldn't see.
Well,
he seemed to just kind of gesture like you were in front of me.
You're in the way. I can't see the ball. Can't give it out.
I think that's what he was saying. A bit of luck maybe going the way of Northern District there.
So the players might have thought it was out because they're in the perfect position, but the umpire can't see. You've got to jump out of the way.
Yeah, gee. That could be a big moment in this match.
Might be a bit of luck that Northern Districts need. That was a tight single though, wasn't it?
Yeah, Lugg was pretty keen to get off the mark. And Kirsten Smith, the captain, almost fell victim to some good fielding by the Tigers there. If she was out of her ground, she'll want to make them pay. That's what you've got to do when you've given a little opportunity like that. Normally goes one or two ways, doesn't it? Even when you watch international cricket, Gozzy, and you see someone that's had a drop catch, they either battle either gets out straight away or they go on and score another 50 or 60 runs. That's the end of the over. 28 gone, 4 for 74.
Yeah, you're spot on. Otherwise, unless you're Marnus Labuschagne, you get shot 5 times and still goes on to get 100. So sometimes it's just your day.
That's it. Yeah.
And that's the cricket's such a great leveler. Sometimes you get that opportunity where she may have been out, may not have been out, but the umpire can't see. So she's got that opportunity now, and this is where you need to cash in. It's good to see that they're having a chat in the middle here, the Northern Districts batters. Got to try and get through this period here. Runs on the board, right?
Yeah, they definitely need that, need more of that. Tegan Kavanagh to continue with the attack. She's got a wicket next to her name and has bowled very tidy line and length. She's made it hard for the Northern Districts batters to get her away. Full toss, punch down the ground, won't be a run. At this stage of the innings, Gozzy, what do you think the plan is for Northern Districts? Because almost quite 30 overs, they say in the modern game now, and this obviously trickles down to grade cricket, that you can normally double what you get in 30 overs. Well, there's a good chance Northern Districts will probably be around that 80 mark at the 30 over mark. So double, that'll be 160. I don't think 160 is enough.
No, it's not. But the scoring hasn't been that high in first grade this year, not opposed to a last couple of years. So you've got a pretty imposing batting lineup, Sydney Tigers. So you'd want more than 160. But I think where they were, I think they take that, Northern Districts. But I think what they do need to do, give themselves a couple of overs, like Tilly Lugg's out there. They've still got some busy players to come. Shivani Mehta, Sarah Turner can hit a decent ball. They're not big hitters of the ball. They're more workers of the ball, but they will run hard between wickets. So there's certainly maybe a couple of overs, and then they need to get going.
Lug whips that one off the pads and races down to the non-strikers end. So would that be the plan now? Is to maybe not for Kirsten Smith because she's been in for a while, but for Matilda Lug, would they look at maybe just giving her 2, 3, 4 overs just to get the coordination moving and then maybe try and be a bit more aggressive around that 33, 34 over mark?
Well, I think they'll probably try and work it out to the sort of 38th, 40th over, and then try and keep those last couple of wickets in to cash in that last 10. But you think about it, we've still got Sammy Jo Johnson to come back, who's sitting at none for 1 off 5.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult prospect. The ball's a bit older, so it may come on a bit quicker.
Kavanagh in, beautiful ball. Playing a miss outside the off stump to end the over. 29 overs in the books. 4 for 75 Northern Districts. Hasn't been the start, or I guess the continuation of what they would have wanted. And this, I guess, further shows one Sydney Cricket Club so dominant. They took out the minor premiership by 18 points and lost just 2 games all year. 10 wins, 4 draws, just the 2 defeats. Haven't lost a game since the 13th of December. So we're going on about 3 months since they've lost a game, and that confidence is certainly infectious throughout the whole side. And of course, it'd be remiss of me not to say, because these two sides were merged in the 2016-2017 season when they were struggling for numbers, and they actually made the final against Gordon in that year that they're merged, and that they're separated now. So they've had some connections, these two clubs.
Yeah, they have, and it was only 4 years ago. Unbelievable that's where they were at the time. And they've done some incredible work. Greg Healy has done an exceptional job at Sydney. Tommy Anderson at Northern Districts.
Oh, a lovely ball. That seemed to grip and really just kick off the turf there. There's some encouraging signs for the slower bowlers here. Lauren Smith might be rubbing her hands together with glee at the moment. She'll be hoping that her side can get a few more runs, give her a few runs to play with. But she might be difficult to play on this deck a little bit later today.
Absolutely. It's got a little bit in it still, doesn't it, this pitch here? Not the easiest to play on. Annika Leroyd made it look at a completely different pitch to everyone else.
She did, didn't she? Yeah, it was like she was playing backyard cricket on the road out the back. The way that she
with
was
the tape
dispatched.
ball.
Yeah.
How good was that?
Oh, it's great.
Best when you're a little kid and got that taped up tennis ball with one side of tape, and you learn how to play swing, get a bit of spin on it.
Maybe that's the trick that the Australian batsman might need before they go to England next time.
You're spot on.
They can play a bit of backyard cricket with the ball half taped up, the swing king.
Well, I do some stuff with the LBW Trust, and they have National Backyard Cricket Day with a
awesome.
taped up ball, so it's not a bad idea.
Works this one down the ground there, does Lug, and picks up a single. Plenty of air given here by Sharma.
Isn't it amazing what you learn in the backyard or your front yard? Our yard at home, we couldn't hit to the, you had to play straight, basically. In our front yard, our driveway went sort of, I guess, vertical away, and I couldn't play on the leg side because I'd hit a window, and then on the right-hand side were cars. So I had to learn how to play in the V and hit straight, and it was pretty much my career.
Yeah, it's probably why you got picked for Australia, playing straight.
No, well, maybe. Tried to hit everything in the air over the road for 6. But it's amazing. You talk to junior players or even senior players now, and they say what they did in the backyard, the front yard, it actually has carried over to their career.
That's where a lot of us get our first love of cricket, isn't it? Whether it's cricket in the backyard or rugby league or soccer or whatever, it's where you can hone your skills. And yeah, particularly there's been lots of cricket players throughout the annals of history that have hit a ball against a wall or have got a tree stump that involved the tennis ball at. Yeah, commentating their own stuff. That was more me.
That was you, Jack.
Yeah, that's dug out by a lug down the ground.
Commentate enough.
Yeah, that's right.
Plenty of fights with your brothers and your friends about electric wiki and caught behind and
I guess the big question is, can you get out first ball? That seems to be the rule these days. Yeah.
Well, it almost needs to change something up different. They've just gone back into another lull, haven't they? NDs at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard when you're 4 down, but I just feel they need to change something here. Northern Districts, this ball's chopped into the turf and almost handballed onto the stumps there by Alex Timms, reliving her primary school days there, I think. Thought she was with half an opportunity of running out Matilda Lug there. But yeah, I think, Gozzy, I guess on one side of the coin, you don't want to throw caution to the wind and lose 6 wickets for 30 and be rolled out for 105.
Well, this is going to fall down to Kirsten Smith. She's been out there for 47 deliveries, so she get a decent, I guess, sense of what the pitch is doing now.
I guess, but at the same time, you can't be just getting 1 or 2 or even 3 and over and then finishing at 6 for 130. It's a fine balance here that they need as Lug drives down the ground. She'll pick up a single, so she'll retain the strike. And that's the end of the over. It's tough going for Northern Districts in this New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Final. 31 gone, 4 for 77. I'm going to hand the reins over to Andrew Menzel, who will join Michelle Gosco.
Good morning, viewers. I'm Andrew Menzel. I'm with Michelle Gosco. 31 overs gone in the New South Wales Premier Cricket Final. 4 for 77. Northern Districts trying to work themselves out of a hole. Here's Sharma into Lug, who defends. How are you, Michelle?
Yeah, good. I'm enjoying some quality bowling here by Sydney. Been some good batting by Annika Leroy. Just got out at a really inopportune time.
Sharma into Lug, who's back pulling, and they take a single on a slight misfield at mid-wicket. Good running. Yeah, that really frustrated me, that Leroy dismissal. She was looking so good. She was just starting to grab control of this game, and just mistimed one and hit it to mid-wicket and was caught just as she really could have
Cashed in.
Yeah,
She did all the
cashed
hard
in.
work, right?
48 or 59 deliveries. But it's the skipper's turn now, who drives to mid-off, and was that a drop chance?
Yeah, it was. Straight in and out. She did all the hard work there, Nell Bryson-Smith, to get that, and it just popped out. So they were either going to stick or not. She was like full extension to her right.
A good effort diving to her right, but just couldn't hold on to it.
Going with a bit of pace.
Got a single on the field, misfield, the drop catch, and brings Lug back on strike, who defends to the bowler. Yeah, Leroy looks so good. I think she'll probably reflect on that shot and just wonder if it was the right option. Sharma tosses up.
Good turn again, isn't it? Yeah, it's frustrating as a coach. I'm sure Tommy Anderson, Northern District's coach, be a bit frustrated with that because she looked exceptional, didn't she? Class above everyone else today.
Included 7 boundaries, that 48. That's push to mid-off. Good running. Lug moves on to 3.
Yeah, and a little bit slowish in the outfield here at Bankstown, which you'd expect. The amount of rain that we had last week, I think the grounds people have done an exceptional job to get the pitch up and the outfield as good as it looks.
Yeah, definitely. It's looking great. Just had to walk around the boundary to check it out, and yeah, the outfield's looking lush. Pitch looks good. A few spectators have rolled in now to watch the game. Friends and family and club supporters.
And for the first time, live stream, which is great with a bit of commentary. I'm very privileged to be able to do this today.
Making history for women's cricket in New South Wales. Now, there's been a change of bowling. I think Abby Taylor's going to take up the attack from the high school end here at Bankstown Oval. Is that right? Is that Abby Taylor?
No, unless she's...
Oh, no. What number is it? Giselle. The skipper?
If Abby Taylor was bowling, she'd be
yeah, bowling to
bowling
herself,
against her own team.
That'd be incredible. That'd be history too.
That would be history, yeah.
Our first ball played into the onside.
Giselle Plummer, she was around when I was playing at Sydney and coaching, and such an exceptional club person.
So she's been around for a while then?
We'll say she's still young. She's experienced,
Okay.
not old.
Smith on strike. No, it's Lug on strike. Is that a no ball? It is, and she's managed to get it away for 4. That's a good shot from Lug because those high full tosses can be so awkward.
Well, she was lucky it sort of went on to her left-hand side, so she was able just to nudge it around the corner. It's not the most tallish person that you've ever met, Matilda Lug. So anything sort of above the stumps is going to be full toss to her anyway. But
it's free hit time.
She gets an early Christmas present.
That's right.
It'll be a dot or 1. I'll bet you 70% of it. Here we go. Well, it's 1.
It's a 1, that's right. It's a wide.
It's amazing, Andrew, though. Like, the commentary I've done for a couple of years now, and I dare say 70% of the free hits go for 1 or dot. It's amazing.
I wonder why.
Well, everyone tenses up and thinks, I've got to overhit it, but just play a normal cricket shot.
Right, free hit, 4 for 86. What can Lug do?
A dot. There we go.
Psychic Gosco here.
Is it so hard being right all the time? What a surprise. Shock me. It is. You see, though, she tried to overhit it. It happens all the time.
Lug on strike. Nudged into the onside, doesn't beat the field.
Oh, Sammy Joe. Just chucks her hand out. Her hands are as big as oven mitts.
Really?
They're so big. Doesn't have to move too far. Just puts a go-go gadget arm out. Stops the ball.
Plummer in. Dug out. That's a good delivery. 4 for 86.
It's the over they needed, wasn't it, Northern Districts?
That's right. And I was looking at this score. If I'm a Northern Districts player, I'm thinking let's try and score 4 and over for the next 10 overs.
Yep.
And then try and crash bang the last 8 or so overs. Plummer in and that's swung away on the onside over square leg, bouncing towards the rope. It's plugged a little, so it won't get to the boundary. But a good slide there from the fielder, and it's kept
Look
it
at that
to
arm.
2.
Oh. Hello, Rocket. That's got to be Kira Churchland, I think, throwing that in. Absolute rocket arm. Another poor delivery, though, by Plummer. Just lost her line and length in this first over that she's bowled here at Bankstown.
Lug on strike. Pushes into the offside, and they think about one, but it's not there. That's the end of 33 overs. It's 4 for 88.
They got past that dreaded 87 too.
They did. One
Thank
shot.
God.
And that's drinks time. Players will have a little bit of a break. It's a good time to reassess things. So the score 4 for 88 after 33 overs. Lauren Smith, the first to go for 0. Dignam was out for 0 as well, both off the bowling of Henderson. Then Elise Bates bowled by Shandell for 2. Then we had a spirited innings from Annika Leroyd. 48 off 59 deliveries with 7 boundaries. Really turned the tide of this game, and her and Smith were able to steady the ship. And now things are looking brighter for the Rangers, you'd have to say, that they could get around 150 if they bat well from here. And we've seen some turn already from Sharma. Northern Districts have a pretty strong lineup of spin bowlers. If they can extract the same amount of turn, perhaps they could put some pressure on the Sydney team that, well, they're a strong side, but you never know what can happen when you're chasing in a final.
No, you're 100% right there. The runs on the board, they fought back really well in that middle section there. It's important that they not lose another wicket. We've seen it so many times in cricket. After drinks, something happens. A big over for the batters or a wicket or something. So we hope for Northern District's sake that it's a big over for them. But certainly that was their middle section there. They fought back really well. I'm sure they would have loved Annika Leroyd out there for the last bit here, just to try and cash in after all the hard work that she's done. But as I said, they've still got some really quality players to come in for their batting lineup. And as you mentioned, Andrew, their bowling lineup's really good. So, 150, 160 on the board, that's a big chase in a final.
Definitely. And I spoke to Tommy Anderson before the game, and he said he's looking for a big performance from Matilda Lugg, who's out there with the bat. Now she, experienced underage cricketer, played a bit of rep cricket, played for the ACT. She's started well, I think 12 off 30. She's looked to sort of rotate the strike, played a few shots. So, if her and Smith can stick together now, they could get this target up to something they could defend.
Yep, and she's a quality person to boot as well.
Tilly Lugg, yeah?
Yeah. So
Quality person.
yes, yeah. Most of them actually. I
Sure
dare
they
say
all
nearly
are.
everyone.
Any knot you want to bring up?
No, I'm not going to be that controversial. I love everybody.
Good.
It's great to see, and sometimes you've got a point to prove, and if you've had a taste of WBBL or a taste of WNCL, you want to get it back, and especially you just sort of just get the thirst for it. And the best way to showcase your skills is in this McDonald's Premier Cricket Grand Final.
And selectors look at these performances in finals a lot more than they do regular season games. If you can put a performance in a game like this, people take notice.
Yep, you're spot on. And I read an article yesterday where Elise Villani, and that's what Matthew Mott said about Elise Villani playing for Victoria, and she's had an amazing season. And, look at Georgia Redmayne. You're getting 100 in the final, being captain. Your side's never won a WNCL title, and you lead the way. That's so important if you can do that, as you said, in really big situations. Hope they had a good drinks break. I hope they brought the lollies out there. I know that they changed that when I was playing, and they got rid of the lollies and they brought bananas out and almonds, and I was so disappointed. I wanted some red snakes or something. Or
I think
frogs.
you need both, don't you?
Oh, because they said that you burnt the energy too quickly, and I'm like, yeah, but it keeps me going for a little bit. I don't want to eat an almond.
Well, don't you need a mixture of like slow release and fast release?
That's the whole point.
Snakes and almonds together.
Yes, and a banana. I'll eat a banana, but I want a red frog.
Well, we'll find out. Sharma continuing after the break. She has figures of 5 overs, none for 13. ND skipper on strike. And, she tried to use her feet first, delivery. Michelle said before the drinks break that they can bring wickets. Well, we almost had one.
Yep, and she lifted her head up too. You can see Giselle Plummer sitting at mid-on and just sitting just outside the circle, just waiting for that shot.
Sharma in again. Smith paddles that to backward square and they take a single.
They're trying to entice that shot. Sharma just making sure she gives it plenty of flight. Entice the batters down so there's that miss hit. But there's also runs on offer for Northern Districts.
Playing a miss there from Lug. Tried to late cut it and Tim's an exasperated take thinking, just if there'd been a little faint tickle.
It was close.
Sharma in again. Paddled behind square on the onside and Lug set off for a 1. They'll think about 2. I think that's
Ahelia Chandler out there.
Good arm and kept it to 1. 4 for 90 now. We didn't think they'd get this far maybe
we
earlier
didn't.
on when they were 3 for 20 odd.
Well, they were I think none for 1 after 5.
Nicely weighted by Smith and they'll get 1. Sensible cricket. Didn't see enough of that early on.
Sharma's just so slow through the air that you have sometimes as a batter, you can make 3 or 4 decisions before the balls come down the other end. So you just got to make sure you're nice and clear. Well, I could have a nana nap by the time the ball goes there.
Sharma tosses up again and swept to the deep fielder for a single. Smith's looking better and better as this innings has gone on. So is Lug, and the score is 4 for 92 after 34 overs.
So as I mentioned, you've got to be really clear in your thinking and where your strengths are. You can think, okay, could I take mid-on, mid-off up? They are up in the circle. They are sitting back, waiting for that miss hit that they're trying to hit over the top because she does give it a lot of air. So if you're going to be brave enough to come down, you've got to make sure you get that pitch of the ball because she does spin it a lot, Sharma. So you need to be really clear in your thinking.
Each batter needs to have their own plans. Where are their boundary options? Where are their single options? Plummer into Lug, who's nudging into the onside. No run. You mentioned the WNCL final played yesterday, Michelle. History was made with Queensland winning their first ever title.
Yep, big shout out to them. Well done.
Congratulations.
They started off not in the best of fashion, but geez, they fought back hard, Queensland.
Plummer pushed into the onside. Yeah, terrific performance by Queensland. They'd lost, I think, a few finals before that, 4, maybe 5 leading into it.
Yep.
So they would have been...
Yep, 5 or 6, I think, actually, maybe.
Yeah, keen not to lose another one.
Yeah, they did all that hard work. That win over New South Wales last Friday was just a clutch win. Shot.
Well timed, but couldn't beat the field, unfortunately.
It's Jodie Hicks. That is her spot. Nothing is going to go through her there. That's where she fields for the Sydney Sixers. Wasn't far off, though, was it? I think it just bounced before her.
Squirted off the edge. Plummer. delivers. Driven in the air, and did that carry?
No, I think that just bounced as well. That's 2 in a row.
Lug looks to the ground.
At least she's got intent to try and score. That's a positive thing. So she's hitting at 14 off 38 balls. So a little bit slowish to start, but she's trying to catch up now with that strike rate.
Plummer in again. Pushed into the onside, no run.
See, that one frustrates me right there. So if she doesn't go hard at the ball, just lets the ball hit the bat and knocks it over to the leg side, there's always a one there every day of the week. She could almost walk it. So instead of trying to go hard at the ball, just let the ball hit the bat, get off strike, and try and cash in when there's a bad ball.
Plummer in. Push down leg side. Might have flicked Lug's pad. It's running towards the rope, and that's going to go for 4. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. 4 runs. So she must have got a faint little tickle on that. Well played, Tilly Lug. And the score now 4 for 96 after 35 overs.
Yep, good shot there. Just helped it on its way. I think the outfield's a little bit quicker out where we are.
You spoke about that shot before where it was played straight to the fielder. You know, the great limited overs batters, say a Michael Bevan, if you hear him talking about the way he used to approach an innings, it was break it down. Where are my single options? Where are my boundary options? And you try and play into them. And in this case, there's a big gap behind square on the onside. You'd be thinking, I just want to nudge it there all day, get a single.
Yep.
And if I'm going to hit the boundary, where are my boundary options?
Yeah, and Belinda Clark was probably one of the best Australian players at that. Just knowing, sort of where to nudge it around and get off strike, and also about where the fielders are. We talk about the best players. They're able to hit the gaps. They know where the fielders are, but they also know where the gaps are.
And Perry does that so well.
Yeah,
in the
she
50
does.
Over game
Beth
especially.
Mooney. Beth Mooney's probably the best gap hitter in Australian cricket, as well as Meg Lanning.
The Aussie team will be in action from about 5 p.m. tonight. So you can watch this and then go straight to watching the Australian women's team playing. Playing a miss there from Smith. Great day's cricket. Lots happening.
Where else would you want to be? Beautiful day here at Bankstown.
Sharma bowling from the Hall of Fame end. Delivers a nicely flighted delivery that turned back, and what happened there? A lot of excitement from the bowler. Was there a slight edge?
Yeah, I reckon there was. Sharma is pretty much very animated anyway as a bowler, but I think that's a missed opportunity. They're in or out though, aren't they, as a keeper? Very tough.
Sharma in again, and Smith plays for a single to the deep on the onside. It's a better shot.
She's got to let it go, though. I can see she's still shaking her head and hands on hips, and she's still a young player, but no one ever means to drop a catch. I don't think I've ever known anyone. Have you, anyone? Not on purpose.
No.
Unless it was maybe in the IPL back in the day or something.
Well, look.
I don't know.
I'm going to let that all go through to the
To
keeper.
the keeper. Well, maybe we'll say the ICL.
Yeah, definitely
the
in the
ICL, not the IPL.
Um,
But no one ever means to.
No.
It's you know.
It's one of the worst feelings in cricket,
Oh,
actually.
it's a horror. You can't even hide anywhere. It's like, especially if it's a televised game or something, there's nowhere to hide. But, you might take the best catch of your life the next ball. You've just got to process it and let it go. Like Elsa said in Frozen, let it go.
Sharma in. Tossed up and driven into the offside, and they've set up for a single and taken on the field. And there's going to be an overthrow. So that's what happens when you put the pressure on the opposition. You force errors. And now, with 36 overs gone, it's 4 for 99. So we just spoke about Queensland winning the WNCL. Fantastic for them. But it was the first final that New South Wales have missed ever.
Yes.
So I think 24 finals. New South Wales won 21 of them. lost last year's final, and now didn't make it this year. I think it actually is good for Australian cricket. They're in a position now where the other teams around the country are getting stronger and stronger.
Well, you could argue, Andrew, and I'll put the point back to you. Queensland had 2 former New South Wales players. WA have got 3. Tasmania's got about 8. ACT's got a lot of New South Wales players. So I would dare say, I think maybe South Australia are probably the only team that don't have former New South Wales players.
There's just a delay here. The umpires are having a chat. Not sure what's going on. Now they're going to talk to the skipper. I'm not sure what's happening out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Well, looks like play is about to resume. Score 4 for 99. Oh, just over the head of the cover fielder.
Well, I was just about to say, Marianne Henderson's back in, so it's an exceptional opening spell, and she's just at a little different pace than what Plummer was just bowling, and that one almost just should have put a hand up.
Just a teaser there. Henderson again has 2 wickets already today, and that's nudged again by Lug down leg side for a single. Tilly's playing well today. Gets another run. Yeah, I wonder what that chat... And that's the 100. Northern District's now 4 for 101 after 36.2 overs.
They fought back well, haven't they? Considering where they were, sort of that first drinks break.
Driven into the offside, no run. Oh, yeah, it's been a phenomenal effort. Yeah, so you mentioned the contribution of New South Wales cricket. I mean, it's felt not just in the women's game, but the men's game. You know, it's just so many of the cricketers leave New South Wales for opportunities.
Yep. And that's okay. You know, New South Wales invests a lot of money into their juniors, their programs.
Henderson in.
And, you know, if players have to go elsewhere to get an opportunity, like a Georgia Redmayne, who did play for New South Wales.
Did she leave, though, because of work or because of cricket?
I think a bit of both, maybe. But, I mean, look where she's gone now. It's been exceptional for her.
Out. Smith hits that straight to mid-on. Henderson gets her 3rd wicket. The Northern District skipper is gone for a well-made 20. She helped steady the ship. She's stuck with Leroy, but she's gone there, just popping it straight to mid-on.
Well, for me, that shot was not on. The pace came off. Henderson brings the ball back in and angles it in with her action. And that shot was not on. If she needed to do that shot, it should have gone squarer. So maybe give herself some room with opening up the leg side. But she didn't. All she was able to do was bunt that straight down to mid-on. So unfortunately for Northern Districts, another set player has to depart.
Score 5 for 101 now. It seemed a little bit of a half-hearted effort, Michelle.
She bunted it, didn't she?
She wasn't really trying to go over the top. If you're going to go over the top, a bit like Leroy, go right over the top.
Big swing, right? And hit through it and make sure you get the elevation that you need.
Get your hands through the ball.
Yeah, and she didn't. She sort of got stuck in that middle sort of position. I mean, she hit it okay, but it was a good catch, sort of at shoulder height. But now it's just put all sorts of pressure onto the new batter here. I think it's Sarah Turner, if I could see her number.
Henderson now has figures of 3 for 9. What a performance in a final. Be looking for 5 for now. Henderson in, and
that went away then.
A little bit of outswing at the end of a successful over. It's 5 for 101 after 37 overs. You're watching the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Final from Bankstown Oval. I'm Andrew Menslam with former Australian international Michelle Gosco. You made a lazy 200 on test debut.
I was lucky. I had lollies in my drinks
Yeah,
break then.
snakes, lots of
I was
snakes.
allowed.
No almonds? No
No
none of those
almonds.
awful almonds getting offered
I
to
like
you?
almonds. I like them in an almond cake. That's about it. Or in ice cream. But
Okay, so
I'm not
I'm,
going to
not, I'm a bit worried about your diet here, Michelle. Almond cake, ice cream.
I'm in retirement, Andrew. That's okay.
Sharma. Continuing from the Hall of Fame end. Lugs back, pulling into the onside. So much depends on her now. She's on 22 of 44 deliveries.
And a rich history here at Bankstown Oval too, Memorial Oval.
Yeah, scene of... Got the Stephen and Mark Ward Pavilion where the players are. The John Mackay Sports Centre, I think it is on my right. Might be called the Dan Solway Sports Centre one day. That's swung away over mid-wicket. Found the gap nicely there. They've taken 2.
Yeah, nice shot there.
Sarah Turner.
She will be busy with the ball, or with the bat in hand, sorry. It's been part of the New South Wales program for a number of years now, underage cricket.
Sharma into her 8th over. Ooh, back. Forced the batter back, and if that had beaten the bat, would have been a loud appeal. Sharma. Caught. Pulled straight to mid-wicket. Turner's out. I don't know what to say about that one. Michelle just wasn't there for the shot.
No, and that's just not getting the feel of the pitch and what the wicket's been doing and the ball, and wasn't on, was it? It was sort of, wasn't back in a crease and it got too big on her almost, that ball, and she wasn't able to extend her hands through. So that was just an easy catch there for Naomi McDonald. And unfortunately for Northern Districts, they lose another wicket at a really crucial time.
Score 6 for 104. Sharma gets her first wicket of the final. She has figures of 1 for 23 now.
Yep, it's been a good spell. And she's bowled them consecutively as well. She hasn't had a break. So she's done a really good job. Just when they had set players in there as well.
So Turner out for 2 off just 4 deliveries. Matilda Lugg, 22 not out of 44 deliveries. A lot of pressure on her now. So it's 6 for 104.
Yeah, and well, the key, as we spoke about for Andrew, about having to bat the 50 overs, make them field as well.
That's right.
So it's key.
If they just sort of battle from here to the 50th over and score at 4 and over,
I'd take that.
I'd take that 150, 60 odd to defend.
Yep. Well, it's the easiest pitch to bat on. The only, as I said before, Annika Leroy's the only one that's made it look easy out there.
Now Abby Taylor's out to the crease.
Is she
Finally.
Is she bowling?
Finally she's into the game.
Is she bowling against?
I've been waiting for this for a few overs.
You preempted it. See?
Well, look,
Abby versus Abby.
Yeah.
Oh, the sight screen.
So Sharma's going to move around the wicket. Often you'll see an off spinner, right arm off spinner go around the wicket to left-handed batters to angle in and then turn away.
So if I'm at mid-on or mid-off, I'm like, please don't hit a single because I'm going to have to run back and move the sight screen again. I think I used to say when I was doing a bit of captain coaching when I was playing, you're bowling on one side and that's it. You don't get to, especially if I'm at mid-off.
Just leave some snakes next to them.
I would run back for that, yes.
Cake or something.
I would have. I was an elite athlete once. Not really.
Sharma in.
Not really, actually. Was it? I don't know if either of those words fitted me perfectly, elite or athlete. So try and smash a few fours.
Sharma in. Taylor defends. That's the end of a successful over. 38 overs gone, 6 for 104. So we were speaking before about Queensland winning the WNCL, and you mentioned that so many of the New South Wales players have left for opportunities around the country. Is that an issue? Is there something that... No?
It's been like that for a while, and I think Victoria's starting to find the same thing. They've had a few players leave their shores and go to other states to get an opportunity, and it can only be good for Australian cricket, right? I mean, Tasmania's only got 500,000 people. You can't be relied on to fill a full quality team with that.
Henderson looking for a fourth wicket. Beats the bat.
So, sheer weight of numbers says that we're going to be strong, same as Victoria. So, but in saying that, Queensland, South Australia, WA won last year. So, certainly they've done a lot of work underneath with the elite programs.
Henderson pushed to mid-on, and Lugg sets off for a quick single.
Good running. Every run's vital now. But it's good to see. I mean, there's so many hundreds scored in the WNCL this year.
I've really enjoyed the expanded coverage of the WNCL as well. There's more and more games streamed, some even shown on Fox Cricket, and you really get to, watch the players in a longer game. We see them in the WBBL. Here's Henderson, and Taylor drives nicely, no run. We see them in the WBBL, and then they go away. So it's so great that the WNCL is getting more coverage.
Absolutely, and again today we get to see WBBL standard players on show here in this first grade grand final.
Henderson in and driven.
So, we're going back to this game here. I haven't seen the field have to change much. And as we talk about as batters, your job is to change the field. And it hasn't really happened. They've dictated all day, Sydney.
They've just been able to pick up wickets just as the partnerships have got going. I felt that Leroy and Smith were starting to ask a lot of questions.
Yep.
And you could just tell then Sydney were getting frustrated. But then Leroy got out and they've been able to sort of grab control of the game again. What are we going to expect from Taylor with the bat, do you think?
Well, from what I've seen so far, she's quite happy just to try and play with a straight bat at the moment. I don't know if this is the wicket to sort of try and hoik across the line. I think the sweep shot, we saw Leroy do that before. That's come into play. I think the sweep shot's a safe option here, but not so much to slog across the line on the front with your, a bit more of a stable base upright. But I think it's more sort of play into the V. But she's got long levers, so I'd like to see her try and clear that infield. We're certainly going to do that in the last couple of overs, you'd think, if they can keep their wickets intact for the next few overs.
Sharma continuing from the Hall of Fame end over the wicket. Like nudges into the onside and they take a quick single underarm in, and
it wasn't far away, was it?
No. We saw a pretty loud run out attempt on Smith earlier. Apart from that, the running's been pretty good.
Just made it, but Sydney made the error of standing in front of the umpire before, so we made sure they were well out of the way there.
It looked a close decision from where I was at about square leg for that one. Oh, they've thought about a single there, but never there.
That's a yes, no, sorry. That one, you just say no. That's a strong no from Tilly Lugg. Just getting a little bit frustrated here.
Sharma. She's back cutting, found the gap beautifully. That's a great shot all the way along the carpet. It's running towards the rope. There's a dive, and it's 4 runs. Taylor's first boundary of her innings, and a lovely shot off the back foot.
Yep, really, really classy shot, that one. And the big thing that she did well there was hit the gap as well. A really gallant chase out into the boundary, but just trickled away for 4. So really good full face of the bat there.
Had a bit of Beth Mooney about it. Sharma in again. Taylor props forward and defends.
Yeah, and just adjusted a line there. Just made sure that she got a little bit full up. So you'd be happy if you got compared to Beth Mooney. I'll take that any day of the week.
Ooh, threw it up and Taylor tried to hit that one over mid-on a long way.
She wanted a piece of it, didn't she?
She did.
She just didn't keep her shape and her
We
head come up.
We haven't seen a lot of that, have we, in
No.
this innings? Northern District. They haven't really gone
Over the top.
and wholeheartedly. That was the first one where you felt that someone was trying to hit a big 6. Sharma in. Beats the bat. 6 for 110 after 40 overs.
So, 10 more overs. Say, Andrew, you go 4 and over.
150. Even I can do that maths.
You got it. So they're going to need that at least.
I think if they aim for that, and then in the last couple, if they've got wickets in hand, you can nudge it a bit higher.
Yeah.
But what they don't want to do is be trudging off here in the 45th over all out.
No.
We've gone too early. And that's the disadvantage with losing those 2 wickets recently. Henderson in. Smith was quite a good anchor on. They've taken a run on the misfield. Lugger's been very awake to any possibility of a single since she's got out there. And it's now 6 for 1-1-1.
1-1-1 Nelson.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Jack's hopping in the back of
Get
the
on one
commentary
leg.
box. Very superstitious.
Get on one leg, he is.
Jack Clifton. Taylor's on strike.
Just perusing the outfield. Alex Timms just making sure they got the field set perfectly.
Oh, nicely nudged by Taylor there. It was pushed down leg side and she just got a tickle on it. It's running away and Sharma gets it, flicks it back. Nell Bryson Smith picks it up. And there's a bit of a series of misfields on the boundary. And they've got 3. Good running. It's now 6 for 114.
Get rid of Nelson, that's the way. Get a 3. So off that now.
Jack can stand up properly now. Henderson. Continuing from the high school end. She's been outstanding today. 3 wickets already. Push down
Wide.
leg side and the umpire signals wide.
Yeah, well, there's that left-hand, right-hand combination, isn't it? So
Forces you to change
for a
your
lefty,
line.
that's a perfect delivery. So that's the importance of trying to rotate the strike, which didn't happen early on. Ooh, wasn't far from being out. That's the worst way to get out in cricket, I reckon.
Run out at the non-striker's
yeah.
end off deflection. Ever happened to you?
Yes. Karen Rolton got me out. I said, I'm never backing you up again. Just hit 4s.
It's a pushed wide and beats the field. Nicely played by Lug. Just waited for it and it beat Gully. And they've come back for 2. And she'll make it. Good running, good throw. And I think Jodie Hicks there.
Yep, great running. A little bit of a harbour bridge there by Sharma. But Matilda Lugg has looked really busy, hasn't she? Took a few balls to get off strike, but she's trying to take this game on and put the pressure back onto Sydney.
It's a fantastic innings so far. She's on strike. And it's the paddle, the ramp, over the keeper's head. Michelle Goscoe's very happy with that here in the commentary box, and they'll get to And we've seen a bit of invention there from Matilda Lugg.
I like it. She
6 for
set it up,
119.
and she knew that Henderson was going to bring the ball back in, so she actually set up really quickly for that and really early. So, and just made sure she was nice and still. We said earlier, maybe in under 10s there's a fielder there behind the wicketkeeper, but not at this standard of cricket.
She's now to 29. Squirted off the outside edge, and they'll take a run to the fielder. Good cricket. Now 6 for 120 after 41 overs. It's a good over for the Rangers. They've fought back in this fixture. It was all Sydney for the first 20 overs. There would have been a few Northern Districts players who were wondering where the runs were going to come. Well, Leroy turned things around with a dashing 48 off 59 deliveries, and now Matilda Lugg, 29 off 51. And the next 9 overs are not just vital for the team, but vital for her. Can she shepherd her team to a total they might defend?
She's certainly doing that at the moment. It's just about that partnership as well.
Full ball and driven into the offside.
She gave that a lot of flight. It was like a trying to bring rain ball, wasn't it? That one had plenty of air
Very
on
tempting.
it. I would have got sucked in for that.
Yeah. Another full ball.
But the good thing about that is she's making sure she's bowling that outside off stump, so it's sort of dropping as the ball's coming to her. So it's almost like a low full toss, unless you advance down the wicket early. So she's got her offside field set for that.
It's amazing how hard they are to hit when you take the pace off the
hard.
ball and really throw it up.
Yep.
Taylor on strike now. She's back trying to cut that, and it just wasn't there. And not short enough for that shot.
Well, could we see a reverse sweep? There's certainly down near the gully area or short third. There's no one down there.
Sharma in again. It's played into the offside, and they think about a single. Probably was there, but Lugg sent Taylor back.
Well, even if she comes down and gets an edge, she's going to pick up a couple of runs down at third. So ball's going away from the left-hander.
And they take off for a quick single.
Direct
Throw.
hit.
Oh, that would have had her. That
Yep.
would have been out by a long way. Just missed. And that's the end of the No, there's just one ball left. Switching sides. 6 for 122. One ball to come.
That was close, wasn't it? Direct hit would have had her, and she knew that too. Sort of given up. That's a risk they need to take now.
Lugg thrown up and driven down to the deep fielder for a single. Six for 123 after 42 overs. I'm going to swap with Jack Clifton, or I'm going to step out of the commentary box. Jack Clifton's going to jump in. I'll leave you with Michelle Godsko.
A big final 8 overs coming up here, Gozzy, isn't it? 6 for 123.
1, 2, 3. Sounds good, doesn't it?
It
1,
does.
2, 3.
Easy as 1, 2, 3.
Well, that's what the Rangers would be hoping it is like out there for the last 8 overs. But, geez, it's a difficult task, isn't it? We've got Sammy Jo Johnson coming back in. She's been really expensive today. Has gone for none for 1 off 5. She's been carted all day.
Yeah, she is. She's been irresistible, hasn't she? And she steams once more. And the ball dug out and barely rolls off the wicket there. Starts with a dot.
Well, what they might like is the pace on the ball. So, and then they can use those sort of angles. Matilda Lugg's looked really good out there the last couple of overs. A little bit less swing on the ball now when Sammy Jo had her first spell.
So punched down the ground just to whitish mid-offs. They're able to get themselves through for a single. So one more to Matilda Lugg, who's got a chance of being the top scorer now. She's 33 from 57. She's been there for almost an hour, 2 boundaries.
Did you just jinx her? Commentator curse. It's like I say all the time, like someone's batting really well or bowling well and then either get out or bowl a wide or something happens.
I don't think I'm important enough to have that kind of
don't
impact
be like
on people.
You're an exceptional commentator.
So Taylor is on 8. She faces Sammy Jo Johnson. Just leans on that and just drops it onto the onside.
And just watching her set up there, she's quite open. Obviously, being a left-hander, a right-hander coming over the wicket, you're going to be. But her trigger movement is to get across to sort of middle and off stump. And you know, she might be better off just to stay where she is. Then she can swing through the leg side. There's only one fielder out in the boundary.
She hammers that one. That was just brute strength as it races way down towards the cover boundary. Oh, and it's a nasty looking tumble down there. The fielder will go down as 4 runs.
Really good shot. Pierced that gap perfectly. Wasn't Sammy Jo's best ball that she's bowled today, but you still have to put them away. Sammy Jo is obviously sick of going over the wicket, so she's now going to change to around the wicket, just try and change that angle.
Comes in. Doesn't necessarily work because it was a nice crisp square drive out through the cover point region for a single. And these all valuable runs here for Northern Districts.
Certainly are building a nice little partnership, these two as well. You can just see the intents change a little bit. Tilly Luggs looked really good since she's been out there and has been trying to rotate the strike and put that pressure back onto Sydney.
Oh, and this ball's chopped her in half, and Sammy Jo can barely believe how she hasn't got a wicket from that.
Oh, that didn't bounce very high, did it? The teapot nearly came out from Sammy Jo.
Wouldn't be the first time today, would it?
No, we've seen it a few times. Did you teapot at all when you're out there? Hands on the hips and...
Not hands on hips. It's normally
on your head.
Hands on the head. Oh, yeah. I know Glenn McGrath was a big hands on hips if he got upset about something.
Yes, fiery fast bowlers. Well, it's hard when Sammy Jo with that one bad ball. That's probably the only bad ball she's bowled all day, and she played and she beat the bat numerous times in that first spell.
Yeah. And
just could not get the edge. Sometimes it's too good to get the edge. So, but then what it does, I was chatting to Andrew before, it gives the opportunity for the bowler at the other end to cash in and get the wickets because the batters have to go when they're not scoring at one end. So it's almost like you can say, well, Marianne Henderson, you got 2 wickets. One of those is mine.
Yeah, that's right.
Because I bowled in partnerships.
At least you keep telling yourself that.
Well, that's right. Well, it doesn't say it in the scorebook. But that's why sometimes the scorebook doesn't tell you the full story, does it?
Yeah.
You could look at this and go, well, geez, Annika, 48 or 59, must be seeing, okay, well, she did. But we can't underestimate how important this Matilda Luggs batted out here. Without these 33 runs, they're sitting under 100.
Kavanagh in, pitched up, and a swing and a miss outside the off stump. So 129, and I guess it's interesting the way that we're looking at it because we look at 6 for 129, obviously not being a giant score, but if Northern Districts come out and bowl to their ability and bowl to their plans, then a score of 145, 150 all of a sudden could look big if they take some early wickets. So it's all in comparison really, isn't it? It's easy, I think, as us as commentators to kind of look at a score and think, oh, they're going to be in trouble, but it's going to be up to the bowlers, and no doubt they're kind of gearing themselves up, getting themselves mentally right and heading the game and thinking about where they're going to bowl.
Yeah, and you've got to believe whatever runs you got on the board's enough. I played in a lot of games where we've only got sort of 130 and still won.
That's the thing. I've played in a few club finals, obviously not at this level, but you found that if you kind of got anything over 100, you're in with half a chance. It's a different type of game, finals, isn't it? They're normally low scoring games. So, yeah, who knows? 160 might be enough for Northern Districts. Makes it interesting as she peels for LBW as it slaps the pad there of Abby Taylor.
Well, she's going to find it very hard to get an LBW. We know the rule is if it pitches outside leg, and that was way outside leg stump. So you'd be a brave umpire to give that out. They still appeal anyway, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I've got some quality umpires here today.
This ball just crunched in the air. It wasn't played with any great conviction, really, and the batters jog rather nonchalantly through for a single. 6 for 130, so one ball left in the 44th over, and then we'll have 6 overs remaining in this innings for Northern Districts.
Yeah, they need another 30 runs at least. We spoke about sort of 150. I think they'd probably want to get, especially with 4 wickets still in hand, you'd want another 30, 40 runs.
Kavanagh charges in again. I was trying to get the little paddle ramp shot out, and she does just enough to tickle it past the keeper. Alex Timms unable to get on that. Well, she's just got a pad on it, but it doesn't really matter. All those kind of runs available at this stage. 6 overs remaining. Northern Districts in this Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Final. 6 for 131.
Yeah, and Sammy Jo continuing on here. So can she sneak a wicket? Didn't bowl exceptionally well last week for New South Wales, and the whole team pretty much didn't. I think Stella Campbell's probably the pick of the bowlers for me last week, but certainly it'd be difficult if the Breakers not making a final for the first time in 25 years. So changing of the guard, and it's not bad for Australian cricket. I'm a blue blood, obviously, through and through, but you know, it's a difficult season. New South Wales didn't get to play against WA, so at full strength. So it was a little bit of a games changing here and there, and things like that. So difficult season for everybody.
So Sammy Jo to continue. Conceded the boundary in the last over, but has been very tight with their lines and lengths. Pitches up and a lofted shot down the ground. Beats Sammy Jo's hand. Just loops over the top of the umpire's head. And 1 added to the total.
Well, those bucket hands didn't help her then, did it? She didn't move exceptionally well to the ball then. They're hard when they're coming back at you, though, those caught and bowls. They either stick or they don't. There's sort of no half measures there, especially on your follow through.
So the field quite expansive now for Sydney Cricket Club. And this has been hammered high and handsome out towards the deep. Not fully out of the middle there from Abby Taylor, but she'll pick up 2. She's not afraid to take on the New South Wales and Thunder quick. She slugged that one across the line.
And that's a shot I was just thinking that she could play if she just opened up her right leg just to give herself access to the leg side. And that's what she did there. So I don't mind that. There's plenty of open real estate on that leg side.
Oh, and she's gone again, and she's got hold of this one even better. And that's a couple of bounces down towards the boundary. Great piece of fielding out in the deep. And Abby Taylor will again have to settle for 2, but that line and that length, where it's just giving her the room just to swing the arms freely out in front of herself. She's cashed in, picked up 4 runs from the last 2 balls.
Yeah, and that shot was a little bit better. Now that's forced a change in the field. So that's a tick to Abby Taylor. suspect a slower ball might be bowled here by Sammy Jo Johnson. And it was a slower ball.
And hammered straight to cover. You picked it.
I did. Well, I know a fast bowler's not.
You got a few fans in the scorers section.
They're only
next to us.
human. I've hired them all day. That's good. Everyone's enjoying the cricket here. We've got a decent crowd, which is nice to see as well. Oh.
This ball dragged towards fine leg. They'll get a single. I guess you probably spent a lot of time next to the scorers because you got out so often early on in the overs. That would have been your best friend.
Oh,
Don't worry, I know all about it. I'm no different.
Yeah, I tried to be friends with the umpires as well, just in case, you look at them with puppy dog eyes, not to give you out LBW or something. Didn't really happen. That didn't work.
Oh, and he slapped that one high in there, coming in from the deep and taking the catch. It ends the innings there of Matilda Lark going for that big shot, which they probably have to at this stage. Only 5 overs remaining, but just didn't quite get enough on that one and holes out in the deep. So the 7th wicket departs. 7 for 136 now. Good piece of bowling there. Probably not the best ball that she's bowled today, Sammy Jo, but she gets the breakthrough, gets her first of the day, and an important breakthrough as well that just stunts the progress and brings a new batter to the crease, slows things down a little bit here for Northern Districts.
Yeah, cricket's such a funny game, isn't it? You can bowl your worst ball and then pick up your wicket, and it looks the same in the score sheet. That might be your best ball you ever bowled, but she deserved that wicket. Set it up early on in her first spell, so unfortunately for Northern Districts, a really important contribution comes to the end. Looks like Shivani Mehta's come to the crease. Interesting that she's batting this low in this this lineup, but she was in my under-15s state side and opened the batting, or at 3. So it's very decent with the bat. Not so much a big hitter, but certainly can work the ball around really well.
Yeah, running between the wickets, I think, is going to be key here.
Yeah, she's super quick. One of the best fielders going around in this first grade competition as well.
I think you've probably just got to look at trying scoring up every ball, whether it's a leg by or whether it's a wide, or just scamper through for a rush single. Kavanagh with a wild ball down the leg side, and she's got something on it, and that's going to be 4. And that is absolute gold for Northern Districts. And they start this 46th over in the best possible fashion, 7 for 141.
Well, you want first ball to face. That's probably the one you want, isn't it? Wide outside leg stump. I was just figuring out who her action is. It's Delissa Commence. That's who she looks like, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
The front arm comes across, and with the blonde hair.
Yeah, I was going to say that, yep.
Very similar.
This ball whipped off the pads, and they pick up a single. So they've gone top heavy in these first 2 balls to maybe set up for a big over. 5 runs off the first 2 balls.
And looking busy. So, as I said, I'm not sure. Thinking why she's come this low, but she's done her job so far. Abby Taylor, the responsibility falls back on her shoulders now. They've snuck their way up. Indies.
And this will crunch down the ground. Didn't really get it. Was kind of a cross-bat shot there from Taylor, but she does pick up a single, and they've scored off every ball in this over, which I think what they need to do in the back end of this innings. They've already picked up 6 from this over. If they could get another boundary in these final 3 deliveries, all of a sudden the pressure just switches back on to Sydney Cricket Club a little bit more. Kavanagh. It's a good ball. Sammy Jo can't get across to cut it off. And they get the single. She looks keen to get a second, doesn't she, Meta?
She's quick. She's really quick. And because she's not a massive hitter of the ball, she's not going to be pumping 6s everywhere here, but because she's only small in stature, she has to try and manipulate the gaps. So that's why I'm a bit intrigued about why she's come in so late down the order.
So 2 balls left. Tegan Kavanagh charges in. And swing and a miss outside the off stump. Fancy a bit of a slower ball there from Kavanagh. Just rolling the fingers across the seam, taking the pace off it.
Yep, smart cricket there. I'm not sure where Taylor was trying to hit that. Just took her eyes off the ball. She's just got to make sure she keeps a stable base here.
They're all going to get out, or at 1:30 they'll have their lunch break. So
She gets enough on this just to steer it down the ground towards Kate Barry, who does the fielding. So one more. Just starting with the boundary, just got into a little bit of a lull there. Still 7 from it, so a good over for Northern District. 7 for 145 with 4 overs remaining in this innings. What are you thinking, Gozzy? 160 minimum that they probably want to get to, and then anything above that is a bit of a bonus.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to need that sort of 160 mark. It's more a psychological thing. 140, 160, very different. That's 20 runs. It doesn't seem like a whole lot, but just psychologically. So it's important here that they try and cash it in this back end.
And comes Sammy Jo Johnston. Ball looped onto the onside, and Sammy Jo scurries around to keep it to a dot ball.
Do you reckon bowlers get quicker every time it's off their own, they're fielding off their own bowling? You're a bowler.
Yeah. You definitely,
all of a sudden, they're...
Yeah, you definitely get a boost of energy.
Usain Bolt, a bit quicker.
If you have a look over my shoulder, they locked off tight.
Oh, and this one has gone really high into the air. The fielder's getting underneath it and almost took an incredible catch. I think it's gone for 6. They've said that it's a 4.
Well, I don't know how that's happened. If she's... that's a coach killer for me. If you're going to get hit over your head, you want it to be a 6. So if you're on the boundary, you're on the boundary. So I don't understand how she's leapt in the air and it's still gone for 4. That's got to be in 6.
It's a boundary to start, 149 on the board now, and a little bit of a mix-up there between the batters, and they decide against taking the single, but Navi Taylor's the one. She's really taken the long handle to some of these Sydney Tiger quicks.
What a shot that was.
Andrew said,
see you later, Sammy Jo.
when they're doing running between wickets,
she's certainly liking the pace on the ball, isn't she?
the wicket keeper, because that's most likely going to be where the drama is. Have you done before?
Down the leg side, trying to flick that one around the corner. They're going to run through for the single here. Sammy Jo with a shot at the stumps, but a dive there by Meta gets her home and brings up the 150 for Northern District. So another little milestone ticked off for the girls from Northern Sydney.
They did run between wickets.
Still 20 legitimate balls left in this innings.
Yeah, it's not out of the realm that they could get that 170. Considering where they were, Jack, when they, the first 10 overs, it's been an incredible fight back.
With me? At the moment, when they change overs every 6 balls, right here I'm at the full end of the zoom. Have you got your camera and everything? Yeah.
So Meta faces up.
Oh, there's one other thing I want to tell you.
Back and pulling this one away hard and gets it through the gap. She's actually timed it really well down towards the boundary and almost goes for 4. It took 2 efforts there, and they'll come back and they'll get 3. So that was a big moment there by Shivani Mehta. She didn't seem to hit it very hard, but just timed it and placed it in a beautiful spot in the ground, almost picking up a boundary. She picks up 3.
Yeah, and what I said about Shivani Mehta, like, she's not going to be this big 6 hitter, but she will pierce the gap and has impeccable timing.
And ends with a single. So 3 overs remaining. Northern District 7 for 153.
It's been a good fight back, and Abby Taylor's snuck away to 25. So just little contributions coming here. Oh, that's what you want from your team. You want everyone contributing. So just got to get through these last 3 overs. And a big effort with the ball for Northern Districts.
Really wide like this, and as the bat person's coming in, I'll just creep in. And the thing I really like
Kavanagh
about the training session
continuing on.
years ago, they came up with a way of explaining.
She's been good today, Tegan Kavanagh. Very accurate. Hasn't bowled too many bad balls as well.
It just, when you watch sportscast stuff, it just is a little bit better.
She's bowled 8 overs, 1 for 28.
Single camera.
So comes in to bowl her 9th. And Meta just works it onto the onside, and that's well run.
Oh,
Got one right in the back of the leg there, I reckon.
yeah, that's off Jodie Hicks' rocket arm.
So they've still got 2 overs of Semi-Jo Johnson. And Kavanagh will have 1 more after this. Henderson still has 1 if they wanted to throw the ball to her.
Well, it means Semi-Jo won't bowl 10. This is the 48th, 49.50. So Semi-Jo will just bowl the 9 overs.
That ball hammered away out into the deep. Should probably only get the single there. Might just hamstring them. They're running a little bit. Meta's on 3 or 4 occasions has wanted that
She's
second
quick.
run.
Very
Patel
quick.
hasn't been interested.
Yeah, and Meta's got a soccer background as well, so super fit athlete.
We Meta back on strike. 7 for 155. Clips that one just to the right there of the fielder at mid-wicket. And again, just the single.
And again, that's her strength there. She'll just nudge it around. She'll use the pace of the ball. And that's how she scores the majority of her runs. So behind the wicket.
Yeah, no worries. I'll be here. Yeah, it's mine. And I wouldn't.
She slugged that one out to the deep. She's found plenty of open pastures down to the boundary for 4 runs. So that's a big blow there. She's come up with a couple of these in the last few overs as Abby Taylor. Number 40 brings up another boundary. 7 for 160 now, and she's really opening the shoulders.
Yep, really, really good shot. And again, just gave herself access to that leg side and could just hit through the ball. She has a nice swing when she decides to go through with the shot.
She's 30 from 37. Slower ball, though. That'll be a wide. So that pressure just building for Sydney a little bit there. The bowler being hit to the boundary for 4. Tries to come up with something ingenious the next ball, and it backfires.
Happens a lot, doesn't it? Putting the pressure back on the bowler.
Anything less than 8
161 on the board.
Once I get to 8 hours, I'm fine.
Kavanagh short, and that ball
Whoa.
just... Not sure what happened there. It seemed to bounce really short, always halfway down the pitch, but kind of gathered a bit of momentum, a bit of pace, and seemed to surprise Abby Taylor there.
Well, I think she was going to hit it on the offside and then went, no, that's not what there. And then the leg side, and then decided just to bunt it forward for a dot.
Here's Kavanagh's last ball, their 9th over. She pitches up, and Taylor lofts this one down the ground again. Not carrying down to Gazelle Plummer down there, and they pick up a single. But it means Taylor will retain the strike, which is important at this stage of the innings. 2 overs remaining, 7 for 162. Taylor is now 31 from 39, and Meta's come in and played a nice innings, 11 not out from 6 with a boundary.
Yep, she's looked good, hasn't she? Just building a little bit of a partnership here. It's probably ahead of where they thought they would be, probably after that first 10 overs sort of, or even that drinks mark. So it's been a really good fight back here by the Rangers.
Yeah, if they get to 180, which I know is a big ask, 18 from the last 12 balls, but if they get to 180, I reckon they would be over the moon with how things have turned around. This ball ricochets off the pad there, I believe, of Taylor. It's going to go down as a leg by.
Yeah, and I think Meta's on strike now, so She'll probably try and use her angles here, or down to third or to fine. I'm just thinking if they move third back. No, they're not. So see how
Sometimes I have to
Meta approaches this.
all manual.
Meta in, pushing out through the offside, but a dot ball.
Yeah, she knows she's missed out there.
I thought it'd give me lots of good practice.
Just had to hit it a metre or two either side and would have got at least a run. If she'd hit it to the right of her, she probably would have picked up 2. There are some gaps out there, but that's the thing about sport, isn't it? It's the pressure. It's not just being able to do what you want. Pressure is certainly there. Meta in, and Meta just
bowling.
works it back to Sammy Joe, showing all that guile and experience. She's bowled plenty of death overs in the WNCL for New South Wales and Queensland, and the Brisbane Heat and the Sydney Thunder. So this isn't her first rodeo.
That's right, and it's exceptional bowling. Can't really skew that away, that ball in the block hole.
Let's see what Meta's reply will be after a couple of dot balls. She's reaching at this one, and it just ricochets off the bat and cleans up behind the stump. So this is really masterful bowling by Sammy Joe Johnson.
Yeah, and I just spoke about using the angles. That one would have been perfect to try and hit down to third, especially Healy Chandler's at short third, so there's plenty of open space down there.
2 balls left, just the single from this over. It's unconventionally just hoiked over the top down to long off for the single. So Taylor will be back on strike, and I wonder what she's going to do here. Does she go for the big shot, Gozzy? Does she try and just get the single to retain strike?
Well, ideally,
I guess you
three.
depend. I guess
She wants a three.
I guess you depend what delivery Sammy Joe bowls,
Yes.
don't you? It's
well, you'd love a forky.
Taylor hammers that one over extra cover. Doesn't get it out of the middle, and she'll just get the single, so she will retain the strike.
Great over.
And Sammy Joe probably finishes a frustrating performance for her. She's bowled very well and much better than her figures indicate. And her figures indicate she's been extremely economical. And with 1 over remaining in the Northern Districts innings here in this Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Grand Final, they are 7 for 165.
Yeah, and only 2 off that last over. Incredible bowling by Sammy Joe Johnson, showing a full array of skills that she has, and one of the reasons why she's been one of the most successful bowlers in Australian domestic cricket, bringing all that skill here to the McDonald's Women's Premier Competition in Sydney.
Just finishes with 9 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22 as we see Taylor open the shoulders there. They're going to come back for a second after a couple of misfields. That was costly as Taylor gets back on strike. 2 more to the total, 167, a loss of 7.
Yeah, and that's running that first one as hard as you can. Try and put pressure on the outfielders, and it's exactly what happened.
This has been a really important rearguard fight here from Abby Taylor. 34 not out from 42. And a swing and a miss outside the off stump. Not always conventional from Abby, but she's got some very valuable runs without that 34. Northern Districts.
They're in a lot of trouble, right?
Maybe subpar 150.
I call that the woolly whooshka, that shot.
So 4 balls remaining. Is there a big shot in the repertoire here for Taylor? Full toss by Kavanagh, and it's slapped down the ground for the single. Still, Meta looking for the second
She's
run,
trying.
even though it wasn't there.
She almost lapped her. So what does she do here?
I think she just needs to get off strike, I think,
Yeah.
unless it's a really bad ball that she can hammer away for a 4 or a 6. I think she needs to get Taylor back on strike for the last 2.
Oh, snudge it down to fine. Just walk across the stumps. Brings the ball in here, Kavanagh.
She does enough. She whips it away, so she gets it past square leg. They'll get 2 here. That was a good shot from Meta. It was full and swing into the pads, and she clipped it away fine in front of square. So she picks up 2, and they're up now to 170 Northern Districts.
There we go. We said 150 early, and then it's kept pushing backwards. So another really important partnership here at the end for Northern Districts.
Meta 14 from 11. She lofts down the ground. She is able to find the gap there. And they're just going to settle for the single. And so Meta moves to 15 from 12. And Taylor will get one last bite of the cherry here on 35. And the field going back out. Sammy Jo Johnson going out to a deep mid-wicket. There is a deep square leg. No one deep on the offside, though, apart from the fielder just in front of us. The captain Plummer that's down at long off. So last ball of the inning, 7 for 171. And she hoiks this one out into the deep, one bounce. And they're going to come back for the second. The throw has gone to the wrong end. And that is great running from Meta. She's done a really good job. And they pick up 2 to finish the innings. And I think after the start they made, they'll be very pleased with that Northern Districts. Having got runs on the board, batting first in this Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket Final. They finish with 7 for 173 from their allotted 50 overs, and really due to some power hitting in the lower order from Abby Taylor. She finishes 37 not out from 45, and the lower order hitting of Shivani Mehta supporting well. Mehta finishing 15 not out from 12 with a boundary, but ran very well between the wickets. Sees them finish at 7 for 173. Earlier on, it wasn't looking so rosy, was it, Gozzy? We saw some ducks at the top of the order. Sammy Jo Johnson and also Mary Henderson bowling extremely well. Henderson finishing with 3 for 20 off 9 overs, and Johnson 1 for 22 from 9. They were 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 16. But then we saw some fight in the middle order. Annika Leroy made 48 from 59 with 7 fours, and then the skipper Smith 20. Lug 35 and Taylor 37 not out, doing enough to scrape them up to 7 for 173. They'll be pleased with that, but they'll know as well, Gozzy, that they've got to hit the ground running when they come out and field. Need to get early wickets and will need to work hard in the field to see if they can pull off what would be an incredible victory.
Yeah, and they certainly fought back very hard. I mean, that start was impeccable by Sydney Cricket Club, and they were in all sorts of trouble, Northern Districts, and then fought back really well. Couple of good partnerships, some good performances by a few senior players in this Northern District side. But yeah, big run chase on this afternoon.
We'll be back in 40 minutes for all the action in that run chase with the minor premiers, the Sydney Cricket Club, looking for back-to-back titles. To do that, they'll need to chase down 174. Myself and Michelle and Andrew Mentz will be back for all of that action in 40 minutes' time.
I did the first 10, and then I was off for 10, and then I did another 10, and I was off for 10.
I did 45 overs of that. I had 5 overs off. 20 to
We make it any money here.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah, it does hit yours after a while.
Jack and I'll open batting.
Yeah.
I normally come in.
You can start ball by ball minutes.
McDonald's Premier Cricket Grand Final time. The first grade teams are out there. And Northern Districts won the toss and batted first today and set a target of 174 for Sydney to win the title. Northern Districts, good fight back, you'd have to say, Jack, in the last 10 overs of their innings.
Yeah, it really was. We saw some powerful hitting and being able to hit the gaps as they got their eyes in. But now they've got to do the damage with the ball, and we've got Naomi McDonald on strike, Kate Barry at the other end. It's going to be entertaining cricket.
Shelley with the first ball of the innings, and it's a wide ball. A little bit of swing there, but a little bit too wide. So Sydney are off the mark, none for one.
Yeah, we saw how much drama Northern Districts had in getting off the mark and then being 2 for 2 early on. So they need to be accurate, need to bowl to their plans here, the Northern Districts Rangers.
Shelley from the Hall of Fame end. McDonald's back and pushing past Gully, and they'll take one run. McDonald's off the mark.
Yeah, I think the first 10 overs are probably going to give us a pretty good indication, man, as I think of how this game's going to pan out. It is a long way off, but if Sydney can be none down or only one down for 30 odd or 40 odd, they're going to put themselves in a good position to build towards that total. It's not huge runs per over, so they'll know that keeping wickets in hand probably the key thing at the moment.
Absolutely. You don't want to get those grand final wobbles, and that's gone off the outside edge of Barry's bat and heading towards third, and they've taken one. She's off the mark, Kate Barry. So both batters off the mark, unlike both the openers for Northern Districts, who were both dismissed for a duck earlier today. Yeah, really, almost an innings of two halves we saw today. The first 25 overs, it seemed like Northern Districts are going to struggle to set a target, and then, well, they were able to sort of work their way out of it with a good innings by Leroy, another wide there from Shelley.
Yeah.
Second one of the over.
Yeah, I don't know what your thought process was, Manners, but when I saw the fact that they'd slipped to 3 for 16, I thought it might have been one of those finals where side gets blasted out for 80 or 90, but to Northern District's credit, they showed a lot of fight and resilience to lift themselves up to 173, but 2 wides in the first over, that's not helping them. They need to really focus on being tight and trying to build some pressure on these batters.
Exactly like Sydney were able to do earlier today, and it's a much better delivery just outside off stump, forcing McDonald to defend. Yeah, it was a fantastic last 10 overs from the Northern District's batters. Going into that last 10 overs, Northern District just had 110 on the board. But they were able to score 63 off the last 10 overs and get that target up to 173. And it's really kept them in the game. Shelley in and McDonald defends.
It's turned out to be a lovely day, hasn't it, Manners? It was a little bit cool this morning. There was even a little bit of surface dew on the ground, but it's a bit more cloud covers kind of swept across, but it's still a really nice day here in Sydney. And Banks Centre will just such a great place to watch cricket from, whether it's first class or first grade. It's, fantastic facilities.
Slashed at by McDonald, and Gully dives to the left and gets past Smith. I think that Lauren Smith at Gully, and McDonald gets another run. The score none for 5. A beautiful sunny afternoon. Saw a little bit of turn in the pitch in the first innings. I know Northern Districts have a very strong array of spin bowlers that they'll throw at Sydney this afternoon. Shelley. Good delivery, and Barry shoulders arms. And that's the end of the first over here of the second innings of the McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket Final, the women's final. None for 5, chasing 174 for Sydney to lift the trophy here as champions.
Yeah, I think for Sydney, you want to stay ahead of the 8 ball, so to speak. I think you don't want to get too bogged down, I think, and see that smallish run rate start to rise. But at the same time, you don't want to be throwing caution to the wind, so to speak. So I think, yeah, good start there, getting 5 runs off the first over. That just settles a few nerves for the batters out there. The ball hits the bat and you get some of that nervous energy out by running between the wickets. So a positive start from there, and pressure almost immediately back on Northern Districts. And it looks like Lawrence Smith is going to come into the attack. So a bold and brave move, but I think Northern Districts need to do things like this if they want to take the title out here this afternoon.
Smith to bowl from the high school end. Sydney Thunder WBBL player, champion. Made the switch last winter from the Sixers to the Thunder. McDonald's on strike. Smith. Good delivery, some turn and bounce, and already some trouble. Just pretty standard ring field. They've got a short mid-on in there for anything that's just popped in the air. Nudged into the onside, and McDonald takes a quick single. Didn't see enough of that early on from the Northern Districts batters, just nudging it into the gap and rotating the strike. Certainly what Sydney have to do is they'll feel that if they can just rotate the strike, keep wickets in hand and bat normally for 40, 50 overs, they'll get these runs. Smith in tosses up and Barry pokes it in onto the onside, no run. Northern Districts need a couple of early wickets here just to lift the spirits. They finished their innings well now. They need to snaffle a couple early and put the pressure back on Sydney. Pushed away on the onside with a cross bat by Barry. They've taken one. They're going to look for 2. Good running. Smith in again. Nice flight and turn. Barry a little bit late on that. None for 8. 1 ball left in Smith's first over. She started well.
She started extremely well, getting a lot of grip and bite and turn off this pitch. We saw Sharma spin a couple of balls quite prodigiously in that first innings. Smith looking to do the same.
And that's the end of the second over. It's none for 8. Smith just conceding 3 runs in her first over. Shelley to resume from the Hall of Fame end. McDonald and Barry opening the batting for Sydney. And driven into the offside, doesn't beat the field. Northern Districts players pretty energetic. Got an interesting field. They've got 2 gullies for McDonald. No slips. Makes me nervous when you see a field like that. Shelley in. Keeps a little low. No run. 2 gullies and the third man. Third. Cut nicely through point. And it's run away for 4. Lovely shot there from McDonald. Nice timing. Bit of width from Shelley, and she capitalised.
Yeah, and that's the thing that Sydney Cricket Club didn't do early on, and as they didn't give any width outside the off stump or outside the leg stump, and yeah, they've just haven't started as well as they would have anticipated. Shelley's bowled a couple of wide. She's thrown up a wide one there, but Sydney Cricket Club, to their credit, they've been good enough to get these balls away and pick up the runs.
Full ball and hit into the pitch. Dot ball, none for 12 after 2.4 overs. You can hear the Northern Districts fielders encouraging their teammates and the bowler trying to stay up for it. Pushed beautifully through the covers by McDonald. That is lovely timing. Gorgeous shot. And I think it's going to beat the fielders. It has 4 more. Second boundary of the over. McDonald looking all class to start this innings.
Yeah, well, she's a very good batter. And, yeah, she's showing why she has had so much success with Sydney Cricket Club. And, yeah, another beautiful shot there and 4 more. So not danger signs for Northern Districts yet. But at the moment, Manners, they've... Yeah, 16 runs already being taken off the first 3 overs. With still 1 ball left in this 3rd over, so they're putting themselves ahead of the chase here, and that required run rate is starting to dip quite significantly.
Shelley in, and that's wide. It's slashed at and doesn't beat the fielder there. Good fielding.
Yeah, I think there'll need to be a bit of a chat maybe with Shelley, or some changes needed, because we've seen probably 4, maybe 5 of her first 12 deliveries have been short and wide. A couple of wides that she's thrown up that have just given 3 runs, and then, yeah, those couple of wide ones, one went to the boundary. Yeah, last thing you want, Menez, is milking 30 runs off the first 5 or 6 overs. When you're defending a total of 173, you've just got to be so precious with protecting those runs, and you can't afford to give the side a red-hot start like that eases the pressure, not only the 2 batters out in the middle, but the next 4 or 5 girls to come in the middle order.
No, you're spot on. They need to try and constrict the scoring and put the pressure on them, and that's paddled to short fine leg by Barry. She gets a single off Smith and score none for 17 after 3.1 overs.
Yeah, good start by this pair. No, McDonald's had a solid campaign in the McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket Women's Competition this summer. Just a tick above 200 runs, 201 runs at 22.3. She has got a higher score of the year against Penrith. She made 90 out there in that game in round 4.
Smith in again. McDonald tried to swing that away, but couldn't get any bat. We'll just wait for the umpire signal. Yeah, leg buys.
And Kate Barry, she would love an opportunity to really dig her heels in today and stick around and score some runs. She's hasn't had the greatest of seasons, 158 runs at 13.2 this summer. Round 1 was probably her best score, 47 there.
Tossed up by Smith, and Barry extravagantly defends.
But she did hit a determined 30 or 55 in their last regular season game. Of course, no semi-finals for these girls. Those games got washed out, as well as the scheduled final last Sunday. But, yeah, so she comes in with a little bit of form under her belt, and she'll be hoping to cash in and no doubt spend some time out in the middle with her opening batter partner.
Smith, nicely flighted delivery. Barry defends. I wonder if they might try a spin at both ends. Saw Shelley get hit for a couple of boundaries in the last over. McDonald looks comfortable with the ball coming onto the bat. Smith. Nice loop and turn.
Well, that's the thing as well, man. As these batters have got no problems with stretching forward and defending Lauren Smith straight back down the pitch when they've picked up 4, 5, 6 runs off the last over. Whereas when we saw Sydney bowl, there was pressure from both ends. There was pressure from Sammy Joe Johnson at the top of the order, and then there was pressure from the likes of Sharma and also Marianne Henderson. There wasn't anywhere for the Northern District's batters to look, but if you know that you've picked up 6 or 7 off one over, you're happy to occupy a few balls in that following overs. There needs to be pressure from both ends, and looks as if there might be a change in the bowling stocks as well.
Shelley with a third over, continuing from the Hall of Fame end. Full ball and driven to mid-off, dot ball.
Yeah, that's where you want to be more. I think from when you're a little kid, your coaches are drumming into you to pitch the ball up, not just trying to hit the stumps, but as you get older, when you know the value of the swinging ball, you've got to put it up there to try and get some movement. And she can protect that. She can protect them driving down the ground. Can't really protect it when you drop short and playing square of the wicket.
Really hard to set a field, and that's slashed at by McDonald. She's a lovely wristy player, McDonald. Beautiful timer of the ball.
And she is a very good cutter of the ball. Been a little bit critical of Shelley in this opening spell, but it's probably fair to say that a couple of those balls haven't been that short. It's just been that McDonald's so quick to get in position. She makes the ball a little bit shorter and is willing to cut those balls that are even a little bit more pitched up.
Oh, she's pulled that one now over mid-wicket. Won't get all the way to the boundary. They've taken 2, and good fielding there. Keeps it to 2. Leroy there doing the chasing.
Yeah, might give a bit of confidence to Shelley there. That wasn't an overly short delivery, but Naomi McDonald looks like the kind of batter that likes to get on top of the bowling and fielding side, and certainly wasn't out of the middle. I think when you're bowling early on, you see a ball that just kind of loops over the top of the infield. It just does give you a bit of confidence. It's a little mini morale victory there for her off that ball.
Full ball and driven to mid-off. No run. She's come out in good form, McDonald. Timings the ball so nicely. None for 20 in the 5th over. Yeah, strange field here. 2 gullies, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Just very square fine leg and very square third. Shelley and defended with a lovely straight bat from McDonald. Sydney Cricket Club a powerhouse at grade level in both men's and women's Premier Cricket.
Yeah, I think their second grade side women's side is in the final today, and their first grade men's side is in a semi-final match at the moment.
Shelley, full ball and pushed into the offside, no run. That's the end of 5 overs here. It's none for 20. Sydney chasing 174 to win the title. We've commentated on another grand final that Sydney played in a few weeks ago against Randwick Petersham at Drummoyne Oval in the men's 50 over limited overs cup. Sydney going down to Randwick Petersham that day in a thriller at Drummoyne.
That Sydney first grade side, they actually are through. They're the first team through to the final, so their match with Fairfield Liverpool has declared a draw, and Sydney.
What was the score in the end?
Sydney made 5 for 395. So we saw Matty Rogers, the skipper, made 166. Anthony Mosca or AJ Mosca made 124. So the runs continue to flow for those boys.
Yep.
Liam Hatcher, the best of the Fairfield Liverpool quicks, 3 for 111, and Liverpool obviously knowing that they couldn't chase that down in only a couple of hours, decide just to pull the pin. And the other game, maybe a bit of an upset. Manly Warringah have defeated Sydney University. Manly made 8 for 319.
Smith tosses up and nudged to short fine leg for a single by Barry.
Sydney Uni all out for 162. Ryan Hadley, who we saw a bit of when we did those one-day games, 5 for 58, and Steve O'Keefe 2 for 18. So Manly shocking a few punters there. They're through to the final, so they'll face Sydney. So that should be a cracking game. If I'm not mistaken, Drummoyne Oval should be the destination.
Smith tosses up and McDonald nudges it again to find leg, and they thought about a single, but Barry sent McDonald back. Bit of confusion there between the batters. So congratulations to Sydney Cricket Club into the grade final. Taking on Manly. Ollie Davies Manly. Jack Edwards Manly. Smith in. That's a good change of pace, and it's come off the pad, and they've taken a single because the ball went behind the keeper.
Well, I know in local club cricket, but particularly in grade cricket, there's always fanfare when a side wins a premiership, and there's a decent chance that Sydney Cricket Club could win the men's first grade title, but then also lift up the women's first grade title, the women's second grade title. They could have a few ones there.
Thrown up, and they'll take a single. Barry's in trouble here. He just made it. Yeah, speaking to Tommy Anderson, who's the Northern Districts coach, yesterday, he made a very interesting point to me that, he's noticed, he said that, the women's and the men's team at Northern Districts are becoming much closer, and it's starting to really feel like a club environment with all the teams, the men's and the women's, having quite a close relationship and following each other more so than in the past. And it was a trend that was started in the Big Bash. I think that we've seen that the men's and the women's Big Bash sides have started to have that real club feeling. And now we're seeing that in the lower levels, which is really important. None for 23 after 6 overs here. For there not to be sort of some separation between the men's and women's club, but for it to feel like you're all together.
Definitely.
I guess the next thing would be to get the club championships combined.
Well, Northern Districts took out the club championship.
For the men's, yeah.
For the men's.
And the women's Sydney, but whether you could somehow combine them both.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
I'll ask Michelle later on when I'm in commentary.
Feel free to ask her all the prickly questions when she comes in.
Now there's been a change in the bowling. Holly Simmons. Defended. Saw Holly play in the Plan B Women's Regional Bash earlier this summer at North Sydney Oval for the Coffs Coast Chargers.
Yeah, very good competition. The Plan B Regional Bash gives both guys and girls opportunities to play pretty much on the bigger stage.
Simmons in again, nudged nicely through square leg by Barry. That's lovely, elegant timing, and I'll take 2.
You think that North Sydney really is the home of women's cricket now, with the amount of matches that have been played there in the WBBL, and the Ashes was held there a couple of years ago. Really great facilities, and great for some of those girls that are playing cricket regionally to get an opportunity to play down there and play against some strong opposition as well.
Simmons in, and almost a repeat of the ball before, but they'll only get 1 this time. Yeah, fantastic initiative. None for 26. Really good start from Sydney here. They've worked the strike. Consistently got singles. McDonald's hit a couple of nice boundaries through the offside. You have to say they've done it easy so far.
Yeah, they haven't really looked too troubled.
Bit of swing there from Simmons.
Probably helps that they would have been able to pick up a few strategic tips, probably, Manners, in things that Northern Districts probably quite didn't do as well as they could have, while Sydney were fielding, as well as the pitch drying out a little bit in this sun over the last 4 hours.
Simmons in again. It's pushed wide down leg side. Good take from the keeper. Umpire has his arms outstretched.
Yeah, well, into the 7th over, and by my count, that's already the 3rd wide. It's just gifting Sydney free runs when they really need to make every ball count and every run count here, the Rangers.
Nice shot there for a single. Couldn't beat the field. But McDonald's timing the ball nicely in this innings. Yeah, Holly Simmons has earned a reprieve last weekend. She wouldn't have been able to make it to Sydney because of the road closures with the floods, but because the match was being played today, she was able to head down the coast from Coffs Harbour for the game. Here she is, bowling in a final, and that's a good delivery. The end of the 7th over. It's none for 28. Sydney cruising along at 4 and over at this stage. Lauren Smith continuing from the high school end here at Bankstown Oval in Sydney's southwest. Here's Smith. Hat on. Greg Matthews style. McDonald waits. Oh, Lauren Smith threw that one up, tempting McDonald, who took the invitation and just managed to keep it out. Easily could have bowled her. The head went to the sky there for McDonald. Oh, Smith, I'd try a couple more of those. Bit more circumspect there in defence.
Yeah, it does take just one ball or maybe one loose shot here from Sydney to just change the fabric of the game. One wicket and can often bring 2 and slows the run rate down.
Smith again, and that's hit over mid-on's head in the air by McDonald, and it's bouncing away for 4. A lovely lofted on drive, and that's her 3rd boundary of the day in the score. None for 32.
Yeah, probably the shot that she wanted to play a little bit earlier in the over there to Lauren Smith, and I didn't think it was a bad ball by Smith at all, but plenty of loop and gave her plenty of time to get in position and lofted it really nicely, really well timed for 4.
Smith again. Oh, it pops up in the air on the onside, but no one there.
She's creating stuff, Lauren Smith, for sure. She might have conceded a boundary in this over, but there's balls popping up on each side of the wicket. There's plays and misses. There's defensive shots being played. She's doing a really good job here despite having not picked up a wicket yet.
McDonald defends. She's moved to 18 off 30 deliveries. It's been a good little innings to start this reply off.
Yeah, nice little platform being built by this pair, Menas.
Smith needs a wicket. NDs need a wicket. The Rangers need a wicket. Defended. None for 32 off 8 overs. Simmons to continue from the Hall of Fame end. Kate Barry's on strike. Apparently Shivani Mehta for the Northern Districts is one of the real live wires in the field, someone that they'll be looking to keep the energy up and encourage each other, and apparently she's quite a funny sledger as well, so they might need some of that. Good-humoured sledging, of course.
That's right.
I mean, there's no stump mics out there, so they can say what they want. Here's Simmons. Nice shape in towards the batter. It's a nice crowd of people in the Kevin McCormack grandstand, one of the great servants of Bankstown sports. Again in the block hole from Simmons. Yeah, lots of friends and family have come in. It's a beautiful place to watch cricket and play cricket. Shame neither of these teams, well, Sydney couldn't play at their home ground, but because of the men's cricket today, they've been moved out here.
Yeah, obviously exciting for the girls to get to play on a first-class ground, but yeah, Sydney obviously would have wanted to play at Drummoyne at home, just a stone's throw from where a lot of the girls live out there.
And they've moved, the Northern District's skipper has moved the fielder from the offside into the onside now, just to plug that gap at square leg. Simmons in and Barry plays back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, she needs to be smart here. Kirsten Smith, the skipper for Northern Districts Rangers. Hasn't got out of hand yet, but none for 32. I'm sure by the 8th into the 9th over now that she would have been hoping they would have had one, maybe two scalps. But yeah, needs to try and find a way of getting a breakthrough.
Swinging down leg from Simmons there, but nice bit of shape.
Yeah, she's been able to tail the ball back into the right-hander, Simmons here a little bit. Nice full length and does tend to swing quite late as well.
And that's beautifully tucked by Barry. Behind square leg on the onside. The fielder's running around, but they won't stop it. And that's for her first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, it was really nicely played. That's the kind of shots you want to play to get boundaries. It was, picked up on the full nicely and just chipped and clipped away through just in front of square leg where the umpire was, and it raced along the outfield. Kept the Northern District fielders interested for most of the chase, but another good boundary there to Sydney Creek Club.
Simmons in again. Pushed into the onside, but no run in the end of 9 overs. It's a none for 36, that run rate at exactly 4 runs per over.
Oh, good maths there, Menas.
I'm doing really well today.
Yeah.
I even know which team's bowling this innings. You talk about Simmons getting late swing. You know, I was interviewing Sean Abbott a few weeks ago for my cricket podcast, and I asked him what he's trying to do as a bowler, and he said it's actually all about when the ball swings. He said good batters, they can play. If the swing early, it's easy to adjust. But it's when it swings late, that's when you can get a lot of wickets.
Yeah.
Because it's...
Players already committed to a shot.
Yeah. Smith in again. Short ball and played into the offside, no run.
It's hard for Northern Districts at the moment, but they've just got to try and build some extensive pressure. I think Lauren Smith's done a pretty good job from her end, from the Bankstown sports end, but there needs to be not necessarily 3 or 4 dot balls in a row, but a few overs where it's only 1 or 2 runs taken, just to try and build some scoreboard pressure on the batsmen, because the batters, because every time they look like they're building pressure, the shackles are released with a ball that gets knocked away for 4.
They put a fielder in the deep at mid-wicket now for this over. That kept a bit low. Yeah, right. They have to try and build pressure, and if they can get 1 wicket and get a new player out there, that can further slow the run rate. But at this stage, Sydney looking really good. None for 36. Nice stroke play by both these players. Smith in again. Defended on the front foot. No run. McDonald on 18. Smith tosses that one up, tempting McDonald, but she plays a classical front foot defence. 2 balls left in the first 10 overs of this innings. Smith hasn't conceded a run in this over yet, can she? Bowler made, and her team needs it. And she's tossed that one right up. It's hit in the air and just past a diving Simmons. And McDonald gets 1 run. She didn't time that. Ball could have gone anywhere. None for 37.
Yeah, they like to take the aerial route against Lauren Smith. If she gives one a bit more air, they're willing to loft down the ground. That's always a risk.
Pushed into the offside. That's the end of 10 overs. It's none for 37. I'm going to step out of the commentary box, leave you with Jack Clifton, and Michelle Goscoe will be joining him in a moment.
Thank you, Menas. Great shift by you as always. 10 overs gone, none for 37. Quite a platform being built here by Sydney Cricket Club. 137 more required. Obviously still a long way off, but they're putting themselves in the best possible position to take out this McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket Women's Competition. They're the reigning champions. I'd love to go back-to-back as Michelle Goscoe joins me in commentary. Good afternoon to you, Gos.
Good afternoon, Jack. Good to be here. It's turned out to be a lovely day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. Nice conditions and nice little battle going on between these two sides.
Yeah, what a contrasting start for Sydney compared to Northern Districts. But there's still hope. It's a final. The runs are on the board. They just need this first breakthrough.
This ball punched out there to backward point.
There's been a couple of half chances, hasn't there? Just hasn't gone to hand. Just more loose shots than, I guess, creating the chances. But they've just got to stick to their guns here.
Yeah, there's been some good balls here by Holly Simmons, and probably her bowling has painted a picture of the performance still a little bit inconsistent. A couple of balls that have drifted down the leg side that have been able to hit away, but some of her in-swing deliveries have caused some headaches for the batters. Chipped in the air just between the two fielders on the onside again. One of those half chances that Michelle Goscoe was just alluding to. And they weren't too far away from getting the first breakthrough there. That's either superb placement there, Goz, or that's a fortuitous little clip through the leg side.
Ask a batter, and they meant it.
Well, if
ask a bowler, no, they didn't. So you're going to get contrasting answers.
You definitely would have been.
I meant that. Yeah, like when you hit a ball just over the infield.
Simmons in slower ball and takes the outside edge and dribbles down to the third man region for the single. So McDonald picks up a single there.
It's interesting in the women's game what's evolved over the last couple of years. Normally you'd have sort of a third a little bit, I guess, finer. And what we've seen the last couple of years, third man's sort of gone a squarer sort of third. So where they're going hard outside off stump just behind point, but I don't know if this is the pitch where that ball's going to get out to that area.
Hammered through the offside and, I thought it was caught for a moment there.
Whoa.
As it got hit into the pitch. Sorry to everyone in the commentary box next to us. It was a great piece of fielding regardless. Feel free to throw that into the highlights package if Lauren Smith wants to.
That was the best stop ever.
Great piece of fielding. Gets a dot ball for it. Still 2 balls left in this 11th over. That's what they need more of here, Northern Districts. Try and build some scoreboard pressure. A few dots in a row. We've already seen a few risky shots, haven't we, Gozzy, from the Sydney Cricket Club batters?
Yeah, a little bit of, I guess, impatience with the batting. They don't need to do anything like that. Lauren Smith, she's one of the best fielders in Australian domestic cricket.
This one, again, slashed in the air, thick outside edge. It's just not going to the hands of the Rangers fielders at the moment. That one just ballooning backward a point for another single and completes the over. So they might look fairly comfortable on the scoreboard sitting at none for 41, but they are giving a few little half opportunities here to Northern Districts. And one of those You feel if one goes to hand and they get a breakthrough, Northern District's the kind of side that could pick 2 or 3 up in quick succession. So it's just getting that first wicket, Gozzy, that's the issue at the moment.
Yeah, that's key. They've just got to get one. Just get one on the board and then work through 2. So just trying to break this partnership. It's difficult to get yourself in on this wicket as well. As I said, the only one that probably didn't struggle today was Annika Leroyd, but you've got to give yourself a little bit of time to get in. So a wicket is crucial here for Northern Districts.
So Lauren Smith to continue into a 6th over, none for 11. Back and looking to cut off the back foot. It moves its way past the outside edge.
That's frustrating, isn't it, for the Rangers? Lauren Smith, it was a really good delivery and just trying to entice that. It's sort of like a half swat, isn't it? It's not really a shot.
Forward and defending. Well, they've got an interesting field where they haven't got no one in the slip cordon or third man and no one down at the third man region. So it's almost like they're encouraging her to try and play that cut shot or play that angled shot and hope that it deflects into the gloves. The wicketkeeper going to sweep around the corner, but plays and misses at this one.
Yeah, you're spot on, Jack. And if you have a look at the leg side, it's really set up for Lauren Smith to try and angle that into off and middle, try and entice that shot on the leg side. But I'd like to see a gully in there, try and get them driving.
Thrown up and pressed onto the leg side. That wasn't too far away from the fielder moving in on the leg side. Annika Leroyd almost had a chance to have her say in the fielding department.
Just a change now, mid-on, going back to the boundary. Just that one shot before, so they're obviously trying to close the over out here.
Abby Taylor goes to the long on fence. It's short, but probably misses out on that. That's fair to say. Kate Barry would have been hoping to try and get that one through the gap. So just starting to slowly tie things down. This has been a really inspired spell by Lauren Smith. Now 6th over. Forward and chopping it out onto the offside. So ends a very tidy over for her. It is a maiden with 12 overs in the books. None for 41 are the Sydney Cricket Club in pursuit of 174. Northern Districts made 7 for 173 from their 50 overs on the strength of Annika Leroyd, who top scored with 48, and then Abby Taylor with a determined 37 odd out in the lower order. Lifted them up to that total after it didn't look too promising at the halfway mark and even earlier on before that. But they're building nicely, although Northern Districts have just started to put the brakes on this run chase a little bit in the last couple of overs. Let's see if they can continue that here with Holly Simmons. She starts with a dot ball.
Yep, good start there to the over here by Simmons. So that's a long way to come down and play great cricket, doesn't she? I'll tell you what, no one can complain from Sydney about the time it gets to a game when you're living in Coffs Harbour. So it's a remarkable effort to come down and commit to a club and play grade cricket in Sydney.
Forces McDonald to go back this time and defending from the stumps.
And she's only still young as well, so she's got a big future ahead of her. Still getting into her work and the craft of fast bowling.
Yeah, she's created a few opportunities here for her side as well. Could she kind of turn this game with a wicket? McDonald goes back and again looking like it was about to hit the pads, but adjusted well to knock it onto the leg side. But by my count, that's 9 consecutive dot balls now that Northern Districts have been able to string together.
Yeah, and these two players from Sydney don't like to have themselves dotted up. So we could be in for something here in the next couple of balls.
Wicket 4 or 6 maybe.
Yep.
Simmons in and
well, there we go.
She looks to slap that one across the line. Plays the shot that she probably should have been playing there, Naomi McDonald, but it was a half drive / swat across the line.
It was a I'll just have a swing and hope for the best. That's the pressure, isn't it, though? They like to get going, these two.
2 mid-wickets on the leg side.
And then there's that one. It's funny how that happens a lot, right? So if you play a bad shot and then the next delivery is a perfect front foot defensive shot.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I should have done.
Yep.
I overdo it. And they possibly could even miss out on a 4 themselves. Even if it's a terrible delivery, they still go front foot defence.
There's no greater aligner in life than a batter that's just played a missed. Now she goes back and trying to be more aggressive, but she can't. It's back-to-back maidens. They're showing some fight here, Northern Districts. 13 gone. And Sydney Cricket Club are none for 41.
Yeah, another really good over. I talked about the batting partnerships, the bowling partnerships there with Smith and Simmons. It was really good. So it's important who comes after Lauren Smith continues on the good work that she started here.
So Naomi McDonald is 22 from 45, and got Kate Barry, who's 14 from 33. But the run's just drying up. Lauren Smith to continue. 6 overs, none for 11 for the leg spinner. Comes in and forces this ball to be pushed out onto the offside.
Yeah, it's good to see Lauren Smith back in action. Played for the Breakers last Friday. Probably didn't have her best game, but hadn't played a lot of cricket in the previous couple of weeks before that match. But it's good to see her back and enjoying a cricket around the clubland. That's where you build some really good partnerships on and off the field.
Yeah,
in clubland.
definitely. This ball chipped away. They're going to take on the arm here as there's a shy at the non-striker's end. And she had to get on her bike there. Did Kate Barry. She scampers her way through for a single and stops that streak of 14 consecutive dot balls, and they pick up a single.
That's Shivani Mehta. Got a rocket arm on her. Also doesn't mind a rap. A bit of a songwriter, old Shivy. It's not bad, actually.
Pushing away at that. There was cries from the non-strikers in there as Lauren Smith got a little excited. It's a really good battle between bat and ball at the moment between Northern Districts vainly searching for a wicket and Sydney Cricket Club looking to stay on top. So short, and it's bowled her. A little bit short, maybe just quickened off the pitch a little bit, and looking to smack that across the line was McDonald, and they've been tied down to do some really accurate bowling and backed up by some good fielding Northern Districts Rangers, and they get their just desserts. They've worked really hard for that, and they get rid of the dangerous McDonald. She is on her bike for 22, looking to slap that one over mid-wicket for 6. And it's the leg spin or the slow bowling of Lauren Smith that does the damage and gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, really good wicket there for Lauren Smith. Totally deserved. She's bowled a really exceptionally tight spell, and McDonald, I was just about to say before that ball, you could just feel something going to happen then because the dots had been accumulating and they wanted to hit a big shot. Kate Barry, probably not so much, but with Naomi McDonald, she likes bat on ball and rotating the strike, and she just couldn't do that. So well done to Northern Districts. They've got that all-important first breakthrough.
You know, they needed that. It's taken probably a little bit longer than they anticipated, 13.5 overs, but they've got the wicket that they've been looking for a good part of the last 15 or 20 minutes. They've just seen a real shift in mentality from the Northern Districts girls, and they get rewarded with a breakthrough there that gets them back on track, makes them feel a bit more comfortable, and it's going to boost that confidence as well. Lauren Smith, 1 for 11. Now into almost completed her 7th over. Throws this one up and a play and a miss as she goes back. Does the new batter there, Jodie Hicks, looking to knock it away through the offside. She doesn't succeed in doing that. 14 gone, the first breakthrough of the afternoon for Northern Districts, and Sydney are 1 for 42.
the former Sydney Sixer teammates, Lauren Smith and Jodie Hicks, and I haven't seen a lot of Jodie Hicks bat too much. Unfortunately for the Sixers, her main role is as a specialist fielder, and the few opportunities she had this year for the Sixers, she wasn't able to score that many runs. So, but she has been scoring runs back in this competition. So, a big job for her here. But we've seen the wicket's a little bit difficult to get in on. So, Simmons here has a big job to do.
Yeah, 255 runs at 85 this summer for Jodie Hicks. And nice delivery first up there by Simmons. This is at scores of 41 not out 5, 120 not out, then 40 and 49 coming into this game. Is one of the many women that is a multi-sport athlete, 16 AFLW games for the GWS Giants in the AFLW competition. This one worked nicely away out through mid-wicket. Won't reach the rope, but they should be able to get 3 here. They might just settle for 2, though. No, they turn quickly.
It's good running.
Yeah, really good running there. 3 valuable runs that just eases the pressure a little bit. Hasn't been too many runs coming off the bat. And 3 there goes to the Willow of Barry. 1 for 45.
Yeah, we've got a few multi-talented athletes.
Was Michelle Gosco a multi-talented athlete? I know that you can't really swim, but apart from
my
that...
my one swimming race where I got pulled out after 10 metres, nearly drowned. I didn't mind a bit of soccer. I was all right at soccer back in the day. Wasn't like Elise Perry or anything. She's a superstar, but played a little bit of Australian schoolgirl soccer. And
I wasn't very good. I just played Australian schoolgirl soccer.
Junior
Loving modesty, guys.
New South Wales. No, I didn't mind soccer, but I snapped my hamstring when I was 15, so that kind of pushed me
towards cricket.
Yeah.
Here comes Simmons. Full toss. Hit straight to mid-wicket. Wondering whether it might have been a no ball there. It was a full toss, but must have been just below the waist. But anyway, Northern Districts have got their second. And they've got the prize scalp of the run machine, Jodie Hicks. She lasts all of 2 balls. And they're 2 down now. So after a strong start, all of a sudden, Sydney Cricket Club, they've got the wobbles a little bit. 2 for 45 in the 15th over. And Simmons, who's been working so hard to get a breakthrough here for Northern Districts, finally gets her reward. And this final, it takes another twist and turn. Sydney Cricket Club 2 for 45, chasing 174.
Yeah, and that's another really important breakthrough for the Rangers. And that's probably the worst ball that she's bowled today, but got the result. That was the accumulation of all the good balls that she's bowled. So, again, for Jodie Hicks, maybe she'll ban me from coming to watch cricket because every time I watch her play, she doesn't get any runs. So I think it might be me, but... yeah, well-deserved wicket there, and geez, they're just opening up this game, aren't they, Northern Districts?
They are. And it all comes from building some pressure, lots of dot balls, and the fielders have backed up their bowlers really nicely. They've got their noses right back in this contest now. You think another wicket falls now.
This is a big one here.
Maybe just in front. It is Sammy Jo Johnson at the crease, and she is a huge linchpin in this match.
She only knows one way.
That's right.
She's not going to be there getting 10 or 50 balls, so this will be entertaining either way.
Don't want to make dramatic statements, but it's almost like this could be the wicket that could decide how this game is going to pan out. Sammy Jo Johnson facing up to Simmons. Straight away, she's punching out to short cover. Had some good scores in her limited playing time with the Sydney Cricket Club this summer. As Sammy Jo Johnson hit 58 against Gordon and 54 against Penrith. So has been in good touch with the bat and bowled extremely well today. Deserved more than the 1 wicket she got. Simmons in and driven firmly down to mid-off.
It's a really good over there. A really important breakthrough. 2 for 45 after 15. So, geez, they put the brakes on, haven't they?
They really have. That run rate was above 4 and over when Menez and I were calling a little bit earlier during this run chase. But, yeah, wheels haven't come off, but they've just lost their way a little bit here, Sydney. Partnership that needs to be rebuilt. Kate Barry's still there. She's the glue at the moment. She's been in there for a long time, occupied a lot of deliveries. She faces Lauren Smith, who's now going to bowl her 8th over. And that will be a wide. Wonder what the thinking is behind here. Do you think they could possibly bowl Lauren all out? Or do you think they maybe hold back 2 for a little bit later during the day? She's, into her 8th over now, as we just said. Oh, she's got her! Oh, 2 big wickets here for Lauren Smith. 3 down. 3 down for 46. And it's gone from stumbling to completely falling over here for Sydney Cricket Club. They're in disarray. They were none for 41 at one stage. They've lost 3 for 5. And this has been an incredible fight back by Northern Districts. Lauren Smith gets her second with a ball that didn't spin a whole lot, but just seemed to just scurry its way through and slap into the pads. Out LBW, and Sydney Cricket Club, they lose their dependable opener. Kate Barry, she's on her way back. 3 for 46.
Yeah, that's a really big breakthrough there, and I think everybody at this ground knew that was out straight away. The umpire, this is probably one of the quickest LBWs I've ever seen given out, but there was no doubt that was out, and Kate Barry knew it as well. Played across the line. Relentless bowling here by Lauren Smith, and you just asked about whether she's going to bowl out. I think the answer is an emphatic yes.
Yeah, I think you need to now as Drinks going to come onto the field at the 15 over mark. 3 for 46. What a remarkable turnaround this is, Gozzy.
Unbelievable day of cricket. I mean, we've had, it's almost ebbed and flowed, hasn't it, in sort of 10 over spells. The start that we saw from Northern Districts, it was almost at snail pace, and then it went up and up from there. And Sydney, contrasting, started well and then have just gone backwards in the last sort of 5 or 6 overs. So you can see Russell Grimson, the coach of Sydney Tigers, just out there having a chat to 2 new players that are out there now. I think Kira Churchland's out. Oh no, 74. I'm just trying to think who's batting out there now for Sydney. So a big job for both these players.
Sammy Joe,
yep. So some really important partnerships coming up for Sydney.
Yeah, that's the name of the game, isn't it? Gozzy, they need to just build some kind of partnership here.
Consolidate, right? The run rate's fine. They don't need to worry about that. It's the wickets column that's going to get them in trouble, and it's been relentless bowling.
It has.
Indeed.
Yeah.
It's been disciplined. They've been sharp in the field. Those half chances that haven't come, all of a sudden have come to fruition in the last couple of overs because they've just stuck at it. They haven't given up, and it's a war of attrition out there at the moment.
Yeah, and let's give credit to Northern Districts. They've shown some great mettle to fight back. It'd be easy to slump the shoulders and drop the head at none for 41 with the other side building a platform to launch from when you've only got 173 runs to play with, but they've bowled really well. They've fielded really well, and good captaincy as well from Kirsten Smith, the skipper for the Northern Districts Rangers, to show faith in some of her bowlers when she perhaps could have gone in a different direction. Yeah,
exactly. And just backing you. And Lauren Smith, as I said, she didn't bowl that well last week, but geez, today it's been a complete turnaround. She's a class player, and we saw it at Sydney Thunder this year. She was backed by the coaching staff. She was backed by her teammates, and she played a massive role for the Sydney Thunder this year in their win. Now, obviously coming back to Clubland with Northern District, she's got an even bigger role back here, and she's just shown what a linchpin she is for this team.
Yeah, really good bowling, and hasn't been afraid to throw it up and give it plenty of flight.
Which is great.
Which is what you want to see from a slow bowler. Has been able to get a bit of assistance from the pitch that we saw. Gave some assistance to Sharma earlier on during the day where the ball was gripping and turning. But she has bowled marvellously. 2 big wickets here that could have a big say in the outcome of this fixture.
And it is Kira Churchland out there, who's joined Sammy Joe Johnson.
Ball pushed out to backward point, no run.
She likes scoring at a quick rate as well, originally from Orange. So another country kid who made her way down to Sydney, has played for the Meteors as well.
That's right. Smith in and pressing forward and defending back down the pitch. So Churchland now looking to find her feet and try and build a partnership with Sammy Jo Johnson. Back and cutting this away, but straight to point. So the dots are continuing to mount and the wickets are certainly coming here for Northern Districts.
Geez, I'm sure they'd love another 10 overs out of Lauren Smith if it was allowed in the rules. Maybe they couldn't. They're bringing all in innovation everywhere. Why don't they make another one? You can bowl someone for 15 overs instead of 10.
Yeah, they would love a few more overs out of it. They've still got 1.2 overs left in her. And who knows, she might be able to take another 2 in those 8 balls. And she comes to Churchland, who chips this one away down through gully and third man for a single. So she's off the mark, and that's another run to the total.
You can just hear the talk too from Northern Districts. Got a little bit louder. They've had that drinks break. We always said something happens after drinks. So 2 new players out there.
This ball crunched through the offside, but fielded comfortably. Great over there for Lauren Smith. A wicket and a run coming from it. 16 overs gone. All of a sudden, this game's been turned on its head. Chasing 174 to win the title. Sydney Cricket Club, they've slipped now to 3 for 47 now with Sammy Jo Johnson and Kira Churchland, the 2 batters out in the middle that have got to try and resurrect something here for the minor premiers.
How good's cricket? You're never out of the game, are you? No matter what happens, you know, it just takes one ball or one wicket or something, and all of a sudden the complexion of the game can change, and that's why I love 50-over cricket as well. It can ebb and flow everywhere. T20, you know, it's in a shorter proximity, but...
Simmons comes in, and nice ball, short of a length, just angling into that middle and off stump line.
You've almost got it, you know, it's a game of chess out there, really. Drafts is T20, and this is the chess game. Well, Test cricket's chess game, but, you know, you can sort of, as a batter, I enjoy it a lot more. You could get yourself into the match.
Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. That might just ease the pressure a little bit on the Sydney Cricket Club. Always nice when you get a little bit of a gift down the leg side.
So we know that Churchland and Sammy Jo Johnson do like to hit the ball quite hard, and they won't try and accumulate too many dots.
Pitched up and punched out to cover. There's Lauren Smith again. Can't keep her out of the game. She's made a couple of really integral stops in that cover position today. Picked up a couple of wickets. Fortunately missed out with the bat earlier on when it was tough going, but she's pulled her name right back into the game with a couple of big moments here with the ball. Goes through again. Another
Good
dot.
bowling, isn't it? And it's just, you can't get underneath it. It's not full enough to drive, and they've got a packed offside field. They've been sharp in the field as well, the Rangers, patrolling that offside area.
Yeah, there hasn't been much that's gone through them today. Backed up the bowlers nicely. Simmons pitches up and driven firmly back, straight to the bowler. Does well to field, follow through.
You wouldn't say it's a genuine belter this wicket, would you? It's, we've had a lot of rain in Sydney. As I said, the ground staff here have done an exceptional job to get this game up and running with the amount of rain that we did have. Just a little bit too paced.
Worked off the pads there by Churchland again, but again, not able to find the gap. That's the thing when you pick up a wicket or a couple of wickets in this case. Pressure on the new batters that come in. Your timing's not there at the beginning of your innings. That hand-eye coordination takes a little bit of time to get in. There's no doubt a few nerves with these girls out in the middle.
Ooh.
Must have just tickled something on the way through. Thought he was
Close.
about to extend the arms, but not to be. 17 gone. And in this final, Sydney Cricket Club 3 for 48, chasing Northern Districts 7 for 173.
And you never know. It's the big dance, Jack. It's the big dance. It's, a year's worth of toil and hard work and everything that goes into it. You've done that slog of pre-season and all that hard games, and Sydney's hardly lost a game all year, so they would have been clear favourites coming in here, but it doesn't matter on the day. As soon as you cross that picket fence, everyone's equal, and it's whoever can hold their nerve on the day.
Yeah, that's right. Lauren Smith to bowl her 10th and final over here. She skips her way in, and Samujo Johnson very watchful. If they're smart here, Sydney, I think you just play her out, don't you here, Goz?
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to try and see her off. She's been exceptional here at Bankstown Oval.
Oh, and sweeps this one around, and it's been brilliantly caught out in the deep. Oh, Lauren Smith's on fire, and Sammy Jo Johnson has it apart. Well, we said that she wasn't going to take any prisoners out here. She was going to go off the bowling, and she's hit one straight down the throat of the fielder out in the deep, who did extremely well to reel it in. And Lauren Smith has 3 wickets, and Sydney have collapsed to be 4 for 48. Gozzy, they lost 4 for 7 now.
Yeah, and that's a big blow. And obviously the awareness of Sammy Jo did not see that fielder out in the leg side, but what a special catch that was. That was flying and taken that exceptionally well. And Lauren Smith, again, just getting the breakthrough at the crucial time for the Rangers. And Sydney's in a little bit of a hole now.
3 for 14 off Lauren Smith in her 9th over. Pardon me, not in her final over, so still has plenty of deliveries left in this one.
Game-changing at the moment.
She's been huge, considering her first 6 overs didn't yield any wickets. In the last couple of overs, she's been able to drag her side right back in it, but not just right back in it. Gozzy, they're on top now at 4 for 48.
Yeah, you're right. And Giselle Plummer comes to the crease, the skipper for Sydney. It's been around for a long time, but this is a big challenge here for a grand final.
Yeah, they need a captain's knock from her as she faces up to Lauren Smith, and that will be a wide.
I'll tell you what, Sammy Jo actually middled it. Unfortunately,
yeah,
just
she hit it hard.
Straight to the fielder. And that was a flat catch, not far in off the boundary. So a special catch there. We thought this wicket might actually get easier to bat on the longer the day went, but it hasn't really, has it? It's sort of stayed pretty much the same all day.
Sophie Shelley, the player that took that catch, and gee, that could be a big moment in the game.
Now we're getting oohs and ahs for a front foot defensive shot. This is what happens after a wicket. Brings the team back into it, just makes the batter aware that they're in this game here at Northern Districts.
In charge is Smith. Thrown up and stretching well forward and defending is Plummer. Trying to be compact in defence and smother any chance of that ball turning or spinning. We're seeing Alicia Bates just in front of our commentary position warming up. I wonder if she's going to be thrown into the fray shortly. Short and wide and cut away, and there is Bates fielding nicely, parrying it down and making sure they didn't get through the gap. It's funny, isn't it, Gozzy? As we said, the end of the over, 18 gone, 4 for 49. A wicket can just inspires everyone in the field. No one wants to let a run through. Everyone wants to throw themselves at everything, and they're looking inspired at the moment, Northern Districts.
Yeah, that's the word, inspired. And we saw how much they celebrated that wicket of Sammy Jo Johnson. They know how crucial that was, but just to get around your teammates. And, you know, I talked about before how clubland is so important to anyone's career, it's imperative. And this is where all the, you learn your craft back in grade cricket. And we talk about the Australian players, they talk about how important it is. Alyssa Healy comes back. Rachel Haynes has come back and played. So, it's important that when you're around those type of players, that you're learning off them. And this is a breeding ground for future, I guess, New South Wales Breakers players and Big Bash players.
So there is going to be a bowling change. We're going to see Alicia Bates into the attack for the first time today. So let's see what she has up her sleeve or in her book of tricks here. They've identified that spin has worked. This ball swept around the corner. It's going to beat Matilda Lugg down there at short fine leg, but she will be able to reel it in and keep it to 2. But it was a nice sweep shot there by Kira Churchland, who's looking to break the shackles, looking to get some runs, and trying to steady the ship here for Sydney Cricket Club.
Yeah, and that's where she's strong. She does like a sweep shot.
Short outside the off stump again, hit uppishly. No chance of being caught, but it was a couple of feet away from the fielder at point.
Yeah, I'm sure her heart would have been in her mouth then. Sort of uppercutted away.
Sweep around, ricochets off the pad, and there's some half-hearted cries. The spin bowlers have been difficult to get away today. You even think when Shah bowled earlier, I think she bowled 10 overs for 31.
Yep. Yeah, it's just holding up in the wicket, isn't it? If you're brave enough to give it a little bit of flight, the wickets, the pitch is going to help you, sorry.
Yeah, if you can get in those right areas, that short of a length, line and length around that off and middle stump region, it has been very difficult to get away.
It's not really coming on. I mentioned about the sweep shot being into play rather than trying to, I guess, advance down the wicket. Just being aware of the conditions of the pitch.
There's just a few field movements here. Alicia Bates and Lauren Smith doing a bit of talking there and talking a bit of tactics.
They could have been talking about dinner. Sometimes you talk about absolute rubbish, just to the batters to think that you're talking about something.
This one's thrown up plenty of air and hit straight to where Smith has moved to, so inspired captaincy there.
It's funny how that happens sometimes. Even sometimes the captain will go over and talk to the bowler.
That was really given a lot of air, and it skewed off the inside edge. Don't know if you knew too much about that, Kira Churchland.
No, I think that was a little bit of a guess in front of herself. You can't afford to be 2-3 a shot here, unless you're going to sweep.
This one cut away nicely, but straight to cover point. They've got a stacked offside field, and it's working wonders for the Northern Districts Cricket Club at the moment. 19 overs gone, 4 for 51. So they've got the first milestone ticked off, Sydney, but 4 wickets down. Got a invader on the field. A bin chickens decided to go out there.
Oh, the bin chickens.
Well, do you know I've heard that Queenslanders call them sandwich eaters?
Why? They don't just eat sandwiches, they eat everything.
That's what I've tried to explain to my wife, who's a Queenslander, but it's a running battle.
Bin chickens, you find them.
They turn up everywhere, don't they? You go into the city, they're there. You go out to Western Sydney, they're there. Here at Bankstown Oval this afternoon.
We've seen plovers as well.
Yeah, that's right. Well, plovers are they're a welcome distraction when you've got bin chickens that are around the ground. And in comes Lauren Smith.
Well, the bin chickens are almost big enough to be counted as fans in the ground.
Yeah, that's right.
Quite big. Count them as spectator numbers.
Yeah, looking to get a bit of a closer look. Lauren Smith into her final over. She's got 3 for 15. Oh, when she has the skipper Plummer pushing forward and defending. Is there another twist or turn here for Lauren Smith? Can she get a 4th? She's got 4 balls left to do it in. Plummer forward and defensively pushing out through the offside.
I tell you what, 120 runs seems like a long way away, doesn't
Does.
it?
Looks like a
For
huge
Sydney
mountain at the moment.
With that four wickets down.
Yeah, finals are funny things, these low scorers. Smith in and Plummer stretching well forward and defending. Sure, she's got one objective in mind, and that is to
See her off.
Yeah, see off these final two deliveries. Don't think we're going to see anything expansive from her. And to be fair, probably what Sammy Jo Johnson should have been thinking about.
And she's just playing smart here, just trying to stop Lauren Smith getting through her action too quick.
Thrown up and driven uppishly. It might have been hit into the turf first, but it was a nice diving stop across there on the offside from Grace Dignam. Just getting herself involved in the game. Last ball of Lauren Smith's spell here. Again, plenty of air given as it's pushed through the offside, and there's a shot that on striker's end. Appeal for a run out, and the umpire says no, that was close. That was probably a little bit too close for comfort for Sydney Cricket Club, but they pick up the single, and at the end of the 20th over, they are 4 for 52, chasing 174. Going to leave you in the capable hands of Michelle Gosco, and Andrew Menzel's going to come through and join her.
Afternoon, Andrew. Welcome back.
Thank you, Michelle. What a turnaround since I left the commentary box. It was all Sydney.
Certainly was, and the ascendancy's gone back to the Rangers. A really good fight back by them.
We may see a great comeback. I mean, this team was 3 for 16 and a reeling this morning.
Yeah, remarkable. Kudos to the team and Tommy Anderson, the coach. Bates continuing on. Just defended down the wicket, so nice and watchful, these two. Need to try and build some sort of a partnership and rebuild this innings here for Sydney.
What's brought about this turnaround, Michelle?
Oh, and it's just over. So just got to know there. Enough for a 2 there. So it's a little bit lucky to get over the top there, Plummer. Just enough. So they move along to 4 for 54. Well, Lauren Smith, you'd say, and Holly Simmons, a really good partnership together. Bates continues on. That's got to be close. Oh, I'll tell you what.
I had the finger up in the commentary box.
That looked really close from up here.
But my view is not as good as the umpires, of course.
Well, we're not directly behind, but, geez, that was a good shout. Must have been close. And that will be a wide. So another run goes to the total for the Tigers. But, yeah, you'd say Lauren Smith, she's been a game changer this afternoon here.
What a spell. 3 for 16 off 10 overs.
Bates continuing on. Giving that plenty of air. And there's a wicket. That's stumped. Unbelievable scenes here. We've had the 5th wicket fall on 55, and Sydney are in all sorts of trouble, and they lose their captain, Giselle Plummer.
Good bowling there. And unfortunately, Plummer, I think, yorked herself. She came down the pitch and made a full ball into a yorker, and it just went under the bat.
Yeah, if she just stayed in her crease, I reckon that would have been a half volley. So, unfortunately for Sydney, they're just in all sorts of trouble, and they've had really good partnership bowling here, Northern Districts. And a lot of pressure now falls onto young Ananya Sharma's shoulders at 5 for 55, and Kira Churchland, she's going to have to do the job here for Sydney as one of the senior players, but geez, it's been exceptional bowling here by Northern Districts.
So Sydney have lost 5 for 13 now.
Yeah.
Incredible turnaround, just unbelievable. When I was in the box before I went out, I said to you, well, maybe one can bring 2, and we were thinking they could work their way back in, but this has been a stunning collapse from Sydney. And is it all the pressure of the final? I think they've come up against a pretty red-hot ND's bowling lineup.
Yeah, and they've stuck to their plan. The first wicket didn't fall to 42, so you probably say, well, the ascendancy were with Sydney and the Tigers, but I'll tell you what, they've fought back exceptionally well. So Sharma on strike, just about to face her first delivery. Bates in and just misses the outside edge, and that's a very nervous first shot, playing outside the off stump. Just walk away.
Jodie Hicks, duck. Sammy Jo Johnson, duck. Sharma just plays it behind point. Again, no runs. So end of another successful over for Northern Districts, and Sydney are now 5 for 55. Well, this game has turned it around dramatically. You'd have to say Northern District's a favourite from here.
Yeah.
Who'd have thought that when they were 3 for 16 after 10 overs? Barely. The run rate was just meandering at a snap.
Off 5 overs.
1 run off 5 overs. And now they've turned it around. And I heard you saying while I was off air that you like 50-over cricket.
Yes.
Because you do get these ebbs and flows. Yep. In a 20-over game, you do get them, but they're not as dramatic as they can be in a 50-over game.
That's right. Yeah, and you know, things can change very quickly. I think we've got to change a bowler here. Lauren Smith, exceptional spell.
They would love to have kept her on, but she bowled her 10 overs.
Clone her.
Well, they can do that these days, probably.
Beautiful shot there by Churchland, and
4.
And that's gone for 4. So another really strong sweep shot. That's one of her areas that she's exceptionally strong. So another 4 runs there for Sydney. Crucial runs at the moment.
Well, there's a chance here for one of these players to be a hero for Sydney Cricket Club.
Well, they just need to try and build a partnership just to make sure that they're giving themselves a chance. And just defended down the wicket. So Churchland, with all the work on her shoulders to do, Sydney at 5 for 59. Cut beautifully through the offside, and this outfield starting to quicken up. Not enough though. A gallant dive on the boundary. They're going to get through for 3. So some superb timing there by Churchland. Just pierces the offside field and picks up a 3.
Yeah, nice shot to follow up the boundary. And look, the run rate required won't be a problem for Sydney. It's about keeping wickets in hand from here.
Yeah, you're spot on, and it's important here. And I have coached Ananya, not for a little while, but she's just got to keep her head about her here. She's got all the shots in the book, but it's just about her temperament now. Can she get through this? And they've just set the onside field really short mid-wicket. Yeah, just defended down the wicket. So
Abby Taylor's finally bowling. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Been waiting for
she bowled
3 hours.
3 hours ago. True. Unusual action, hasn't she? And that's just going to be another extra. Makes it hard to pick the ball up as well. She comes again.
Very low front arm.
Yes. Just some superb fielding, I've got to say. This fielding effort here by both teams has been really good. Taylor in again. Can she close out this over? Sharma wants to advance down the wicket, but all she does is hit it to mid-off, and it's another dot. At the end of the 22nd over, and Sydney have moved along 5 for 63, so they're off that dreaded 55 that were on for a little while.
But you're right, the fielding today has been excellent, and that's one of the areas in women's cricket that's really improved in the last 5 years. If you go back and look at footage from the very first WBBL, a lot of drop catches, and now we're just seeing the fielding is not just increasing, but sharply increasing.
Yep.
And even at this level, I mean, it's excellent today. Yeah,
and the arms, the rocket arms. There's no coincidence. If you're getting to train more, you're going to get better. So yeah, the athleticism has gone through the roof.
And the quick bowling as well today I've been impressed with.
Yep.
The seam up stuff's been a lot better.
Bates continuing on. Just defended down there. So Churchland at the moment is quite happy to accumulate the dots and just waiting and sweating on that bad ball to hit away, predominantly on a sweep shot. Oh, she advanced down the wicket, but she got beaten in flight.
Seen that with the dismissal in the last over. She bowled.
That's short and put away. She might only just get the one. Oh, they're going to, yep, just the one. So she's got away with that. We'd probably kindly call that a half tracker.
Yes, she's got away with that one and just kind of plugged in the outfield there, which took a bit of pace off it and allowed the outfielder to stop it from going over the boundary. Sharma on strike.
Plenty of air, and again, we've just seen that. So she's just squirted away behind point. She'll just pick up the one, but quite keen to advance down the wicket here, the Sydney batters. But all they're able to do is york themselves at the moment. Plummer got out that way just not a couple of overs ago. So
I would say just slightly quicker footwork needed.
yes. So we just see a change in the field. So long on's going back. Bates is doing a good job here.
3 fielders in the deep on the onside now.
It's going to be another dot. Shivani Mehta, one of the best fielders in first grade women's Premier Cricket. With Lauren Smith as well. She's been exceptional in WBBL since its inception. Again, just defended. Bates is doing an exceptional job here. I've said today, Andrew, what they've done well is bowling partnerships. So into the 23rd over, 5 for 65, Sydney.
Yeah, when I was speaking to the Northern District's coach yesterday, Tommy Anderson, he said a couple of things. He said he'd definitely be looking to their spinners today, and I think we've seen that already. Bates and Smith have been exceptional, and I don't think that'll be. And now we're seeing Taylor.
Just defended. They have got Lauren Smith at a short mid-wicket just for that scoop shot that Sharma does play.
It's also spinning Annika Leroyd, who can bowl some
Leggies.
some leggies.
Yep.
Leroyd with the leggies, that's good.
Well, it's a bit of a misfield. So they're going to sneak through for a single, but Sharma advancing again. She nearly got herself out. Just needs to keep herself down and calm at the moment. There's no need for doing that. Good bowling there by Taylor, though. You just see a change in the field. So long on, long off, going back. Got deep mid-wicket and deep square. So they know where Kira Churchland is strong. Just defended down the wicket. Just think they need to try and just keep rotating the strike rather than just waiting for that one bad ball.
That's one thing that was notable about Northern District's innings. They were patient through those middle overs.
Taylor continuing on. Oh, there's a half chance there. Wasn't far off. Some really good work there by Grace Dignam at short cover. Again, just trying to entice that shot outside off stump, and it's sort of half defended away. Churchland with a big job here. Sort of in that fork in the road, aren't we, Andrew, at the moment with the game? Taylor again. And that's another dot. So at the end of 24 overs, Sydney are 5 for 66.
108 needed for victory.
Sounds a long way away, doesn't it?
It does.
Especially with the way that the Northern District's bowling has been going this afternoon.
It's only just over 4 and over. So if you can just rotate the strike, pick up the odd boundary, you'll get there. It's about not losing wickets.
And that would have been a wide, but all she's been able to do, Sharma, is hit that straight to cover, and that is another breakthrough for Northern Districts. Sydney have now slumped to 6 for 66.
Well, incredible stuff. Incredible. Bates getting the wicket. Sharma looked desperately disappointed with that shot. Not only almost a wide, almost a no ball. It almost landed off the cut surface.
Yeah, and that's inexperience. And Anya Sharma's only 17, so... But that's also, if you're a top order batter, you need to be leaving those balls and just be patient with your what your technique is. And unfortunately for Sydney, that's another really big breakthrough, and they just cannot build a partnership. After that first partnership of 41, they've lost 6 for 25.
Incredible turnaround.
So NDs are definitely on top here at Bankstown Oval.
They're on the precipice of upsetting the club champions. This could be an incredible victory for Northern Districts. They've been affected by players a lot of their players are out of town, so they don't even get to train together. A lot of the players do their own individual training, and they just come together on game day. So just an incredible achievement if they can finish this off.
Yeah, and look, it's been a great bowling performance by Alicia Bates as well. That one again would have been wide. Quite happy to play at the ball, Sydney, aren't they? We've got a really good vantage point up here. So I think Kira Churchland just needs to go down the other end and just have a chat to the new batters that are coming in. Bates continues on with the left arm orthodox. And it's another dot, and you can hear they're up and about Northern Districts, as they should be. They're well on top at the moment.
Who's the wicketkeeper out there, Alex Timms?
Yes, and she can bat, but has hardly been given an opportunity this year. This is the problem. When you've been so successful over the last couple of years, you've got their bottom order for Sydney have hardly batted. So it's a lot to ask in a grand final to come out and do it. It used to happen with the Breakers a lot when I was playing. And,
were you one of the top order players?
I was lucky, so I got to go.
Hogging the
Although,
strike.
I did have Belinda Clark and Lisa Kitely in front of me, so not all the time. Bates continuing on. Just nudged out onto the offside. So yeah, it's a big ask if you haven't had a bat all year, really, to come out and show the temperament and class to get your team across the line. It's a bit quicker.
Change
through
your
the air,
pace.
and that's got to have been close. That was quicker and straighter.
Sliding down leg maybe, but very, very close.
Jeez, that was a good shout.
If I was bowling, I'd have been appealing. But
on the knee.
It looked just to be sliding down leg with the arm.
Yeah, so it's another successful over, though, for Alicia Bates. And Sydney are still 6 for 66.
All right, Abby Taylor with the ball. Finally. Can she follow up with a wicket? Churchland sweeps. There's a big appeal. Six for 66. Well, the Devil's number. Taylor in and Churchland defends. You're not superstitious, are you? 6 for 66?
Sucks for 66. I'm not New Zealander. No, it's more about 87 and 111 Nelson.
Good.
Or 99.
Taylor in, tosses up. Nice flight and worked down to long on for a single.
Well, we haven't seen much of that, have we? The single. The last 5 overs, it's been...
it's been wickets. That's all it's been.
Wides or fours. That's it. There's not been any patient sort of nudge your singles around.
25 overs to go. If you're these batters, you're thinking, if we bat the overs out, we'll get pretty close.
Yeah, but they just can't at the moment. It's been relentless from the Rangers. Fielding's been exceptional. Been no extras given away in the field.
swipe at that one, but Tim's not able to get any wood to it. No one at sort of third man or third. Defended, no run.
It's like they're throwing hand grenades at the moment, isn't it? It's unsure what shot to play. The brain's a bit scrambled eggs on a.
I think
on a
Sydney
Sunday.
is stunned. I think they're
Certainly
absolutely stunned, Michelle. When they were bowling this morning, they probably thought they were just going to cruise to the title. NDs could hardly hit the ball off the square for almost the first 20 overs until Annika Leroy sort of opened up. It was all Sydney now. They're fighting to stay in this match.
Yeah, it's a game of attrition, isn't it? And it's a fitting finale for this season that has been 2021.
Been a great season of women's cricket. I've seen some fantastic matches.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to do it. I think I did 27 WBBL games. So
Is
I got
that
to
all?
see,
Is that all?
I got to see a lot of cricket.
Bates short and back pulling to the fielder in the deep for a single. I love the semi-final at the North Sydney Oval where the Thunder stole the game off the defending champions, the Brisbane Heat.
That was an unbelievable. We had was at North Sydney Oval, and we were on the top row. We had bats flying past us about half a metre in front of our head. So it was either that or the cricket we were getting excited by.
Back cutting. One of my memories of that night is I was sitting at the ground there and there was this lady in front of me. And after the game ended, when the Thunder took the last wicket, she stood up, turned around to me and said, after this ball, Bates tosses up, defends. She stood up at the end and she turned to me and said, wasn't that just fantastic?
Yeah.
Because it was so exciting, so thrilling.
When you got young boys and things outside the after the game and just getting excited because it's cricket. It's not female cricket. It's not male cricket. It's just cricket.
Well hit, but couldn't find the gap. And then went even better when the Thunder beat the Stars.
In the final.
Yeah.
That who would have seen that coming?
In a year
Red
of
hot favourite, the Stars.
2020 was a tough year in many ways, but I got to see the Stars lose 2 grand finals. Tim smashes that for 4, the men's and women's last year, so that was a highlight. But
We do.
Tim's there for beautiful shot, 6 for 72.
I'm not sure where your alliances lie. I'm not sure.
No.
No, it was good to see.
Victoria lost another final yesterday as well.
They did, and
But they did
different circumstances.
Yeah.
For that.
And look, Victoria did do pretty well last year with all their titles in all the sports.
Yeah, I'm missing their Australian players for the last couple of rounds of the WNCL.
Yeah, because that's never happened to New South Wales before.
No.
Defended into the offside, no run. Michelle's going to step out. The machine that is Michelle Gosco, commentary machine. Have a break for a few overs. Jack Clifton going to step back in, and it's 6 for 72 after 27 overs. 102 needed for victory.
What a crazy game, man. It's
G'day, Jack. Yeah, what a turnaround.
yeah,
It's stunning.
massive turnaround. It's been just amazing from Northern Districts. Still, they'll know that it's not even close to being over yet. Still 4 wickets for them to take. They've got a big task ahead of them.
Taylor in, tosses up and pushed into the offside. No run.
You feel Churchland probably has to bat the rest of the innings, I think, here.
Swung away on the onside and in the gap and bounces away for 4. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, she's looked good when she's played that shot today. And she picked the length up very quickly there and managed to pierce the gap in the deep. They're about 20 or 30 metres away from each other, those two fielders out on the rope, and she hit it right down the middle of them. So a couple of boundaries here, and maybe Sydney just getting their confidence back a little bit now. 6 for 76. Less than 100 to win now.
Just slightly adjusting the field, so they're now dropping an extra fielder back onto the onside boundary. So there's a deep backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket, and a fielder at cow corner in front of the Stephen and Mark Wall pavilion. And Churchland goes the other side this time, through covers. Take that. Goes the other way, and she'll get 2. They'll come back for 3. That's, no, there was 1 on the arm there, but they didn't take it. Churchland wanted the strike. 6 runs in 2 balls, 6 for 78. Quicker ball, nudged away for a single. Beautiful, sensible cricket. There was no one there. Lawrence Smith ran around and picked it up and threw in one motion. Taylor in. Timms gets a bit of bat on it and they take a single. We'll just see the umpire signal. Yep, leg bias. No willow on that one.
There's been a lot of those that have just been a smidgen outside the leg stump that have kind of ballooned off the pad and beaten the wicket. Probably the 4th or 5th time I've seen it in this innings alone. It happened a bit in the Sydney Cricket Club innings as well.
Churchland waits. Swung away over mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there, so they'll just get 1 run, and she's starting to time the ball very nicely, is Kira Churchland.
Yeah, she likes that shot, whether it's the sweep to your traditional square leg region or whether it's out to cow corner. Just needs to be a little bit careful. That one was quite up-ish. Had enough control of it to keep it away from the fielders, but I think she's the great hope at the moment, Sydney Cricket Club. Obviously, there's players around her that can support and play roles with her, but I think, yeah, she's the one that needs to get the lion's share of these runs and stay out here for a good portion of these next potentially 22 overs minutes. That's right. She's 21 of 37 deliveries, and, well, after the openers, the scorecard doesn't look too good. There were none for 42 at one stage, Sydney. These two are looking good together, actually. They look like they've got a nice little partnership going. Churchland's going to take on the bowling, and Timms is going to rotate the strike, and she drives at cover nicely, but just can't beat the fielder. Getting Hicks and Sammy Joe for Ducks was big huge for Northern Districts. I think that gave them a big lift, giving them the belief that they can win this final. Bates is dropping short, and it's cut nicely into the gap on the onside, and the sweeper does the fielding. They get 1 run. So if you're just turning on the stream, it's the McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final. Northern Districts won the toss, elected to bat. They made 173 off their 50 overs. And now in reply, Sydney Cricket Club are 6 for 82. Bates in and short ball, and Timms just works it to short fine leg, can't beat the fielder, dot ball. Bates hops in, wide ball, and slap to mid-off, and they take off for a single. Good running, gets past the fielder, slight misfield, but didn't cost them a run. What do you reckon the plan is for Sydney Cricket Club at this stage of the innings, Menace?
I think it's pretty simple. They should be thinking if we bat most of our 50 overs, we're going to get pretty close to this target, rotate the strike, look for the odd boundary. That's a nicely flighted delivery and well defended. Yeah, I don't think they need to complicate it. There's plenty of time left, well over 21 overs. The run rate hasn't got out of control, the required run rate, so it's just a matter of staying out there, and runs will come. We saw that with Northern Districts. Bates in, and that's a quicker ball, and there's an appeal, but missing leg stump. That's 6 for 83 after 29 overs, and the Rangers are up and about. Look at them there, dashing between overs. This has been a great performance. Drink for the batters. Wonder if there's a few tactics being sent out.
I dare say there would be.
Win.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Don't come back. Don't come back before 5:30.
That's right. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of this match. History being made. The first McDonald's New South Wales Women's Premier Cricket Grand Final to be streamed with multi-cameras and commentary. A change of bowling. It's Annika Leroyd with the leggies, I think. Tosses the first one up. It is. She started with the bat. A crucial, dashing 48. Now she's got the ball in hand.
Yeah, she batted very well. She probably should have scored more than that, Menners, I thought.
Yeah, she might reflect on that dismissal. And she's got a wicket! Yes, she does. Second ball. And Churchland's hit, no, it's Timms, hits it straight to cover. And Leroyd backs up at 48 with a wicket off just a second ball, driven straight to short cover.
Grace Dignam takes a smart catch there.
The fielding's been exceptional from both teams today.
That was hit like a tracer bullet as well. That wasn't too far behind the Sammy Joe Johnson strike. She had plenty of willow behind that. But yeah, great bowling. And I don't want to say it came out of nowhere, Menners, but they were motoring on quite nicely, Sydney Cricket Club. They hit a couple of boundaries in the last 3 or 4 overs. They were ticking the scoreboard over, and then, yeah, just a false shot, a ball that tempts her into a big booming drive, and wicket number 7 crashes down.
Leroyd, the leggy, takes a wicket. 7 for 83. Stunning stuff from Northern Districts to bring about this collapse. 7 for 41. The club champions have lost 7 for 41 in the grand final. I think this is Shandell coming out to bat. Yes, it is. Ahelia Shandell. What can she do? Can she stick with Churchland? They need someone to stick with Churchland. Maybe Churchland thinks not what I'm saying now. Just I may as well just crash, bang, wallop and try and get us there. Doesn't look like they'll make it to 50 overs. Leroyd tosses up. Shandell defends her first ball. Yeah, Churchland might want to take it on now. Make a name for herself. Tossed up, defended. It's a wide ball, pushed down leg side. 7 for 84 in the 30th over. Pushed into the offside, no run. They're dropping the fielders back for the last ball of this over. Not 100% sure why, but anyway, it's tossed up and Shandell gets a bottom edge on it and beats the keeper and they take 1 run. Simmons has a shy at the stumps, misses. I think Shandell's off the mark. 7 for 85 now.
Yeah, not the position that Sydney would have imagined they would be in at this 30 over mark. But yeah, some great bowling and great fielding. Have built a lot of pressure on them and a few false strokes here and there. It's been a hugely absorbing final. What you want to see in a final is 2 sides really going at one another. Obviously, there is finals where one side just romps home over the other one and puts forward a dominant performance. But yeah, this has been a real battle between these 2 sides. And yeah, it's still, wouldn't say in the balance, but both sides can still win this final, even though Sydney have slipped to be 7 down. You build a partnership, you put on 15, 20, 25, and then you start to kind of pull the ascendancy away from the Northern District side.
Bates is switching to over the wicket to bowl to the left-hander. It's down leg side, and Shandell did the right thing there, just got something on it, and he's able to get Churchland on strike. Well, I think it's, you better be ready in the outfield, because I think Churchland's going to take them on now. 7 for 86. Target's a long way away. 88 runs needed. Swung away behind square on the onside. They've taken one. They've got to take 2 here, but they won't, because that's great fielding in the outfield from Mehta. She's a live wire. She's got a great arm, and she's just shown it. Bates in again. Full ball down leg side, and that's a wide. Yes, it is. Full ball and push back to the bowler.
That's good bowling.
Another full ball, and Shandell pushes into the offside. Bates in. Again, thrown up, tempting Shandell into the drive. See the Northern District skipper marshalling the troops. Last ball of the over, she's dropping the fielder to sweep her on the offside. Quicker, shorter ball, and just hit to mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's the kind of ball that we've seen pick up a wicket a couple of times today, but neither batter or bowler would have been pleased with that. Ends up being a dot ball, probably a fair result. But yeah, the overs are gradually dwindling away. 19 overs left now. But it's the wickets column that is the concerning factor for Sydney Cricket Club. I think there needs to be a discussion about maybe just trying to get Churchland on strike as much as she can, and working the singles.
Leroydian and Churchland's back and playing into the offside dot ball. What a story for Northern Districts, a team that a few years ago lost a lot of players. They've been rebuilding, and now they're on the verge of winning a title. It's a good ball. Churchland lets it go. Yeah, terrific story, and they're coming up against the table-topping, dominant Sydney Cricket Club, but they're putting in a performance they will never forget. Sounded woody from here. Hear Lauren Smith from here encouraging a fellow spinner. Tossed up, in the air, caught. Churchland's gone. Annika Leroy gets her second wicket, and with that you would think goes Sydney's chances of chasing down this target. They are now 8 for 88 in the 32nd over. Leroy 2 wickets in 2 overs.
Yeah, I don't know what she was trying to do there, Kira Churchland. It was kind of halfway between a defensive push and an attacking shot. It was kind of a bit of a nothing shot there. You could see the way it just ballooned to cover. There was no real conviction behind it. I feel like you've either got to just try and thunder that through cover or just try and pull it back and be a bit more defensive. But it was, again, a good ball there by the spin bowler who's, done everything right today. 2 wickets, 48 runs. She's, shoring herself in to have good odds for player of the match. If
I think so.
They can pick up a couple more wickets here. She's bowled really well and just pulled that length back a little bit. She's been bowling a little bit fuller earlier in the over and just pulled it back. And as you can see, Churchland just reaching for that and hit straight to cover. And, well, it's never over until it's over, particularly in a game like cricket. But at 8 for 88, still 86 away from victory. It is looking pretty dire straits here for Sydney as Northern Districts are just continuing just to clamp down and turn the screws.
Henderson out to the crease. Bowled so well this morning, but since then, it's been all Northern Districts.
Remarkable that a side that was, I believe, 3 for 16 after 10 overs and 2 for 2 early on have been able to fight back. They not only get a score to bowl at, but then the other side was none 42 to be able to pull yourself back into the game.
Oh, this is a terrific performance, and it just shows what great spirit they've got. Well, congratulations so far to Northern Districts. Great performance. I'm going to step out of the commentary box. Michelle Gosco is going to step in. I'm not sure I'll be back, so thanks for watching.
Big thanks to Menas there. Another great shift by him. 8 for 88 after 32 overs as Gozzy comes in to join me. We don't know how long we'll be on. We might be all the way back to the 50th over. Who knows? We could see a real change in fortune for the Sydney Cricket Club, or it could potentially be over in the next couple of overs with the way things have been going. Alicia Bates to continue. Good afternoon to you, Gozzy. You've been absorbing everything in and sitting over the scorers and seeing this unfold. It's been an intriguing clash, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's ebbed and flowed all day, hasn't it? From the first over of the match, and who's had the ascendancy? It's gone up and down all day long.
Oh, lovely ball. Just beats the outside edge, outside the off stump. Now we look at the spin bowling today. Smith, 10 overs, 3 for 16. Bates, 7 overs, 2 for 17. And Leroy, 2 overs, 2 for 2. So 7 of the 8 wickets have fallen to spin, and the spin bowlers have taken 7 for 35. So it shows you the impact that the slow bowlers have had today as this ball's chipped down to mid-on.
You know, it's funny about Leroy. I remember her when she first sort of started playing. She was known as a leg spinner, and then just lost away a little bit, and her batting sort of took over. Even that shot there tells me what's happened all day for Sydney. That's short and wide, outside off stump. They're still chasing the ball. It's just,
lack of patience,
just
hasn't it?
Yeah, just the temperament's not there in this innings. I've just taken the full pace off the ball. Lauren Smith started none for 41, Sydney. And they've just lost their way. It's almost like, okay, well, they made it look easy. We're just going to go easy. And the bowling's been great, but there's been some really poor shots.
Plenty of errors. This is punched down to mid-off, where it's fielded down the ground there by the skipper, Kirsten Smith.
But they've bowled in partnerships. Holly Simmons as well bowled exceptionally well with Lauren Smith.
This one down the leg side. That'll be another wide, so a couple of freebies in this over.
Yeah, that's the one area they have been a bit lax, the Rangers.
A nice ball just forces the batter to go deep into the crease. So 33 overs gone, 8 for 90. The Sydney Cricket Club chasing 174 for victory. It looks unlikely, and Northern Districts are well and truly on top in this one.
Yeah, they are, and we thought about that fighting partnerships from NDs. Alicia Taylor came out and scored a crucial 37. And it looked like they were only going to get sort of 140. 140 to 170. It's only 30 runs, but it's a big psychological difference when you're chasing a total. So still a long way off here for Sydney.
Yeah, well, you think if they'd only made 140, that's only 50 away here now. Even if it still was 8 for 90, they would give themselves a chance of eking that total up to the 150 mark. But it Just hasn't been for Sydney today. This ball by Henderson is just clipped out through mid-wicket. And Meta doing a great job on the fence, as she's been doing all afternoon, herring after lots of deliveries, keeps it to a single.
Yeah, she's exceptional in the field. And now those runs start, the run rate needed, it just keeps creeping up as well. It's not just the wickets now.
This ball hit straight to mid-wicket. A little bit short there as it's fielded by Smith.
Yeah, they needed one of the top order to go on Sydney, but just hasn't eventuated.
Shandell waits and a whole lot of foot movement there as she clips it straight to Smith at mid-wicket.
And as it stands, there's only 3 players that have reached double figures. There's been a lot of 2s and 3s and a couple of 0s as well. I just haven't got the pace of this wicket.
Haven't become settled,
Been
have they?
patient. It's been good bowling by the Rangers. Just stuck to the task all day. Didn't panic when they were none for 5 or one run off 5 overs this morning.
That's right. Yeah, it was a slow start, wasn't it? Leroy in, good short of a length ball on that leg stump line. Shandell can't do too much with that.
You can imagine here there's not going to be too much pace to work with. So we might not see Sophie Shelley come back.
Oh, uppishly hit on the offside again, just tempting the batters with that loopy ball aimed in, speared in at the off stump line, but a few dot balls to end the over. So time slowly becoming the enemy here as Drinks will be coming onto the field for the second time today. 34 overs through, Sydney at 8 for 91. Before we get the thoughts of Gozzy, just run through that scorecard for the Sydney Cricket Club. It started so well, 42 put on for the opening wicket between Naomi McDonald and Kate Barry. McDonald, the first to go, bowled Lauren Smith for 22. Then we saw Jodie Hicks caught Leroy, bowled Simmons for a third ball duck. Sammy Jo Johnson was caught Shelley brilliantly on the fence off Smith for a duck as well. And then when Barry was LBW Smith for 18, they were in free fall. There was a bit of support in the middle order. Kira Churchland, the most recent batter to be dismissed. She made 23 from 46, but played a pretty poor shot to be dismissed. Caught Smith off the bowling of Leroy. Plummer, the skipper, stumped Turner, bowled Bates for 3. Sharma caught Taylor, bowled Bates for 2. And Timms also caught Dignam, bowled Leroy for 5 off 18. Since then, Shandell 2-0 out and Henderson 1 are doing their best to try and keep them in the game, but you just get the feeling, Gozzy, that they're fighting a losing battle here. 16 overs remaining and still 83 runs needed at 8 for 91. Yeah,
it seems like a mountain away. You're standing at the bottom of Mount Everest trying to get to the top and reach the pinnacle. But, you know, they're not without a chance here, Sydney. They've just got to try and eke out a few runs, give themselves a couple of overs, but I don't think they're going to have much pace to work with in the next couple of overs with the spinners still in. So it's 83 off 96 balls. So the equation there, it's not
tight.
out of the realm, but we've seen the pace today. It hasn't been a wicket where there's sort of nearly 5 or 6 and over, really. It's a one-off over that we've had. I think we had 10 at 1 over, and that was about it. So, and the equation becomes even harder when there's only 2 wickets in the shed.
Yeah, that's right. And that required run rate, 5.2 runs and over. So we thank the scorers here for giving us that information. But yeah, it's they're in trouble now. Because I think at this stage, and even though it is a final, Gozzy, you don't just want to kind of poke around and end up batting your full overs and finishing on 130 or 125. Like, I think, and by no means do I think they need to come out and throw caution to the wind, but I think it needs to be a tempered aggression and maybe even target a particular bowler that you think you can use your feet to maybe get 10 or 12 off and over, because the way it's looking in the next couple of overs, that run rate's going to be upward of 6 runs required per over. Yeah,
and then the scoreboard pressure goes back onto Sydney. So I'd rather them try and win the match in the next sort of 5 or 6 overs, Sydney, rather than dragging it out to the last over, because then the nerves come in again. So say if they did get close, all of a sudden those nerves come back in. So the only thing I can do is try and put the pressure back onto the Rangers. But as I said, it becomes very, very difficult with the calibre of players that they have at their disposal. You've got Abby Taylor coming back into the attack.
So she's been good today, Abby Taylor. A valuable 37 not out with the batters, Gozzy talked about before. And dare say, I think spin might be the option that could get her these last couple of wickets as well. It's got 7 of the 8 wickets. This ball worked onto the onside.
I mean, that's a full toss on leg stump. So normally that would be put away, but there's the nerves just creeping in.
This one just over the top of mid-wicket. It'll be cleaned up in the deep and it'll just be the single, but, well, actually, no, they'll get back for a second because there is a slight misfield. So valuable runs here for Sydney, but it was very risky, just over the top.
Well, if you're going to pick someone in the field, it'd be Lauren Smith. Probably small in stature. She does have a good jump on her, though.
Back in this one, cutting away a thick outside edge. Squeeze it out through gully. Oh, they're the ones you got to double up on that, I think.
Yeah, it was Shivani, though, Mehta, who's got a rocket arm. So they've obviously had a look at that. But you've got to sprint that first one hard.
They didn't run the first run hard at all, did they?
No. Valuable runs, though.
Oh, and she's bowled her. That is a magnificent ball. Speared in at leg stump and has disturbed the woodwork. And the end is nigh for Sydney Cricket Club. Northern Districts 1 wicket away from the Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket title. And it is the lower order batter, Ahilia Shandell, that has to depart. She'd hung around for a while and tried to whip that one across the line. That cannons into the leg stump. And Sydney are now 9 for 94.
It is unbelievable what we've just witnessed today. That was another great delivery, but geez, I can't believe where Northern Districts were this morning to where they are now. They just have not given up all day and just created the opportunities and stayed patient. And Sydney have just dug themselves in a hole, and I think they've just been a little bit stunned by what's happened here this afternoon. None for 41 they were. It's been a stunning collapse.
Yeah, they've lost 9 for 52 since that opening partnership. It has been, a collapse to rival or collapses. We see a lot of them in cricket, but probably none more catastrophic than this for Sydney in the 35th over.
3 people have reached double figures, I should say, and that's it. So it's been relentless bowling here by the Rangers.
I guess the ironic thing, Gozzy, is that if any side was looking like they might be rolled out for less than 100, it was Northern Districts.
Correct, this morning, yes. And they just fought their way back, didn't they? Annika Leroy looked like she was batting on a different wicket here at Bankstown Oval.
So Taylor comes in and pressing forward and defending, looking to survive these last couple of deliveries, or last delivery of the over. They do that comfortably in the end. So 35 overs gone, 9 for 94. But Northern Districts about to pull off a remarkable win, having been beaten twice by Sydney Cricket Club in the regular season, and quite convincingly as well, beaten by 6 wickets in the one-day format of the competition, and then beaten in the T20 game by 36 runs. They were pretty hefty defeats, but they're going to pull out a comprehensive win here. They're doing it in style. They're going to be celebrating long into the night. The girls tonight, they're going to enjoy this one.
Well, some of them are still underage, so maybe not with a bit of cordial and some red frogs. They've got a very young side, Northern Districts, well coached by Tommy Anderson, and he's done an exceptional job to get this group together.
So Henderson will face up while Bryson Smith is at the non-strikers and did well to last those 2 deliveries.
And she's no mug with a bat either. She can actually bat now, so bit of a difficult ask for her here.
And this ball clipped fine off the pads down towards fine leg.
Well, I don't know why they changed the bowler. Maddie McGuigan's into the attack, so I would have stuck with Annika Leroy. I don't know why they've changed it. It's been successful. 2 for 3 off 3. I'd be a bit dirty.
Yeah,
if I was taken off.
I'd be filthy as well, particularly with only 1 wicket to get.
Well, that's right, and she's been my pom today. So,
well, Maddie's got an opportunity here to get a wicket and finish off the game. Always satisfying to get that 10th and final wicket. McGuigan in as this ball's chipped out to point. Mehta doing the fielding there. Shivani Mehta, she's done a good job. Valuable runs in lower order. She's been chasing everything in the outfield today. McGuigan and beats her outside the off stump. It was a full delivery that just seemed to drop on her. And a play and a miss. And do remember that we will have the full presentation after this final wicket as well. So yeah, we'll have the camera going down and capturing all the post-match stuff. McGuigan in and forward and pushing out to the offside there is Smith Bryson. We'll wrap things up before that though and then take you to the post-match coverage. And that'll be it for season 2020-2021 in this Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket competition. McGuigan well wide of the off stump. That'll go down as a wide.
well, she's just showing up a few of her top order players there by leaving the wide delivery. They've been sucked in a little bit, Sydney, today.
Yeah, when your number 11's doing that, then yeah, your top order's got a bit to answer for, don't they? McGuigan in, and then chipped in the air, backward a point. She'll get a single here. Bryson Smith.
I see deflating though, going out there knowing there's a mountain to climb in front of you. You've just done your hard work. Marianne Henderson was probably one of the pick of the bowlers here for Sydney and probably didn't think she'd have to bat today.
Yeah, the bowlers did a really good job for the most part. This ball hit in the air. There it is. Northern Districts win the final. And it is that lady that has been involved in everything in the outfield, Shivani Mehta, that pulls off the catch in the end as Henderson hoiks one onto the leg side. And so Maddie McGuigan gets her name in the scorebook. She picks herself up a wicket, and it is a convincing win in the end. It ends up being a 76-run drubbing as Northern Districts take out the Women's New South Wales Premier Cricket title for this 2020-2021 season. They were in trouble earlier this morning. They were 2 for 2, 3 for 16. They looked dead in the water at times. And then even when they got up to 173, we wonder whether it might be enough, but an inspired bowling effort and an incredible fight back. They showed great resilience after Sydney Cricket Club put on a 42-run opening partnership to then take 10 wickets for the next 55 runs to win this final by 76 runs. We've waxed lyrical about it all afternoon, haven't we, Gozzy? But this has been a fantastic bowling and fielding effort. Credit certainly has to go to all the members of the squad, but particularly the captain, Kirsten Smith, who showed faith in her bowlers and had some really astute field changes. She is going to be revelling in this victory. And the second place Northern Districts have stunned the minor premiers and the club champions of season 2021. And what a way to finish off this final.
Yeah, and runs on the ball. Well done to Northern Districts and all the players and the squad and the coaching staff led by Tommy Anderson. What a superb effort. This morning, as I said, we wouldn't have thought this was going to happen this afternoon where they were in deep trouble, but they fought hard. They got through that initial period and, they cashed in at the end, and we thought 170 they would need as a minimum. That was well and more enough runs at what Sydney needed. So well done to Northern Districts. Commiserations to Sydney. They set the benchmark all year, but we know on grand final days anything can happen, and certainly Northern Districts have been well-deserved winners here today at Bankstown Oval.
While we wait for the presentation to get going, we'll just run through the scorecard today. We'll run through both scorecards. So earlier today, Northern Districts they won the toss and decided to bat first. So they made 7 for 173 from their allotted 50 overs. They lost Dingham, Smith for ducks, and then Bates for 2. But some really capable middle and lower order contributions helped them. Annika Leroy probably the star, 48 from 59 with 7 fours. But then we also had Kirsten Smith, the skipper, 20 from 58. Matilda Lugg, 35 from 61. And then Abby Taylor, 37 out from 45. That scored a very valuable knock there to lift them up to 173 after Henderson finished with 9 overs, 3 for 20. She'd be feeling filthy that she finished on a losing side. But it was a mainly strong bowling performance by Sydney. Maybe lost their way in the last 10 to 15 overs and conceded a few more runs than they would have. But I certainly don't think you can be holding the bowlers culpable for the performance today. Batting-wise, they just played too many rash strokes. And that was evident, Gozzy, wasn't it, by the fact that Naomi McDonald, Barry and also Kira Churchland were the only ones to reach double figures. And the pick of the bowlers, obviously Lauren Smith, fantastic, 10 overs, 3 for 16. Alicia Bates, 8 overs, 2 for 19. And then Annika Leroy, 3 overs, 2 for 3. It was a really good and determined bowling and fielding performance by them. And what an incredible comeback, as we've spoken about all afternoon.
Yeah, some special performances there from Northern Districts. And they've got a very young side. There's no real old players in this team. So you're talking about someone being 22 and being old.
Yeah.
You know, it's got a really big future in front of them. And they just didn't panic. Sydney panicked. And it was really good bowling and disciplined bowling by Northern Districts. But Sydney, for some reason, they're chasing wides. They're getting caught off the poor deliveries and just had no patience with their batting after that 40-run opening partnership. And then all of a sudden, a few dots got strung together and the panic station set in. Oh, well, we need to keep going, got to get the strike rate. They didn't need that. They needed someone to put the anchor down, which Northern Districts had, and Sydney did not have that today. You know, on paper, you'd say, geez, Sydney's probably the stronger side, but we don't play a game on paper, we play it on grass. So, you know, putting that into the equation, Northern Districts just outplayed the game of chess better than what Sydney did.
Yeah, I should mention congratulations to Sydney for being the grand finalists this year, but winning the minor premiership and also lifting up the women's club championship as well. They're obviously by far and away the best team, but you see it very often, a side that has run away and beaten all ahead of them in the regular season. Sometimes don't fire. There's a lot of pressure coming into a final, and I dare say more pressure on Sydney heading into this game than there was on Northern Districts, whose coach said he was basically just happy to be here. He was really proud of what his squad had done, but then they've gone above and beyond to lift up the title today. A 76-run win is what it will be marked down at, with the Sydney Cricket Club Tigers all out for 97 in exactly 36 overs. So not a good batting performance by them. Just 3 players were able to make double figures. They've had a little bit of a debrief out in the middle, and yeah, they'll have to, I guess, wait patiently now. Probably one of the more painful things once you've lost a finals, have to stand around and see the opposition be gifted the trophy and have to say some nice words about them and different things like that. But
well, the good part is, Jack, I had to do it against Victoria here, so saying something nice about Victoria was tough after losing a WNCL, and I only lost a couple of times to them in my whole career. So, but it is tough, and yeah, well done to Sydney, as you said. I mean, club champions, all 3 grand finals today. No matter what happens, it's still a remarkable achievement for one club to have, you know, represented in the 3 grades today. So, well done to Russell Grimson and the coaching staff out there with Greg Healy as well. So, big things to come for that club.
Yeah, and the women's and men's side, they've been able to do some really great things with the men's first grade side, making it through to the Belvedere Cup final as well. Unfortunately, the women first grade girls today couldn't get the job done. But we might just throw down to the post-match proceedings there. I think it's about to get off and running. We've got our cameraman down there on the spot. But on behalf of everyone that's been involved, we'll bid you farewell here from Bankstown Oval. Don't forget that the post-match proceedings are going to be taking place very, very shortly. But on behalf of my commentators, Michelle Gosco and also Andrew Menzel, I've been Jack Clifton. Thanks so much for tuning into the final today with a 76-run win to Northern Districts over Sydney Cricket Club.
Firstly, congratulations to both Sydney and NDs, all districts, on qualifying for the final today. Firstly, it was great to actually be able to play the match today. It's such a great venue on a great day, considering the weather we had last week. It's also great that we had the two best teams all year to be able to play at the final and put on a great match for us all today. So well done to both clubs. Before we get the official presentation underway, there's just a few people I'd like to thank that helped with today. Firstly, to Bankstown Cricket Club and Brian and your team for hosting us all today. Great to be able to play a great facility, and especially for your ground staff to have the ground in such great condition with all the rain we've had over the last few weeks. So thank you to everyone at Bankstown. Thank you, Brian. Thank you also to Interact Sport, who live streamed the match today for everyone at home who couldn't be here. Great to be able to do that. We look forward to being able to have more matches broadcast like this in the future. So all the broadcast team, production team, commentators and camera, everyone on the cameras, thank you for your efforts today. And also thank you to the umpires, to you Peter and Tim, well done today. I think you went live pretty much unnoticed and did a great job. There's no issues today. It's great to have you here today, and thank you to all the umpires who contributed to Women's Premier Cricket this season competition. You can't have it without the umpires, so thank you. And with that, I'd just like to call Peter and Tim forward to name and present the player of the match medal. So, Peter and Tim.
Thanks, everyone. Yes, congratulations to the WNDs on a tremendous victory, and well done to Sydney for suddenly playing it hard and playing it in the right spirit. Finals cricket is always different, a bit more pressure. It's certainly a case that the best players will rise to the occasion. There was a few contenders today, but in terms of the player who had the most influence, in our opinion, on the result and really set it up, player of the match, Lauren Smith.
Congratulations, Lauren. Well played today. I'd just like to call forward the Sydney captain, Giselle Connor. She'd like to say a few words. Obviously a disappointing result today, but you and your team and the club have had a great season, finishing minor premiers, so you have a lot to be proud of this season, so I'm sure there's a few people you'd like to thank.
Hi everyone. Is that good? We don't do this often. First of all, obviously, congratulations, districts. Really well played today. Bowling was sensational, and I've reflected a lot over the last couple of weeks just to be here, where we both were 4 or 5 years ago to now we're here in the grand final to put on a display like that. So really well done, guys, and all your hard work. To the umpires, thanks so much. I'm just going to roll with this. So this is Daniel, and he's a bit involved. But to the umpires all season, you guys, thank you so much for a great game again today, and to all the other umpires across the board. So I think we've had some really good input from everyone, so thank you for all your efforts. To the ground staff to get the conditions that we've had and to really put on such a spectacular venue again, so thank you very much. To everyone at our club, we all know how hard everyone's worked behind the scenes. Russell, Greg, Deborah, who's over at Brewers today. Just a phenomenal effort that we've had, so really proud of all our girls that have stuck with us. Some young girls have really come up and made it a lot of fun, kept me young, thank you, and just looking forward to seeing you guys grow and progress through the season. So let's really enjoy how far we've come and keep working towards being back here next year. So thanks everyone.
Now I'd like to just call for the Northern District Premiership winning captain, Kirsten Smith. Great performance today from the team, and Northern District's first female or women's first grade premiership, so well done. I'm sure you've got a few words to say, and then before I call forward, good players to accept their medals, so congratulations.
Thank you, first of all, to Sydney. Just like to reiterate what Giselle said, it's awesome to see how much both clubs have built, so well done. Secondly, thanks to the umpires, it's a great game today. Thank you so much for your efforts all throughout the season. Thank you to Cricket New South Wales and Bankstown for hosting today. It's awesome to see since all the wet weather last week. It was a great pitch. Thank you to all the parents who have to travel great distances for all of our girls, and we all really, really appreciate it. And Tommy, Henry, thank you for all your efforts this season. You guys are bloody legends. And lastly, to my girls, I'm so proud of you all. We've trained hard this year, all throughout the season, and just couldn't be more prouder. So thank you so much. So firstly, call up Loza Smith. Alicia Bates. Sarah Turner. Chili Log. Sophie Shelley. Maddie McGuigan. Abby Taylor. Shivi, don't know how to pronounce your last name. Gracie Dignam. Annika Leroy. And Holly Simmons. Holly! Yeah, Holly! Woo!
And obviously Kirsten herself is captain of the Premiership winning team. For the trophy. Congratulations to you. Thanks everyone, that concludes the presentation. Thanks for being here today and hope to see you all back here next season. Thank you.
Maybe you should